Yeah.
Figure out where our pieces are and how to move them. All right. Um, Jesse, you want to say something? See if I turned you on to.
Yeah, I'll tell you a story.
Beautiful.
Story. So the dude that Gukesh is playing, I hadn't really no experience of him. He's like one of these mini players who are in the mid 2600s,
Mm-hmm.
28 years old. It's interesting. So he's originally from Russia. And then, so before the invasion, October 2021, he officially starts representing Spain. So changes his federation. And then now, essentially, after the Russian invasion, he was with there's 43 other chess players that he signs a letter to Putin with. And now he's essentially an expat, you know.
Jan
Um,
was on that letter too, right? Nepo?
yeah,
But he
yeah.
didn't leave.
But he didn't leave, right? So it's kind of and that was, I think, the very brave from all of those players to do this. I mean, with Putin, dude, like if you like, let's say you're traveling to Samarkand, you cross into a funny border, you could get abducted at any point, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Now, Yufa isn't a big enough name that I don't think Putin's going to care, but you know, uh, poor Nepo, dude. I don't know, man. You might get in trouble. I think also
Yeah.
these like Nepo has been pretty like he said his piece, but he's not like going off on it, as far as I can tell. He's not on a war path with it, which
You mean a
maybe
special conflict path?
what did you call it? A special conflict
A
path?
special conflict path.
Yeah, exactly right. He's not on a special conflict. So anyways, he's not yelling about it every day, which is maybe like part of his just survival strategy
Mm-hmm.
over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, in general, I mean, you say your piece, and what's the point in repeating something every day?
I wonder too, like, okay, just slightly, a little bit tangential, but I just was thinking about the life of a guy like Yufa. And, you're 28, you've made 2650 plus, which is amazing. 20, he hit, right now he's got his peak rating, 2657.
Wow.
And you could ask yourself, like, well, I mean, we talked to Sam about making money at that level,
Mm-hmm.
and he said that the number he said of what they were making was too high for me. Like, I'm imagining this guy's life, like maybe he has some money through lessons or yada yada, but in terms of like how much money you would actually make playing, I don't think it's that much. And even playing a tournament like this, you got to place kind of high to cover your travel costs, even, right?
Yeah. Excuse me.
Anyways, so that's just an interesting backstory. The other story that I think is interesting is Farouja's opponent, Magzudlu, at least a couple of years ago, he was talking tough, like he's gonna be a world champion man for sure. And then of course, um, he's not even the top Iranian player with Fallujah, though Fallujah's officially gone now, you could say. Um, but he's 25 now. I feel like he looks unhealthy, dude. He looks drastically overweight all the time.
Oh yeah. I
He's
haven't seen
not
him live. So.
he's not the only player to be overweight, but it's like I think it's maybe holding him back a little bit. But the guy is truly a genius, no doubt. Um, and so definitely somebody who's going to give us a good game today.
Yeah, I
No
mean, this
fear.
is a matchup of, two contemporaneous Iranian prodigies. They came up around
Hmm.
the same time. I mean, Fruja was 12 years old when people started watching him. Magsulu might have been 15 or something like that. But these guys, I think they know each other really well. I think from what I heard back a few years ago, they were really training together. This whole group of young
Yeah. Hmm.
Iranian players, and their team was so exciting. I could see them winning the Olympiad until Ferrugia left. Um, and I wonder how the other guys feel about him leaving. But certainly, up till that point, I think it was a really tight knit team.
Hmm. Hmm.
So interesting to get paired against each other at such an important event. Um, Obviously, for anybody at this point in their career, whether you're talking somebody who's 20 or 25 or 28 or 32, getting into the candidates is huge. So they're all going to be super motivated here. Um, and there's only three people left with a perfect 2 out of 2 score. These guys are both there. So they've got everything to play for. And here's just a slightly offbeat move from Ferrugia with H3.
Right. So, David, you're a Najdorf expert. So, how about I do my noob explanations of what's going on here, and then you chime in with
Mm-hmm.
more detail.
Sure.
So, back in the day, um, we're talking Fischer Karpov days. So, on six, you would move six instead of bishop e3. You'd see bishop e2 a lot, e5, and then knight d3 was always played. That was just like always done. And then only recently, with the help of the computer, people started playing knight f3, which to my older eyes looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
So in any case, bishop e3, e5 has some similarities to the bishop e2 line. And then on move 8, white could basically transpose back into the traditional lines with 8 bishop e2.
That's absolutely true. There are some bishop e2 main lines where white plays bishop e3, normally on move 9, but it would be
Right,
so close to this because it would go bishop e2, bishop e7, castles, castles, and then bishop e3 would be like a
right.
huge main line.
And the only reason not to play bishop e3 in those positions would be to say, well, maybe I want to throw f4 in without bishop e3 and keep my options open for recapturing with the bishop. Maybe I'll win a tempo, something like that. So h3, though, my guess is Mr. Bruce is he's signaling that maybe he's going to just go for it with g4 like a madman. We're about to find out.
Right.
Parham played bishop e6. G4 now looks like a mistake because of d5.
So, let's expand on that slightly. So
Yeah.
in this position after bishop e7, the most common move here is f3, even though there's no reason you couldn't play bishop e2 and go back to the 6 bishop e2 positional style Najdorf
Okay.
that we're used to.
Good.
But the most common move in this position is f3, followed by g4, and what's called an English attack. But basically, they
Right.
use the f pawn to springboard a pawn storm on the king side while supporting the e4 pawn. Very, 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 very similar to the Yugoslav attack in the Dragon in terms of the function of this f3 pawn. So then, when you see the move h3, what is the move h3 doing? Well, it's saying you could play that same kind of attack with g4 with your pawn on h3 instead of your pawn on f3. Um, and one of the main things that's going to give you is maybe the move f4 in one go.
So one thing I noticed with f3, let's say f3, bishop e6, g4, then on d5 you have g5. Here you don't have that because he'll play knight takes e4, right? So already we're in a different territory,
Mm-hmm.
right? So dude played queen d2,
Yeah.
and the intention is obvious now. He wants to castle long, maybe play g4 later. Doesn't have to worry about knight g4. And a cool thing I think I understand about the Najdorf, David, is that if black ever plays d5 in positions like this, white will usually maintain an edge after all the pieces come off because black's development is still a little soft.
Yeah,
So, right.
usually you get lines like this, like I'm playing out on the board just to show folks. This is like a really common set of moves. And up till this point, you get the same thing with the pawn on f3 as with the pawn on h3. This kind of thing happens. And then basically, black doesn't look so bad. They're like, well, we just have to move this bishop back. But against bishop ace c6, there's knight a5. And against bishop e6, there's knight c5. Now, the knight on b3 is famously sort of badly placed when there's a pawn on d6. By playing this d5 break really early, black unleashes this tiny little knight c5 move, and then white gets a small edge just off of this move because black sort of has to give up either the bishop pair or all their development with a move like bishop c8, bishop c4, and the white pieces take over
Right.
all the territory. So d5 is considered a mistake in all these positions, as Jesse says,
Hmm.
or I guess is a mistake now that we've got the computer god to confirm it for us.
Yeah. Okay, so things have happened. Castles, castles. And we had a question earlier uh, in the chat of what's the point of knight f3? And one of the points is simply that the knight on b3 looks kind of like a chump. He's not really doing anything. And now in our current position, castles, castles, a5, you can see that our knight is really a chump.
Yeah, now black's trying to make a big deal out of the knight being a chump. Very, very embarrassing.
Um, so I think this is a key moment. I think the classical move for white to play in this position, as me being somebody who doesn't too familiar with this kind of thing, but is a4,
Yeah.
clamping the b5 square and saying, well, that's nice that you got me to move a pawn in front of my king, but
Hmm.
I don't care because now I'll put such a bind on you that you're not going to do anything.
Yeah. And now it's all locked up on the queen side, so white's king can feel pretty safe, and white can go for it on the other side of the board. So I am not a fan of playing a5 in the Najdorf. I know that there are some positions where the move is computer approved, but you know how even if you're on your home territory, sometimes there are some ideas, some weapons, some plans that you're just not that comfortable or familiar with. Like I just
Right.
don't really get how to play the position with a5, a4. I mean, maybe you go knight c6, knight b4, look for knight takes c2 or something, or a d5 pawn break once your knight's there.
I'm putting all these moves in the Dojo database
Mm-hmm.
just to see. And now this, so this whole continuation with H3, pretty common, but Queen D2, not very common. Queen F3, more popular.
Sorry,
Queen F3
where's
makes
queen f3 popular?
so instead of Queen D2.
Interesting. Queen f3.
And that makes sense because you're doing you have options of Queen G3, you're still looking at D5, you're still going to castle long.
Right.
Um, so that makes sense. And then so Queen D2.
Yeah, the one thing that we correctly guessed was that Fallujah was going to castle queenside here, and that's not guaranteed in the bishop e3 knight b3 line, right? He could have still done a kingside castle, but once he starts playing h3 queen d2, we really feel like the bishop on f1 doesn't look like it's moving. It's just sitting there, and that sort of indicates that he's going to have to castle queenside.
So in this position after A5, there are four games. Two of them are with Wang Hao. One, Wang Hao is black, and the other, he's white. So that's kind of cool.
Nice.
Three games with A4, one chump played Bishop B5 here.
Mm-hmm.
So at least I was a GM today where, it seems like A4 has got to be the move.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you're totally lost after king b1, a4, knight c1, but I don't want to do that. No way. I don't want to give him that big old fatty pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like it should be lost, but your opponent plays a move like this, and you can just freeze their whole queen side and get an outpost. I mean, it's hard to resist. But Faruja's having a think. Um, I think we could look at the openings in the other games and decide if we really, really want to watch this game as our main game today. This had been my
Okay,
guess
no,
before the round started, Jesse. So, you
I'm
know,
into it.
I
I'm
was
into it.
I was into this game.
Mhm.
I thought it's a really fantastic matchup, and Faruja's playing the first two rounds of this tournament has been great. We haven't put a focus on him yet, and obviously he's one of the top, 4 or 5 people
Yeah.
for this tournament. But if you want to, we could look around the horn and
Okay.
see if there's any other game that is, even more exciting looking than this. Although so far it looks promising. Opposite side
It,
castling.
in general, I will say I'm always going to default to wanting to look at Gukesh's games.
Nice,
My default.
love it.
But I think I'm into the Ferrugia story, by the way, it's just fantastic story. We'll talk more about it later. But
Yep. And thanks for the raid, Underdog and friends. Greetings and welcome. We are watching the Grand Swiss in Samarkand. Oh shoot, Yufa and Gukesh do have a pretty spicy opening already as well.
well, and let me say about it that on move six, the regular move, which is I know is computer approved. I don't know what the computer says about Gukesh's move, but after bishop g5, h6 is the kind of standard variation, and he
Mm-hmm.
immediately rips this pawn with dc.
Right. In fact, I think I had this position against Yermo and he played h6 against
Right.
me. One of the first times I ever encountered the bishop b4 queen's gambits. Now very popular, and I even know
Mhm.
that they're called the Rogozin. Back then, no, seriously, Jesse, like
Yeah.
15 years ago, I didn't even know what this line was supposed to be called. It was very, very unusual. Very
Mm.
unusual. It was less usual than the Bogo Indian, right? It was like they're playing the Queen's Gambit and then suddenly they just drop their bishop on b4. Um, it was very odd, but now, there's this awkward knight on c6, but some very concrete lines here, right? Around the queen on a4, both attacking things and getting counterattacked. And Gukesh thought about dc4
Yes, he did. Yeah.
for a moment, and a few minutes on bishop d7. So I wonder if this
I'm,
is a line that these players haven't recently prepped or.
I'm gonna look at this too, and of course this line is kind of got a sister variation in the Vienna um, variation.
The other thing, so everybody, Jesse likes to stick with one game once we've picked it and really
Yeah.
get deep, but it's not just about getting deep or learning something. By sticking with one game, you really get into the heads of those players. Like you don't miss a beat of what they're experiencing. It allows you to understand where they've spent every minute, what they've been fretting about, what they're, the whole thing. You really can get into the heads of those players. That's one of the reasons that we don't use the engine, is because the players don't have the engine, right? So by not using the engine, it's you get closer into the players' experience and minds, right? And really like see what are their questions and insecurities and everything.
And also, what I want to say, we do get, I do look at the database. The Dojo has an amazing database that I'm using.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons Gukesh has thought for quite a bit is after bishop g5, dc4. dc4 is indeed less common than the move I knew, h6. But e3, just trying to gain the pawn back with more stability, is by far the most common move. And so e4, this move that white played, let's call it, it's the spicy move. It has been played before, but after bishop d7, there's some real questions. There's some real questions about what's going on. Now, I want to say, I think Gukesh has exactly the kind of opening he wants here, you know,
Hmm.
and he is so good at creating these opening positions. I so sad yesterday that he lost to that kid
Hmm.
because I loved his position. I thought his position was amazing.
Yeah, it was
Uh,
it was
yeah,
beautiful what he did with
yeah,
bishop d3, f4, f5. Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
because they for so long they had this formless position and there's posturing and we don't know who's supposed to go where. And then in that position, he basically proved that king d7, king c7 was losing too much time. I mean, a locked position with no queens on the board. And honestly, Gukesh had like zero pieces out at the time, right? Like he had a bishop
Right.
on e3,
Hmm.
and the dude plays king d7, king c7, and he's like, "No, you didn't have time for that." you know, it was amazing. Um, But I'm going to say, having said all the reasons why we might just stick with one game in general, the other thing we have, Jesse, is we've got people in chat who have like a favorite, just like you've got a favorite or I've got a favorite, right? So someone
Hmm.
comes into chat and they're like, for example, Skibig's here,
Hmm.
such a wonderful person, always around, always friendly with me, comes in and says, if you can check Gelfon's game, that would also be nice. I would like to know more about the Catalan, and people like that come in and they're like, oh my gosh, dude, like my favorite guy just sacked a rook. Like, tell me if it's good or bad. It's very hard for me to turn them down, to not just be like, okay, we'll check it out for one moment.
Turn him down, David. Turn him
Turn them
down.
down. Okay, you're comfortable with just turning everybody down. I'm just like a request line here, Jesse. People come in, they're like, how should I improve like my dog's endgame play?
Yeah.
He's been messing up with extra pawns recently, especially in night endings. And I'm like, all right, let's give this person a 15-minute answer.
But I'll give, without going to it, I'll say with the Gelfand game that Prague has basically got a Stonewall Dutch, very interesting position. Boris Gelfand has been playing this position as white since before Prague was born, well
Yeah,
before he was born.
maybe since before Prague's mom was born, but we don't know that 100% for sure.
That's right, buddy.
But it's possible.
In any case, I think that it's a hard nut to crack. So, and that will definitely be a good game to
Dude,
look at.
Gelfond's got like a high rating for his age, Jesse.
Oh, I
2652
know.
is like massive. I mean, for
I
seniors
know.
in the world, he must be like number three or
Yeah.
something.
And you want the women to compete in this big open tournament, and Gelfand is not competing in the seniors. He's competing in this thing, man.
Yeah,
He hasn't given up the world championship ghost.
yeah. Well,
Okay,
everybody
so
forgot it, but he came very close. This guy played a world championship match to a draw.
yeah.
It was the most forgettable world championship match of all time, I think, but he played it.
Okay, so let's go to our main game, boss.
Yeah.
Um, Dude played A4 as expected, to spend a little time on it, and then we get knight A6. Farouj is also like someone who definitely gets into time pressure.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Um,
yeah.
he is also one of the best players, I would say, under time when he's in time pressure.
Exactly. That was what I was gonna say as well. It's like he may get in time pressure a lot, but you don't feel like it's really hurting him that much.
Mhm. Now, in general, I think what White would really like to do, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, David, would be to play G4, G5, and then knight D5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If he has enough time for that, that's a fully other question. Black, it looks like, wants to play things like knight D4 and rook C8. White probably owes black king B1. So I'm guessing as a chump that king B1 right now wouldn't be a bad thing to do. But then you have to start thinking about rook C8 with rook takes C3 and knight takes C4 and how you feel about them coconuts. You know, so there's a lot of stuff happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, if white had a lot of time, they could show this move a5 to be bad, given enough time, right?
Right.
You could set up with your bishop on b5, maybe your knight on d5, your king on b1, your pawn on c3, and say, look, your pawn structure has more holes than mine. So I've got a few more spots to tuck some really, really safe coconuts. And, then you're just looking at dour positional defense. Or
Well,
me throwing the king side.
how about this, David? Why don't we spar this a little bit just to get a flavor of it?
Yeah.
Why don't I try the direct G4 first, just to see what kind of grief you can give me?
Okay. So we will try direct rook c8 in response first.
All right, and then I wanted to see the direct G5. Yeah.
Now it seems to me, Jesse, that I cannot play rook takes c3 actually because of pawn takes f6.
And also, I think Queen C3, Knight E4, Queen G5, Queen A5 looks fine.
That's possible, but a little controversial.
Yeah, but you're
Um,
absolutely right. Rook C3, GF. I don't know what you do there.
but like rook c3 gf, I don't know what I would do next. I could keep sacking my rook, but you're gonna keep taking with your pawn and ignoring my rook till I'm just down everything. Rook c8 g5. No pleasant for peasant. Okay, I'm gonna try knight h5 to f4 to cut off the g pawn.
Okay, so then I'm just gonna follow my plan. I'm gonna play Knight D5.
Plop. Ploppy Plopovich. I will take on d5.
Okay, now I gotta think for a second.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take with a queen.
yeah. Do you know, Jesse, by the way, the song about everybody Wang Chung tonight?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why would I not? How could I not know that song?
Just wondering. Just wondering. All right.
Maybe just Knight F4 right here, buddy.
Knight f4, you want me to play?
I mean, that's my concern.
I just settled
Knight
on knight
B4.
b4.
Actually, Queen D5 is no lo puedo, actually,
Why not?
because of Knight B4.
Okay, that's what I was going to play. I thought you
Yeah.
saw that.
So if I go Knight D5, maybe I can't. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
this is a key point. So I have to play E D5.
Okay. E d5. Now,
He plays F4. Now, let me just, before we look at the game, I want to say the variation that looks fine for black after E D5
mm-hmm.
would be Knight F4. I don't want to take on F4. So let's say I play H4
You could
and
also
then
play.
Knight.
I think the big question there is queen a5.
But if I give you the G5 pawn, you're fine,
Okay.
right?
So you
But in any
play.
case, I just want to say H4, Knight B4, and then I'm going to lose a coconut.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to do.
Okay, good. So I think that's a good explanation of why the immediate G4 ain't it. And instead we get this very quick F4.
Mm-hmm.
And one cool thing actually about this F4 is in the traditional Najdorf, the grief is often that black gets the E5 square for their knight, but now the knight on A6 isn't coming to E5 so easily.
Right. And we didn't quite get a chance to say it, or maybe I did, but one of the main points of this h3 line is to play f4 for white. Like you could just play h3 g4. So black's move order has to respect that you could just run the g pawn, like in the f3 line.
Mhm.
One of the main reasons to play h3 instead of f3 is basically that there are certain positions where you can play f4 in one go.
Right. And also, even though he took forever on this move, we talked on move 9, he could have also put his queen on F3, and that's more popular.
Mm-hmm.
But that queen on F3 wouldn't have allowed for this F4 move. Yeah. Now, the natural move for sure for black, right, is rook c8 and f5 no lo puedo because bishop b3, cb3, knight e4. So I'm assuming if rook c8, we got to play king b1
Mm-hmm.
to kind of, which we kind of have, we're gonna have to play that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and one cool thing about that with the rook c8 is then f5 isn't ever really a big threat, I don't think, because black would always have rook c3, queen c3, knight e4, followed by bishop f5.
Right, but also Jesse, what if black just does that without the pawn hanging on f5 yet? Oh no,
Maybe.
queen a5, the pawn's still covering c3. I was like somehow I hallucinated that there would be knight c3 check
Right,
in
right.
this line, but I guess e4 trying to play knight f2. We could look one more move ahead at that before we give up on it. Bishop d4, I suppose, would be pretty good for white.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably trade queens first or play bishop b6. Even easier, right?
Okay, very easy. All right, so there's no rook c3 if we get king b1 right here.
And actually, let's put it this way. Like, white is very close. It's like a question of can white establish the bind? That's the way I would put it, right? Like, the fact that we have the pawn on a4 means that black might run out of moves on the queen side in
Mm-hmm.
terms of opening white up. So black needs a plan pronto for like getting out of the bind.
Yeah, and I think also the move f5 is a real threat in terms of this bind, right? So
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
if I diddled around with rook e8 for a moment and white plays f5, I just
Hmm.
want to tell everybody in chat, in general, bishop takes b3, cb3 is going to be insufficient positionally because the
Right.
white bishop will go to c4 and black won't be able to hurt white on b3, c4, e4, none of those. All those light squares will be white's. Second thing that I don't think would be good enough in that case would be bishop c4. And white will trade the bishop from f1. Now, this one, there's some issues with the a pawn and the e pawn. So let me just check. Queen d3. Queen c8. Hmm.
Wait, Mr. Proust, go back 2 moves though.
Yeah, sure.
What did you do what, after f5?
I played bishop c4 for black.
Okay, but go back just a touch.
Yeah.
So instead of bishop c4, is that's my concern was what about rook c3, right? Well, okay, you played rook e8, which is maybe controversial, but I'm thinking rook c3.
Mm-hmm. fe6.
Now, this might work out well for white just because our rook's on e8.
Right.
Maybe it shouldn't be. But the point is that
Yeah.
if queen c3, then yeah, and also here maybe knight e4. I don't know. This is not going to work though because
Yeah.
of like the queen d5 thing.
Yeah.
But this brings up an important point. Rook e8 isn't it, but what is it? We because like yeah, we want to make f5 hurt due to rook c3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me try Mr. Proust. So after f4, rook c8, king b1. Let's just try a natural move, knight b4.
Mm-hmm.
I think to my mind, this is the key first question I would want to ask. And then
Yeah.
it's up to you. Do you want to play f5 pronto?
Okay, let's say I do play f5 because I think that's what we have to understand. So
Good, good,
if we
good.
were in a game, I wouldn't just blitz this out, but I would start
Okay.
calculating it first.
So let's say I play rook c3.
We play the controversial pawn takes.
Okay, let's just check this now. So knight e4,
Queen e1.
knight b d5. There's only one knight that can go to d5, but there it is, knight d5.
Mm-hmm. Still, that's his name. He's the knight bd5.
He's knight b d5.
All right. I mean, what am I doing but taking pieces, and praying?
All right, so that same knight, knight d, takes c3 check.
I went to c1. I don't know if I should have or not.
In any case, I'm going to say after fe, I have more than full compensation.
More than full. You're down
Well,
a full rook, right? So this is not an exchange stack.
I'm about to play d5,
Mm-hmm.
dude.
Yeah, you can
It's
play d5 without fe, by the way.
maybe I should even do that too. That also looks, I mean, that looks maybe even better. But even with fe, I'm like, I got stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna change it. I'll go king a1.
Okay, king a1. All right, let's play fe.
We've got a move, by the way, and it is rook
Rook
c8.
c8.
So it is
Oh,
it
I'm
is
a
a basic
GM
move.
today.
Yeah. All right, so we go king a1, risking moves like queen d7 and queen e8, but avoiding that bishop a3 mate, which would have just been too unstylish a way to lose.
And
So
it's
the
important.
basic
Oh,
situation here is if black wanted to, they could trade the knight for the rook. Then they'd have three central pawns against the bishop, plus white's king is bizarre. And white's almost like begging black, like, please just trade off your knight for my rook, because your knights are confusing me. And I don't have any squares for any of my guys.
mm-hmm.
That said, white's technically up a full rook at the moment. So let's just plot along and play, a basic developing move with bishop b5 and see if black has anything. Although I will say that down a full rook, this still looks very plausible for black. It definitely makes sense.
And there's a lot of moves. I can do the positional d5, but you also have to wonder like what's going to happen with Miss Queen on bishop h4. She don't got a lot of squares.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Maybe g3, I don't know.
Miss Queen is completely out. She's plumb out of squares. Look at those knights. Dang. All right, so she changes professions.
She changes professions.
Yeah, because she's going into a dressing room here to change.
Yeah. So again, a lot of tempting moves. Maybe bishop f2.
Huh, the stuff that tempts you. Very interesting. I was thinking, like, white's so bottled up.
Yeah, this is bad news. It's kind of, in any actually, let's just say this, Mr. Bruce. This is not what White wants, right? Whether
I,
it's
I
bishop
would say no.
f2,
I think
yeah,
white's getting hosed here, actually.
yeah.
That'd be
So
my
let's go
thought.
back. Let's go back a second. So we have rook c8 on the board. It's
Yeah.
hard to imagine another move besides king b1.
We're going to evaluate on feel, folks, by the way, that rook sack. I know chat's going to want us to, like, put some conclusions on, right? But, like, when Jesse and I spar positions, at some point we just kind of get a feeling often. And that's
Mm-hmm.
part of what analysis is. You just put different moves on the board, and then at some point you just kind of get a feeling, and you're like, okay, let's go back. Well, basically, that was terrible for white. They were sort of up a rook. I know we didn't prove a win for black, but we reached a point where neither of us wanted to defend white's honor anymore at all. Just no good. So that's down a full rook and great for black. That basically means white, even with king b1 thrown in here, we won't probably be threatening f5.
Well, black needs to find. Okay, so let's put in king b1. We're gonna guess that's gonna happen
Yeah.
because it's hard to imagine a different move. And then the obvious move, it's not a hard move to find. The continuation might be hard, but like knight b4 is the most natural thing you've ever seen in your life, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, if we don't like f5 because of rook takes c3, what will we then do?
But here's one possible move. It's not glorious in every respect, but it's a typical move for these positions. There is maybe queen to e1.
Okay. I would
And
say I respect it, but I don't.
okay. Well, I'm just
I'm just
telling you like
teasing.
what
I'm
kind
just
of
teasing.
moves are out there, you know?
No, no, no. I think you should look for a weird move
It's a
like
move you're allowed to play. It puts your rook in contact with their queen, prepares fe. In some cases, you're out of range of knight e4, so tactically, you might be able to play f5, rook
that. Okay, yeah.
c3, etc.
Hmm.
Now, the move, however, is very, very shaky as well because we're taking another defender off c2, and so we barely have e4, c3, c2, and b3 covered here, right? And black's got a lot of different like juice they could consider, like knight e4, knight e4, knight c2, going after the knight on b3.
Actually, David, why aren't you lost after 94?
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume 94 for half a second.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c2.
Yeah, I think I don't see a good move for white there.
Okay, so
That's what I
that's
was
a
trying out for black. So
yeah.
so king b1, knight b4. So probably not queen e1. Mm, we need something here. Should I go bishop b5 and just try and develop some dogs?
Okay, let's try bishop b5.
So here, my not very exciting plan is to play a move like rook he1,
Hmm.
the ultimate goal of defending my e-pawn at some point.
And let's just explain. So the problem is when you play f5 and I go rook c3, knight e4, the pawn on f5 is hanging to bishop f5. So if I do the sack now, I'm not going to win the pawn on f5.
Right.
That's the key little trick here.
Yeah. That said, these positions, rook c3 looks like a
But,
candidate move,
but
right?
David, here is it knight e4 a ball game
Show
after
us. Is
bishop
it just rook
e5?
c2 again?
Yeah, good night.
And this guy here.
And I'm winning the bishop on the knight on b3.
Good knight to the bad knight, right? The bad knight
Yeah,
on
good night.
b3. Ay, ay,
That was
ay.
unfortunate.
So this knight b4 is really cooking, right? I mean, what? And we see why Fallujah is tanking a bit here, right?
Right,
Um,
because normally you just play king b1 automatically.
sure.
And maybe even from a practical standpoint, maybe he should.
Uh-huh.
And one of the crazy things is he might find himself compelled to play f5 and go into that nastiness just because everything else is pretty shitty.
How could it be so bad so fast?
Ooh, and also, Mr. Bruce, here's another thing that might be terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say on night before you play f5, in addition to the fancy stuff I was playing,
Mm-hmm.
I have a basic question. Why is knight e4 just immediately not crushing?
Knight e4, basic move, attacking pieces you can take with check. White takes
Okay,
back.
wait. I get it. Because on here with rook c2, you can sack the queen with fe.
Yeah, but I didn't think you were going to play rook c2 anymore.
What did you think I was going to do? Oh, just maybe bishop
I
f5
thought
or
now
something.
you're just going to play bishop f5 and say, like, your
That's
host.
also that's also a thing.
Just be like, sorry, bro. All your stuff. But maybe bishop d3 would
Maybe bishop d3, dude.
still
Yep.
be a game.
Yeah. Welcome to the Najdorf, my friend. Hmm.
Yeah, this is definitely the Najdorf right now. The pawn might be on a5, but he's got the Najdorf. Um, Jesse, unsurprisingly, folks are saying that the Gukesh game has descended into pure chaos. And when you
Oh,
get those DC4 Bishop D7 lines with that
yeah.
knight just clunking on C6, it's always some concrete ish, right? It's
Uh,
always something that has no positional basis to my old, classically trained brain. But yeah, we might turn to that at some point, folks. But right now, we're deep in Faruja's problems. I mean, dude just played 10 natural moves against the Najdorf. This is a main
actually,
line
I
with H3, H4.
I'm an expert in the thing that happened with Gukesh. So
Okay,
that game devolved into a variation that's known. It transposed, and so Gukesh is just better now.
just
I
better
know
with
I
what?
know this from my own study of the Ragosian. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
he's
queen goes
better.
back to D1. Black hits him with B5. The knight
Hmm.
is unprepared
Hmm.
to deal with that. And A4 trying to undermine his stuff, but he just says A6, dude. My pieces might all be on bad squares, but technically they're all developed.
And actually, David, you don't have to be a genius to understand this is better for black because if you have just some experience with the
Mm,
Botvinnik variation,
yeah.
you just look at it and you're like, oh yeah, this is great for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I do have experience with the Botvinnik. Also, I've seen the McCutcheon French. There's also a
Yeah.
comparable to this.
Good, good. That's right. Yeah.
In the McCutcheon French, it's well known that this taking on F6 thing is terrible. Folks, I'll show you this other comparable. Jesse, do you ever play the McCutcheon French as black? You
Oh yeah,
must
I
have.
played it. I played everything.
Yeah, you must have.
I would say one of the sadnesses of my life as a French player is that the McCutcheon kind of isn't it's not that playable. If it and it was for half a second.
Mm-hmm.
I beat Feingold in the US Championship like 2001 in a nice game with the McCutcheon. But then people started turning on their computer and it got a little difficult.
Yeah. So this line here for white is just bad. Taking on F6, takes on G5, takes on G7, Rook G8, and you know, pawn on G7 basically drops, and white's dark squares aren't that good. And I tried making this work as a kid for white. I was always looking into offbeat lines. Back then, openings were different. Now if you're interested in something, you maybe look up a course or you just put the position in a computer engine. I had some ancient book, Jesse, some like descriptive notation encyclopedia of all chess openings, maybe by, I don't know, who was it by? I mean, I got it secondhand. It was a huge hardcover, and it was called something like that, like modern chess openings or something like that. And so I would like look in there and find like footnotes, like bizarre moves, and then see if I could make them work, right? So here, for
Uh,
example, Queen H5.
uh-huh.
That's like my invention. It wasn't mentioned in the book. I'm looking, can I make Queen H8? Can I mess with them? Queen F6. And I mess with this position, folks. Knight F3 or H4. Nothing worked out. And this is very similar to this little battle that Yufa and Gukesh are engaged in on the king side. And basically, from my experience, it's never going to work out for white. So check out their game again, folks. When the queen comes back to d1, first white makes no progress against the b pawn. Then he says, okay, let's try on the other side with the g pawn. He goes for this move here, right? Which I've played queen h5, queen f6, h4 before. Goes for this move. If black lets the white rook out, then the g7 pawn can become a problem that they can't quite clean up sometimes. But of course, you just want to keep the white rook on h1 out of the game. Now the dream for white is h5, h6, etc. But if you play h5, which he didn't, then black's going to play rook g7 before you get the pawns connected. So Yufa played knight g5. It's interesting. They're playing quickly for players who don't know this opening and slowly for players who do. So we haven't been in this game, so we don't know, right? But it's hard to guess if they're prepared or not, and to what extent, Jesse?
No, I mean, no, totally not prepared. I mean, Gukesh, I think Gukesh knew he took a while on E4 because he knew that wasn't completely kosher.
Hmm.
And then this thing, it's complicated. Okay, Black's better, but it's complicated. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, well, if
You know,
Gukesh wasn't prepared, he's playing very quickly for Gukesh when not prepared.
yeah. One thing I just realized in our main game, David, is yeah, sure, the chump GMs will maybe play King B1,
Hmm.
but I'm realizing that the out that Ali Reza can go for is the end game that is probably a little bit worse for white by just playing FE like a chump.
Oh, that's a real chump move, Jesse.
Yeah, but if you look go down the road that we were just looking at, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna be like, boss, I'm out of here. This is crap, you know.
So does Black take on D8 by Rook or by Bishop?
Well, there are some questions for black because the pawn on A5.
Hmm.
So that's one of the reasons FE might not be as bad as, because just let's just say traditionally you let out the bishop on E7 and you take, you're losing all your active potential. So it's
If White didn't have Knight A5, then after Black recaptures by Rook, they would play Bishop B4 on their next move, and White's position would be stupid. Isolated E pawn, no
hmm
pawn
hmm
storm, nothing going nowhere.
right. And I still think black is going to be fine even if we lose the A pawn, but just it's more to the point that this is you might find yourself desperate here looking at that king b1 knight b4 stuff.
Hmm. Knight A5. Huh? Oh, by the way, I, one thing we should just check on is FE. We should just see if Black can throw in Bishop B3. I know it's immediate
Fair question, yeah.
madness, but it's worth asking because CB94 is probably trash.
hmm
Um,
So all
so
right, ef.
it would be EF.
That looks like it's too much though.
EF looks good for white. Yeah. Okay, just checking. Okay, so DE, we do get a queen trade. I guess we grab the pawn on A5. Black takes on D1.
Now maybe you do play bishop takes d8, Mr. Bruce,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
because it's the knight. Well, I mean there's big calculations happening here too after knight. Yeah, so this is a very difficult endgame to assess. And one of the questions you would want to ask, that I assume he's asking, is not only did he have to calculate all that F5 stuff, King B1 stuff, but in this endgame, like when we take on D8, how to evaluate it? Is Black going to take with the bishop or the rook? These are some of the questions.
Mm-hmm.
When we take the pawn on A5, we are encouraging Black to do some kind of bishop B4 thing to us. And we got to start evaluating that.
Yeah.
It seems like the bishop b4 is going to be fine for us because when we snip on b7, we'll be messing with the knight on a6.
Yeah. So Jesse against Bishop takes D8. I think White's
Yeah.
got a very comfortable continuation actually, which is you trade on A6 with your undeveloped
hmm
guy on F1, right? Who's just not really contributing. Then you plop your knight on C5.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
Looks really pleasant for White. Um, oh, but I didn't calculate Bishop B6
You
like
don't
a
have to play
fool.
knight c5 though. This just if you just look at it, you're like, okay, white's okay. You know.
Without Knight C5, I'm okay.
Yeah, let's say I play king b1. Your pieces are a little funny. Bishop on d8's a little funny.
Hmm.
I might play rook b6 next. You got some questions.
I don't know. This endgame looks primed for Rook C3 now, to me. And Knight
Hmm.
E4.
Yeah, if I'm looking at this though, and I'm comparing it to how I was getting murdered in that other variation,
Mm-hmm.
why would they definitely gonna take this one?
Man, Ferrugia definitely did not get what he wanted with this opening, though. I mean, he just played a few moves and he's like tanking here. So many lines are looking scary for White. Did you see, Jesse, like where one of them diverged from the database, or are they still in the database? I would think.
Oh, good. I'll go look. So there was some games with Queen D2. So A5. A4 was played. Like I mentioned an hour ago, Wang Hao had a couple games here.
Mm-hmm.
Knight A6, one game played. Um, F4, one game played. And then Black played Queen C8. Weird. So this is Wang Hao versus some 2400 chump back in 2023. So Rook C8, the very natural, the
Is
supernatural Rook C8.
currently a novelty.
Oh, and actually, okay, well, let's think about it. Why did this guy play Queen C8? Maybe it was a wrong move, but why did he do it? Because he was afraid of the endgame.
Oh yeah, he was saying no endgame.
Okay, so yeah, no games played in this position. Amazing.
What did Wang Hao play after Queen C8? Just give me one last detail as a comparison. Did he
You know what he
play
played?
King B1?
He played King B1, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And then Knight B4 happened. And then he actually took on E5,
Even
which
there,
looks
wow.
which looks bad to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like why? Okay, what happens on F5?
Well, I can tell you one
Oh,
other
oh,
reason.
oh, 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 oh. Check it out. Even with the queen on C8, Mr. Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
If F5, then there's knight E4, knight E4, bishop F5 with amazing compensation. And we looked at that with the rook on C8, which of course would be better, a
Mm-hmm.
much better version.
Right.
Yeah. By the way, one thing I'm appreciating, Mr. Bruce, is these endgames with FE5. We're trained to think of them as bad for white because of other positions we've seen in the Najdorf.
Yeah.
But it's just a key difference here because the we have the B5 square and the A5 weakness.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the reason why this endgame is not so terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, by process of elimination, it also seems like maybe what Ferrugia has to be considering.
Yeah.
Um, and I've got a little thought for you, Jesse. Let me know what you
Uh-huh.
think about this. But
Okay.
I don't know if this operates at Ferrugia's level or even at your level. But at my level, if I win a couple end games, I start feeling like oh, I'm good at end games. Oh, I could play FE Queen takes D8. Same thing if like I win a couple chaotic games, then put me
Uh-huh.
on the black side and I'll be like, yeah, Rook C3, I can make it work. I'm feeling myself in the chaos, right? So like Fallujah started off this tournament with two very nice end games, very nice end game wins. Do you think that like affects at all how a player at that level would it affect you? How you make your decisions? Would you be like, dog, I'm grinding everybody down here? Like here's a queen trade. I'm working.
Um, Maybe a little bit, but honestly, this particular thing is like a process of elimination situation because we were getting hosed, dude, with King B1 night before. We were getting whacked, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, boss. So let me do this. Let's spar this out a second. And let me be white. I'll try to defend white's honor.
Sure.
And the claim I'm going to make is with FE that it's not just a desperation move, that maybe I can play this with a little zhuzh.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're going FEDE Queen D8, right?
Good.
I'm gonna try taking with my F rook. I know it's
Okay, fine.
imprudent, but
No, no, it makes a lot of sense. So now I have a lot of questions like bishop V6, rook D8, uh, but I have to watch out for bishop B3 and knight E4.
yeah, I'm gonna advise you against Bishop B6. I think your point's already made. You want to either take on A5 or D8.
Why? Okay, wait. Help me understand. Why is bit? I mean, I don't know what to play, but why is Bishop B6 wrong?
Basically, I'm already willing to trade rooks to begin with, and my
Okay.
a5 pawn's already dead. So, beating around the bush is just giving black time to maybe trade, play bishop b4, like counterattack your e pawn faster.
Okay. Okay. I'm okay with that. So, all right, I'm gonna play knight a5,
Yeah. Okay, I was going to play rook d1 here.
and then I'm gonna step out of the C file, king d1.
No engine, some cry. No engine, some cry. Um, I don't like leaving my knight hanging on a6 for too long.
Oh yeah, that's one of the key issues here. That knight's a victim all of a sudden. Maybe
Hi,
knight c5.
hi, hi, hi.
Knight c5, right?
I'm
Give me another pawn, but get
probably
all the
gonna end
bishop.
up playing knight c5. Yes.
Yeah. Do, 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 do. No, knight c5.
All right, playing knight c5.
He's playing knight c5. All right, I'm going to take that thing.
Yep,
I'm
black
assuming
won.
bishop. Yeah.
So one of
And
our claims, folks, is that on knight b7, bishop b4, that the knight on b7 has real problemos.
yeah,
But
I'm
maybe
with you.
white just goes a5, a6 and laughs. I don't know.
Let's try it. Knight b7,
All right.
bishop b4.
Mm-hmm.
So am concerned that my knight is going to get hosed. But the only move I got is Bruce's a5. I'm real concerned though about just simply bishop c3, pawn takes, and knight e4.
Yep. I only got so many choices, so I am resolved to do it. Fallujah, folks, probably in a very different way, cruising some of the same paths as us during this 20-minute think.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And like I said, I think one of the key questions he's going to have is when I go DE5, Queen D8, what's Black going to do? Because he's got two options there, and they're both kind of hard to evaluate. This one right here, I feel like Black's got to be okay. This direct line that we did.
Hmm. Okay. I have an interesting idea. So first, I'm threatening knight f2. So I was kind of expecting you to play king c1,
Okay, let's try King
getting out of
C1.
the way of knight c3 and knight f2. But then, in that case, I thought of, oh, but does it work? Huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
okay. I think it works. So I was going to go rook b8 then.
Rook B8.
Rook b8.
No, I don't think you want that. Okay,
I go
A6.
straight at the knight. You go a6. Then I go knight g3.
King G1. Rook G1.
Mm-hmm. Knight f1.
Rook takes.
Rook takes. Bishop c4.
Let's see. Yeah.
You can throw an a7, rook a8. But I think once black captures the a pawn, there's basically no danger.
Okay, boss. I think you're in trouble.
Okay,
A7.
let's see
Rook
what I
A8.
missed.
Rook D1.
The agi of this pawn. Rook d1. Ay, ay, ay. I'd only looked at rook e1. Well, that's the end.
That's no good.
Blundered that.
Let's
It was illogical to develop your two sleepers on the king side, but I just tried a forced line and blundered it all. Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, so they're still Faruja's still tanking. Let's do it again. Rook C8, Fe5.
You want to go all the way back?
Yeah, let's go all the way back. DE, because I'm sure we're missing stuff. Queen D8. And ponder, just give you and me a chance to ponder this Queen D8 decision for black. Now, Matsudlu did think for 8 minutes on Rook C8, so he probably has some ideas of what's happening here in this endgame, but
Yeah. Now Fruge has been thinking too long, Jesse, right? In terms of proper time management.
oh yeah, but that's every game, dude.
Yeah.
Every Farouja's like a Gukesh in this regard. He'll think forever. Also, Mr. Bruce, when you play Bishop D8, your variation went Bishop A6, and I'm not yet sure I'm gonna do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not yet sure I'm gonna
Yeah, I
do
mean the
that.
point was to play this move knight c5. That was the impetus,
Right.
right? Because if knight c5 bullied black's light squared bishop, then white's golden. I mean, what's black doing? There's only one move which I hadn't seen at the time, which is bishop b6, and then I lose my knight. So yeah, I'm taking back bishop a6 at this point. Jesse's gonna have to come up with some other move for white here instead of bishop takes a6. Black is threatening, folks, mildly maybe, bishop b3, cb3, knight e4, as soon as we're in this endgame. I suppose we could play a basic king b1 again.
You know what I'm gonna need? We have to do our eval thing here. I have to find it. I know it's somewhere in our chat.
You want me to
Or
send you
you
the
could
link?
just post it for me
Yeah,
again, dude, because I always lose that thing.
no problem.
And I'm gonna say this is like point one or point two for white.
Yeah,
I don't know. Difficult momentito. This,
yeah.
but I think he has to do this. I don't know if he has to. It looks like.
Yeah, Zella, if it were black's turn here, that's what black's threatening. They're threatening either knight e4, bishop b3, or bishop b3, cb3, knight e4. So white here has to play a move that avoids that. In this analysis line. In the game position, he hasn't yet traded the queens, but I think we felt increasingly confident that he eventually would. So we think he's looking at positions like this at the moment. And yeah, it's actually a little bit annoying to pick the next move here for white. Can we play basic
Okay,
king
so
b1, Jesse, after trading into the endgame still?
got a lot of candidate moves after Bishop D8.
Problem with knight d5 to me was that black can take on e4 instead of d5. Somebody in
I
chat
kind of
asking
want to
about it.
wait for him to play Bishop E7 and then go Knight D5.
Yeah.
Let me just see, David, on Bishop D8, instead of Bishop A6, how about the natural Bishop B5, just to plant my coconut?
Well, but there's this threat here of, bishop b3, knight e4.
Oh, yeah, I can't do that.
So, yeah.
Okay, king b1.
Okay, king b1.
And so by not taking on a6, I'm saying that this knight b4 isn't going to be such an incredible beast. Now, one problem of the knight b4 is the black bishop also wants to go to b4. So that's at least kind of interesting.
But it's given up that dream. It's just going to sit here and be a handmaiden for the pawn on a5. We're going to play knight b4 anyway, Jesse, because I don't know what else to do at the moment.
Now, one good thing for me about knight b4 is then I worry less about rook c3 because then pawn takes comes with a tempo.
Right.
So then I'll calmly play bishop b5.
Okay. Now, my hope was that I might be threatening knight e4 here.
That would be terrible for me if you could take that thing.
So we'll try. We'll assume you have to take back if you want to prove that knight e4 is bad. And then we'll go knight takes c2.
I might regret my life here. Knight c2.
I guess rook d3.
There's a lot of questions. On rook d. Oh, God, there's a lot of questions there. All right, let's just try rook d3 first.
Okay.
I have to worry about f5. I have to worry about bishop f5.
Yeah.
Actually, also maybe the very basic knight b4.
Right. Rook c3.
Well, rook c3. Oh, maybe rook c3. I was also thinking I could give something back with knight b c5 or something.
Mm-hmm. But why give something back when
Why
you can
give something
hold on
back?
to it?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Good day, Lauren. Welcome to the show. We are pretty deep in a variation here. That's because Faruja's been deep in thought for probably just about 30 minutes, nearly. Probably contemplating whether it's time to go into this endgame and how he might play it, and maybe going through a blitz match from last night in his head. Some key moments in his 76-54 victory against somebody. This is definitely the keynote game today, I would say. Firouzja against former countryman Magsudlu on first board. They are 2 of 3 players who have won the first 2 games. Only 3 players. 116 hopefuls made the journey to the Silk Road stop of Samarkand. And after just 2 days, only 3 of them were unscathed.
So this is a terrible time management, I feel, because like what happens when you're thinking this long? Because consider it, like he's thinking both about the end game, trying to evaluate that, and about this other position. I think the wise thing to have done would have been like the other position is way too dangerous. Play the end game, and you say I take on d8, and you say I have no idea which way the guy's going to take back.
Very good point. Yeah,
No
no.
idea, right? And then we're going to figure it out.
So this is a key moment, right? Like, if you know that you need to go to the end game, then we want to go fe, de, queen d8. We don't know if Magsudlu would take with bishop or rook. Magsudlu might think for anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah.
When we get here, and then you can formulate a little more your plan for how you're going to play this endgame. Instead of that, you can do twice the work on your own time, deciding in advance how you're going to handle bishop d8 and rook d8. And yeah, you could be doing it on the other guy's time and do half the work maybe. So, yeah. Very
What's
tricky.
up, bro?
Question.
What's your question, brother?
How do you help me?
Oh yeah, she never helps you, does she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we tell everybody that your sister doesn't help you clean up the room on Saturday mornings, Cliff?
My sister doesn't help me clean up the room on Saturday morning.
Boo! Boo! What kind of a big sister is that? What kind of an example?
Go tell her to clean up the room.
You've still got hair, buddy. Let Jesse use the hat. Man, so he's into cleaning up the room?
Well, his sister, they're not allowed to have any, they have a little TV time on Saturday mornings, and they're not allowed to have it until they clean up the room. And then usually his sister bullies him until he cleans it all up for her.
She tries to get him to do the whole job.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh
Oh,
yeah. He's done it a couple times too.
yeah.
It's no joke. She's yelling at him right now. She's trying to negotiate with them, you know.
Yeah.
Then finally he just breaks down. He
Oh, no.
starts cleaning up the room.
That's so sad to be the younger sibling, man. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a couple lines. Adam Greener's got something for us to investigate, which I think is not
FE5
promising
was
for what.
played. FE5 was played after 38 minutes of thought.
That's brutal. 38 minutes, and I'm even going to say the 44 seconds. We're going to
Yeah.
round that to 39 minutes. If we
Yeah.
round to the nearest minute, or the nearest 10 minutes, it'd be 40 minutes. I mean, what are you doing, dog? What are you doing? Even Jesse figured out that it was time to go to the end game after 4 minutes of looking at these grisly lines where we played stuff like, King B1, Knight B4, and then we got hit by shots like Knight E4, Rook C2, Knight C2, etc. Oh man. No, no, no. Needed to make that call long ago.
Now, the only thing I can think of kind of in his defense, DE5 played, is that me and you both had an allergic reaction to FE5. And so it might have been a thing of like, oh, I really don't want to do this. This is not the kind of game I want to have with this chump, yada, yada,
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
Okay, Queen D8 played finally. So here he's finally loaded up some moves.
Yeah, or it might be a thing
And
where they've got some kind of history, and like Magsudlu's gonna make fun of him for being a girly man or something if he goes into the end game too soon. You know?
Chris Wainscott asks, how deep would you need to get into your calculation to determine that Queen D8 is okay? I think the main point is you say to yourself, I'm not sure what's happening in this endgame.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Bishop D8 is right or Rook FD8 is right,
Mm-hmm.
but I do know that I'm getting body slammed if I play King B1, Knight B4.
Yeah, and
And actually, one thing is, I think a lot of jump GMs would probably play King B1 just because it's the natural move without really thinking too much about it. I'll
mm-hmm.
put myself in that category. So
Mm-hmm.
at least he was aware of the danger.
Right, right, right. So wrong would also be to play King B1 on autopilot in 1 or 2 minutes,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then after Knight B4 start regretting your life.
Right.
So there's that. But I mean, like I think ideally, Chris, a player at Farouja's level should have perhaps accepted the reality of FE Queen D8 in 7 to 9 minutes,
Exactly.
something
And
like
once you
that.
pass 10, you know you've kind of messed up.
Yeah, I mean, even me, once I get past 10, I'm like, dude, like, what are we doing here? Like, I've got an alert that goes off
hmm
nowadays. It's a new system, but it goes off at 10 minutes and it says, like, dude, is this really critical? Like, do you not just have an instinct of what you've got to do? And then normally I'm shutting that down in 60 seconds from that moment.
And also, actually, what we could say is David was asking earlier, like, do we play the end game because we have a memory of playing some recent end games? Well, I think the memory should be, hey, I just played these really intense end games with study-like finishes.
Mm-hmm.
They all required some thought. I'm gonna need that time, buddy, for
uh,
when the juice falls,
he didn't
for
have
when the
time in
juice
either of
falls.
those end games and he made it through.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how far they've got in the real game. We've got FEDE Queen D8. And look at that. Surprise, surprise. Magsudlu's thinking. Now, you've given him 30 minutes that he's already been thinking about this. So you've made it a lot easier for him to play this move quickly. But I bet if you'd played FEDE Queen D8 in 7 minutes, Ferrugia, that you would have gotten a little think out of your
Well,
buddy.
the funny thing, he still might get a think because this is a very difficult decision. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
but I
don't,
mean, you just got 40 minutes on your opponent's time. It definitely, at a professional level, it gives you a chance to pre-make this decision.
mm-hmm.
Because like, what else are you thinking about as Maxudlu for 40 minutes?
Now, let me just say the reason if I was black that I would prefer Bishop D8 on a practical level. Okay. And so what's happening here? White has some weaknesses on the queen side, and the white king is closer to that side of the board. So eventually, the long-term plan of whites is to use the squares and use the weak pawns on the queen side to generate passed pawns over there.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason we would rather not trade rooks is the more stuff white can get off the board, the better it will ultimately be for white's king. Because the drama in all those variations is, oh, the white king, black is going to need to create play against the white king whilst the drama is happening against your pawns and squares on the queen side.
Yeah, that's a really good point from Jesse. And you can also think about it, folks, like this position here, if black takes with the bishop on d8, is actually still what we would generally call a queenless middle game, as opposed to an endgame.
Right.
In an
Now,
endgame, you can start pushing the pawns in front of your own king. You can bring the king up the board with them, trying to queen them. And actually, a single rook trade makes a pretty significant percentage difference in whether or not we're playing a middle game or an end game. Like, I'm not saying white should play bishop a6, but if we play rook d8, bishop a6, now we're in an end game. White can play king d2, king d3, whatever it might be, and we can say it's an end game.
and he did take with a rook. And you could tell a story about the rook too, because with the bishop taking, one of the things that you were saying was he has to just kind of sit there and guard the pawn on a5.
Right.
But in this variation, at least, the bishop isn't a chump and the rook on f8 isn't a chump.
Yeah.
So actually, we might get another very long thing from Fallujah here. We might get another one, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, here
Um,
these pieces would be unhappy, right?
yeah.
The rook and bishop, but at least they're on the board, which is restraining white from white's main plan. So I feel like bishop d8 was probably correct, Jesse, even though my first instinct was rook d8. I feel like sitting here on the position for half an hour, you've reshaped my instinct. That said,
Well,
he did do one thing correctly, for sure. We got to give him props for this.
yeah.
When Fallujah tanked, he didn't just waste his time. He thought about it. He played rook fd8 in 4 minutes.
Mhm.
There's no way that that's not because he thought about it for like 20 or 30 minutes already. You would
Right.
never make this choice in 4 minutes if you're just like, oh, yeah, okay, how should I take back?
By the way, we've been down this road because we were here for 300 hours waiting for this to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went down this road and, okay, we had the general considerations we just mentioned. Now we got to get concrete. So knight a5 is the big question.
That's what we did before.
Yeah. And Mr. Bruce was looking at various, like he played knight c5 here, which I still think would be the main concern.
Well, I traded the rook first, but
Yeah.
I mean, we could also look at knight c5 without trading the rook. I don't know.
It's going to be the same deal actually, because imagine knight c5, bishop takes, knight b7, then you got to take on d1.
Well, I could throw in bishop e3, and that would change
Oh,
the
okay, fair,
landscape a
fair,
little
fair.
bit.
Good.
I don't know if that's in my favor or not.
Might not be in your favor, right?
Now, rook d1, knight d1, hitting that silly bishop.
Comes with a little spank.
Yeah.
And my knight has jumpies. Like on bishop d4, I could play the simple bishop d3. And as opposed to the other variation where my knight wasn't getting out,
Mm-hmm.
Here, at least, I always have knight d6, and I'm threatening a5.
Yeah. I really got to prove that three connected passed pawns are not a problem if I'm Param. Well, I guess I'd go rook b8 to start.
Now, Mr. Proust, before we get too deep on the weeds, let's just look. I think your knight c5 move is no doubt a very good one,
Mm-hmm.
but there's various bishop b4s,
Uh-huh.
right? There's maybe also simplistic bishop c5. Bishop c5 might not be dumb.
Looking at that guy.
So there's a wide variety of moves I think that black has there.
Mm-hmm. I'd be worried that with bishop c5, white could trade, just right, take everything off, and then play b4, going for the pawns, going for the queen side. Maybe there's rook b8 at the end. I'm whacking on e4. I don't know if I'm going too fast or too slow here, Jesse, but I'm whacking
Why
on
why
e4
why why did you give up my e4 pawn?
because I wanted the b7 pawn. I was going straight for queening.
But like rook b8 here, he's doing okay.
Mm-hmm. Rook b8. A critical move.
This is
Okay.
I just want to stress this is a very difficult position for both sides because so in addition to rook fd8, knight a5,
Mm-hmm. Wait.
white could also play rook takes d8, of course.
Mm-hmm. Jesse, humor me for one moment with this final position here. After you go
Yeah.
rook b8, I have an idea to maybe play bishop a6 there, trying to keep all three passed pawns. If I keep all three pawns, I've won the game at this point. So
You're all, I mean, yeah, okay. You're also kind of cruising for a bruising
I
here.
know, I know. It's a big question. Am I cruising for a bruising or am I winning the game?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, there you have it, folks. We don't know.
I'm also looking just at the beginning, like, let me just, before we go down the heavy tactics road where we can make a lot of mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
let's just see if I could play it positionally and maintain some kind of zhuzh,
Okay,
right? So let's say rook takes d8.
yeah. We took with bishop here in the past.
I think you need to take with a bishop. Now, bishop b3, knight e4 is the threat. So let's say I calmly play king b1.
Nice. Okay, let's go knight b4 for black. It's what we've done in the past.
And now I just want to stick it with bishop b5.
Okay. Let's just keep doing what we've done in the past. Knight e4.
And now knight c2.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'm hosed there, actually.
I mean, you've got knight d6 at the end, which is complicated.
But you take, oh my God. Oh, it's definitely complicated. It's definitely complicated. Knight d6, rook a8, and you're still touch. No, 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 no.
King
Knight
c2.
d6. Okay, yeah, good. Knight d6, we're not done. Yeah.
I mean, what I'm seeing here is rook c7, knight e8,
Well, rook c7. I also have bishop
Or
b6.
bishop b6, yeah. Oh, that's killer. Bishop b6. Okay, so knight d6 wins. Knight d6 wins. That
Does it though? Like you could play knight e3,
I get Zach in exchange, but come
knight
on.
c8,
Come.
bishop b3.
Yeah, but this is very speculative. This is praying.
Okay, I'm kind I guess I'm gonna say I'm with you there. So one of the cool things about that variation is I called it positional, but ultimately it's like after bishop, okay, it's positional in the sense that I'm setting up a situation where if you don't have knight e4, then I'm claiming that I got a little bit of something something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because my bishop's sitting on d8 defending this a pawn, right? That's no way to live long term.
Right, and like I said, it's not just the pawn, but I have some squares, and my king is ultimately in a position where it can fight for the battle of the queen side. Yeah, so oh dude, he's tanking hardcore. It's a really good tank.
There's nothing I can do to avoid this. This is a very simple line from white. Rook d8, bishop d8, king b1, and if knight b4, bishop b5. If I don't have knight e4, what am I playing for? What am I doing here, Jesse? All right, let's try something else. Bishop b3. Disastrous in the middle game, but we're going to try it.
Okay. Let's see.
Then we're going to play knight c5, going after all these pounds.
Okay. Yeah, that's a thought.
So I'm attacking the e pawn, hoping that it forces your hand for bishop takes c5. If you play
But
bishop c5, rook c5, bishop c4, this situation, it's interesting because in a middle game, despite the bad pawn structure, white's usually much better because the unopposed bishop on c4, it just creates a lot of pressure. But in an endgame, maybe I just say, I got opposite colored bishops, no big deal.
okay, we got to move on the board. Rook d8. We are assuming now bishop d8.
Mm-hmm.
Rook rook takes would be super weird because the rook really has some zhuzh on the c file here.
Right. And then also knight a5 being the most obvious move for white. You're really asking for knight b7 to hurt.
And I'm going to give us a little bit of props here because one of the things about the no engine commentary is like we figured this out, dude.
Mm-hmm.
We did process of elimination. We found FE5. And then now with this, like we don't know exactly what's going on, but we're suffering with them. We're
Yeah.
suffering with them, man.
Yeah. But I'll say this. I mean, we only had to predict 2 or 3 moves in 40 minutes, and most of them were recaptures. So it's going to be a lot harder when they've got 10 minutes on the clock and they're playing some hectic
Oh yeah,
endgame.
yeah,
they'll
yeah.
they'll keep playing good moves, and we'll be lost.
Well, also one of the things that's interesting is, Parham has a 50-minute advantage. And if we're going to get a very tricky end game, I don't care how cool Ali Reza is. Like that's intense.
Yeah, I mean, another way of looking at it is Parham's made all the decisions here in this game in 15 minutes. you know, very very
Yeah.
efficient so far. Should Black change his approach based on
All right.
being up 50 minutes on the clock? An interesting question, Chris. Because this is now an end game, more or very close to an end game, right? There's less of the opportunity to do what I would say in general you could do at 50 minutes on the clock, which is With an extra 50 minutes, I'd be more inclined to play chaotic lines, right? To play into, Mikhail Tal like positions. Um, so, yes, if Parham found some kind of button for something really complicated, that could flex the 50-minute time lead a bit. But there's limited opportunities left to do that um, with the current pieces. So I think mostly you just play the best you can and then use your extra time to find good moves when you need them.
I think this variation actually with King B1, he's like looking at stuff that we did with Bishop B3, CB3, Knight C5.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm looking there, could I sacrifice a pawn with Bishop C4? And I haven't been able to make it work in any significant way. And there might not be anything special for white. It's totally plausible.
Right. So that would be this line here. Bishop to B3, CB3, Knight C5. This is what Jesse's referring to. And he's wondering if maybe he doesn't have to give up the bishop pair here, and he could put the bishop on this great square and still have enough juice to play an endgame off of this bishop pair. But when he sees something like Rook F1, Knight D6, he's not going to be feeling really encouraged here.
Right. And also Rook D1, Knight F6. Both of those moves I can't make. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah. And it's not that white would be worse or something. It's still very playable for white.
Right.
I mean, just even here, white could play bishop G5 and then take on F6, play Rook D7.
Yeah, and if you wanted to get real ambitious, you could play G4 here and say, I'm still coming downtown.
Yeah,
like this is something you could be looking at.
Yeah, but after H6, I mean, where are you going?
And unfortunately on H4, he's got Knight G4, so that is a bummer. If he didn't have Knight G4 tempoing my bishop, I'd be really into Rook D7.
Yeah, that would be pretty exciting. That would be the kind of thing that Parham would want to do if he were white with this 50-minute time lead. But
yeah.
But here, I mean, I think, I don't think there's any real danger for white. They could go bishop G5 instead of G4. And then pretty much on anything black does, you take on F6, you play Rook D7, you're comfortable. The F7 pawn drops. Nothing can go wrong for white. But you also don't really have a candidate pass pawn anywhere. Like, there's nothing on the board where you're, going to win this game. So, yeah. So that's bishop B3.
Okay, how about this, Mr. Bruce? Do we have another candidate move that's plausible besides King B1? For my business, I think bishop A6, BA, I think black looks fine.
Okay, so that's live position. You're saying anything other than King B1. So I've been looking at bishop A6 a little bit in my head during this time. And after Knight C5, my dream move, right? Now I'm aware of bishop B6.
Yeah.
In this position, we don't immediately lose that knight, like in the other line, because now we've got Rook D1. And if black takes on C5 with the bishop, they get back rank mated. Simple, right? But...
Well, wait, it's not simple, though. We got Rook takes C5.
Yes. Also, in this position here, instead of Rook C5 or Bishop C5, I found the move Knight D7. And... that looks immediately unpleasant for white.
I would just say, in general, allowing bishop b6 with that monster pin is not the wisest.
Yeah. It's not a surprise that there's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
In my youth, I would often try to operate with stuff like this. Dangling, find the Rook D1, find the this, find the that. Nowadays, I think I have too much of a tendency of not looking at things like this, I think oh man, that's going to fall apart, I won't do it. Um, and so I don't look at all my options.
Well, okay, Mr. Bruce, let me try to defend White's honor. So instead of so the question is, how does White continue after this bishop d8? We looked at 16 king b1, but also this snip snop. And so let's try snip snop, and now I play king b1 after taking on a6.
Snip, snop, and then king where?
King b1, the ye old king b1.
Okay. So what are you doing? You're just trying to say your bishop on f1 wasn't that great. Keeping the knight
Bishop
on
a6
f1.
played, by the way. Bishop a6 played.
It cost him. It cost him another 7 minutes or so, right?
He's basically down to a minute to move now.
Yeah,
That's
7 minutes.
almost where we're at.
Okay. So Maxulu is going to recapture. Very quickly, we'll see his follow-up move, but we're looking at possibly king b1 for him. Jesse's.
Oh, wait a second, Mr. Proust. Maybe we could play rook d1.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Oh, he did do it. I called it, dude. I called it. Now, this is very hectic. And the first thing we need to examine is bishop b3,
Yeah.
cb, knight e4, rook d8, knight e4. A lot of these positions with the rook against the minors, the rook is amazing. Though I think here, white is great because the pawns are weak. Like the A pawn is going to probably fall. Still might not be over, but it's very, you can imagine feeling at least some optimism here as white in that variation.
Okay, so I played maybe too many moves, Jesse. I know sometimes I play too many moves, and you're like, no, no,
Hmm.
no, man. But I played rook d3 for black at the end.
By the way, this is completely forced if black wants it. This rook for two pieces.
Yeah,
So rook d3, okay, we could look.
yeah. In general, by the way, black's going to be maybe, well, I feel like they have to do a little something here, Jesse. I don't think they can just sit around because if white plays moves like king c2 and knight c5, I think black's going to be a little bit worse,
Oh, absolutely. No,
right?
no, this is very concrete.
The a pawns are in danger, and the past e pawn, it's just not far away from white's king to really kill
There,
white. So I think black needs something else. That's why I'm looking at like a forcing or initiative move. I feel like black needs to play moves like rook d3 and f5 while black can't.
okay. So rook d3, I think bishop b6 interesting, but I'm going to play bishop d2.
That's what I played also. And then I played rook b3, which was maybe wrong,
Well, what are you going to do? I'm about to play king c2 and knight c5.
but I played rook b3, and then I played bishop a5. And then in that position, I thought, oh, f5 looks kind of spicy for black right there.
In addition to bishop a5, Mr. Bruce, bishop c3 is a pretty basic move.
Exactly. That's why I was thinking maybe like I threw in these pawn captures uh, too quickly, because actually it might be more important for white to seal that rook in with bishop c3. So that brings into question both rook b3 and bishop a5. Um, but if rook b3, bishop a5, then I thought, oh, f5, actually that looks potentially like a problem for white because the knight could go to c5 or d6, right? Depending on what white's into.
What white's into, yeah.
You know, the a pawn, the f pawn, right? But when black goes rook g3, that's like major counterplay.
Well, Mr. Bruce, we also just have to mention that knight c3 there is very plausible for white as well.
Okay, knight c3, yeah.
But let's just say the big question in all these end games is, does the rook get to go on a rampage or do we achieve blockading
Mm-hmm.
strength?
Yeah.
So rook d1, exclam. The kid is finding some nice moves. That was a nice move, rook d1. It took me, I found it, but it took me forever. It was not on my like instant radar. So besides bishop b3, Mr. Bruce, what other things should black be thinking
What
of?
if black goes for that that line though. We did you evaluate the rook versus two pieces?
I thought that was better for white, yeah.
Okay.
But it's not winning. I just think it's better for white.
What if we immediately play f5 instead of rook d3?
Okay, we could look.
Or
Wait,
sorry, or maybe rook d3 and then f5. Rook d3, bishop d2, f5 there. Oh,
let me.
that's fine.
Okay, wait. Before we go down that dark road, I just want to say I'm looking at the beginning position. So after rook d1, and the bummer for black, let's just say a couple positional bummers. One of the reasons, like maybe he has to go down this dark road, is because the bishop on d8 is really a fool now. Very hard for the thing to move. And the king on g8 is poor. Like we mentioned before, the king on c1, unless it becomes a victim, is going to be much better than its counterpart. And one of the reasons I'm suspicious of this whole endgame is our king is like ready to help be a shepherd to the pawns advancing up the board and the blockade.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but let's try and make an argument in black's favor again, as
Okay.
well against that. We now have the bishop pair, right?
Yeah.
We now have the bishop pair. What if we stopped worrying so much about the a pawn? Because knight b7 no longer breaks our whole position apart. We don't have a dangling knight on a6. So what if we go back to bishop e7 and just move the piece you said didn't have such prospects? Bring it to b4, emphasize that the e-pawn's hanging, and saying as things develop, yes, our king is further away, but we've got that e6 bishop that white won't be able to compete with easily.
Okay, good. But what about bishop e7, knight d5?
Okay, so we come in range here. Come into range. And that is very controversial, yeah. Ay, ay, ay.
My pieces are working, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go king f8.
King f8. Now it's simple though. I go knight e7, touching your rook,
Mm-hmm.
king e7, and knight c5, and I'm saying I'm definitely better.
Yes, but it's easier to say that than to prove it.
It's pretty. I don't know. You don't have to prove anything. That's just a better position.
Fine, it is. I agree. Let me try again.
Okay.
Knight d5. Bishop to b4.
Okay, good.
This time I try and preserve my Bishovsky.
All right. I think that's a totally valid question. Knight takes f6. Pawn takes. And I guess I got to do the slightly sad king b1.
King b1. Okay.
No, well, you could argue that black is just fine in that position, actually.
I am going to argue that. It's all about my light squared bishop, right?
Okay, let me have another shot at this. Let me have another shot at the title.
Okay. By the way, Jesse, update, not to
Yeah,
distract you, but
yeah.
Samarth is claiming that Gukesh is up a piece. I don't know if that
No,
means
I
that
looked at it.
the
I looked
court's
at it a half a
blundered.
second ago, and I'm just gonna say he was winning just even like 5 minutes ago. So
Gukesh is winning. Just winning.
before he even won any piece, I thought he was winning.
Okay. Nice.
So this bishop e7 move. Right. So Barham has a big choice between the endgame of the two minors versus the rook versus bishop e7, where my first instinct was knight d5. I'm looking to see if there's other things.
I mean, should we check knight a5? My theory was I would play bishop b4 and win the e pawn, but Is there anything to upend that idea?
Ooh, I have maybe a thought.
Uh-huh.
Let's go knight d5, bishop b4. No, I thought I was going to be a genius, but I'm unfortunately not a genius. I thought I could play knight a5 for half a second because I would have knight e7, but you just play bishop d5 when I play knight a5, so that's no bueno.
Where, Jesse?
Imagine knight d5, bishop b4, and I was going to play knight a5, but you just play bishop d5.
Oh, because you want to go knight e7, knight c8, rook d8?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I can take on d5 and then take on a5.
Okay, so wait, bishop
Almost
b4.
genius.
Knight d4 doesn't do it because of bishop b3, even if I wanted it. Oh, okay. I have another weird idea. Let me try bishop b4, king b1.
This is with the knight already on d5, right?
Yeah, and I don't think okay, my idea was, my idea is not going to work, I don't think. I was thinking knight e4, knight a5, but I think you just take bishop a5, knight e7, king f8, knight c8, bishop c8, and I'm lost because I don't have any rook d8.
Right. My no bueno bishop has come around, and now he's
And
a
the
real
two bishops
piece.
versus the rook are a real drama, yeah.
Yeah. I'm also going to point out a little surprising thing, Jesse. I think your knight e4 is like very obvious there, but with
Hmm.
the king on b1, white also has to watch out suddenly for knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, bishop f5, and you
Right.
don't have c3, and that can get real passive real fast for white. It could just be as simple as rook c1, rook d8, and I
Hmm.
just, and I just laugh. Or even bishop e4 there. I mean, I could just clean up potentially. So
Don't clean me up, bud.
something to watch out for. Something to watch out for.
Clean me up.
Oh, I'm feeling good about bishop e7. I feel like it's a very, very playable option for black.
Okay, let me try. Hmm.
I mean, I felt okay in that other endgame too. The two pieces for the rook, but it was hectic. It was like, I better not be miscalculating.
And by the way, it might be an equal position, right? Like, who knows?
Yeah. I think it's
Um,
very close to equal. I mean, I've got the eval bar at point 0.1 right now. You've got it at point 0.2, which is not really anything where Farouja's going to be writing letters home about that.
I got a simple thing though on bishop e7, boss. Why can't I play knight c5 there?
Okay. Knight c5 there, right? So Jesse's again saying if I take his dog, he's got the back rank, right? That risky Proust showed. But you said that against knight c5, maybe rook takes c5.
Yeah, Jesse, you said it yourself, buddy.
And then white now has to really prove a lot with this rook. I mean, yes, black's on the back foot or feet at the moment, but I don't know. There's a lot of
In
pieces
general,
here.
we got to believe in black. Just in
I
general, we
just
got to
have to believe in
black
the
and black.
bishops here. It's two
Okay.
bishops. You could lose so many pawns untangling and
Yeah.
still come out on
Yeah.
top.
Yeah. Okay. All right, my friends. So again, we're waiting for Parham to move. It's two very interesting options, two totally different end games. One bishop e7, giving white a kind of a choice of what's going on there, or playing knight e4, knight e4, bishop e3, rook d8, and then seeing that end game, which Mr. Proust also wants to try for black. I kind of believe white will be better in that position. And
Mm-hmm.
on bishop e7, I haven't yet to find something compelling
Right. Now,
for white.
Jesse, when you say that you don't think that black's going to be well in this end game here, right? This bishop b3 knight e4 thing.
Uh-huh.
Um, is that instinct, calculation, experience? Like how like you seem to have a pretty strong feeling, and I don't feel like we've gone through so many variations ourselves. Have you gone through a lot more in your head, or can you just evaluate?
Well, I just want to stress, I don't think white's winning that position. It's just I'm optimistic. I don't feel like I'm going to lose. I think white will be the one pressing.
Mm-hmm.
After bishop e7, I don't know what's going on. I don't have any clarity because white needs a move after bishop e7. That's one
Okay.
of the things that's really stressing me
So
out.
this position here, your instant, it's mostly your instant kicking in. It's saying it's not over, but a little bit worry for some for black.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So on the other hand, bishop e7,
And
we
by the
need
way,
some.
what's the worry? What's the worry after bishop e7? It's like the bishop pair might be a hell of a drug.
Yeah, and there might.
All right, buddy, I'm coming out.
I'll do your work while
There's a bunch of orange peels on the floor. Get those up. Come on.
Oh, that was like the housing inspection, huh?
Yeah, that was the house inspection, boy.
You're letting them know if they're good or not. Maybe you should just let him watch that TV without his sister.
That's it.
Just be like, sorry, the workers watch TV and, the managers just get nothing.
Chris Wainscott's asking about bishop c5,
Yeah.
but then it's also still rook c5. It's the same deal that we were looking at before.
Yeah, we've got another suggestion, though, which is in the knight a5 line. So I want to just put that on the board and see what I think of
Okay.
it. So Milton Friedman saying knight a5, bishop b4, knight comes back to b3. It looks all sad for white at first. Bishop takes c3, pawn takes c3, knight e4, bishop b6. Yeah, I wouldn't see much reason for black to worry here, Milton, but it might be even worse for white. Oh no, there isn't this rook. Okay. This is not a good idea for black, but we can go here, here, and then get back rank mated. Gotta move from Parham. Come on, bishop e7. Yeah, I got it, Jesse.
You got it, bro.
Bishop e7. He put in
And that,
16 minutes, and I think this is definitely the more promising choice for him here. We were asked earlier, I think by Chris, like, is there any way to flex the extra 50 minutes? Is there anything you would play differently as black here from Parham's position?
I mean,
And
I would say the flex for your extra 50 minutes is just use it to think.
right,
And you find bishop e7, and now, dude, Farouja's basically down almost to a minute to move.
yeah,
And this one's a hectic one. Like knight d5, Proust was finding bishop b4. And from that position, I was like, well, maybe black's a little better.
yeah. This is the
You
key
know?
find here, by the way, folks. This is bishop b4 move because the position's a bit hectic. I'm having trouble dealing with knight e7. If I take on d5 like this, then white plays c3, and I'm pretty scared of the d pawn. I've got the a pawn hanging, so I've got like major issues
John, Daddy.
right there.
Okay, you can watch TV. Close my door, please.
Um, so like I really needed something to work out for me after knight d5, and I'm not going back to d8, right? That bishop's like, no, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. But the key detail for black is that we can go bishop b4, knight b4, bishop b3. That's really the thing that you find that and you're like, okay, we can get away with this whole thing.
All right, let me defend white's honor again. So knight d5,
Mm-hmm.
bishop b4, knight f6, pawn f6, knight d2.
Knight d2. Assuming the position.
And I'm going to probably play c3 at some point soonish.
Yeah.
And my claim is still, though, that my king is going to be a shepherd to my pawns on the queen side.
So this is a case, Jesse, where I feel like I can.
Nowhere.
What's that?
Wait, can we have help finding a remote? We can't find it.
You can find it, buddy. You can find it. I know you're not a good looker, but you can find it.
No, I
You,
can't.
I'm not going to look. No, you haven't. I know you haven't. It's right in front of your face.
Then show me that so in front of my face. It's not.
Come on.
Oh, he's found his own matching hat now, so he doesn't have to steal Jesse's. Do you guys see that? That was cool.
Look underneath that.
Yeah, Chris. We're saying we've got knight c6 for white, huh, pair? Okay, let me see that. Knight d5, bishop b4, knight takes, bishop takes, and then, oh no, a bone cruncher. That move would properly be called a hell of a drug by Jesse. I guess we got to go king f8. Let's just see how good or bad it is. Pawn. Oh, but then there's even bishop c5. Does white want bishop c5 though? Maybe white doesn't want bishop c5. Too much on the c file. Okay, I'm going to take back bishop c5 for the moment. Let me just have a look at this, because this bishop could beat the knight despite all kinds of problems, but black could lose like one of these pawns and then suddenly regret facing the bishop. Knight d5's just played.
Okay. Knight d5 played. I'm a genius.
Yeah, you want to see some genius, Jesse? Pear in chat gave us a
Mm-hmm.
very critical move. Knight d5,
Yeah.
bishop b4,
Okay.
knight takes bishop, bishop b3, and what
Bishop
move?
b3.
Bishop takes b3, right?
Oh, well, that, no, but we're taking on f6. We got to take on f6,
No,
boss.
no,
We're
but
not
look at
taking.
this. Look at this. He plays knight takes b4, bishop takes b3. What did Pear come up with here for white?
Oh, he found knight
He
c6,
found
huh?
knight c6, man.
Ooh,
Now,
these nuts.
right.
It's still not over though. King
Nope,
f8.
it's not over at all. Here's what we came up with, Jesse. King f8. Simple pawn takes b3. Rook takes c6. King b1. Do you remember a moment ago black had the bishop pair? Now white's got a bishop against the knight. Knight e4.
Yeah,
Rook d5.
yeah.
Right? And we're saying something like f6, rook a5.
Better for white.
Crazy, right?
Okay, so let's just say Mr. Proust earlier found this bishop b4 move. Um, Now, just I want to just say bishop b4, knight b4, bishop b3. It looks a little computery to me. It is the kind of thing that Ali Racer could find, though. Um, Also, let's just start with a dumb question. Bishop b4, knight b4, a b4. Is there any reason to think that, well, I guess knight c5 then, and we're a little bit better.
Oh, you're saying, is there a reason we can't play simple?
Yeah, I think knight c5 we're a little bit better. Yeah, we're giving some touch after knight c5. Okay. So besides bishop b4, Mr. Proust, what other we saw that king e7, knight e7 was good for white. I think bishop b4, knight b4 could be a real cold shower, dude. Like that's the kind of thing that I don't know, man. I wouldn't be looking at that.
I mean, I think by now both of these players have seen that. I mean, I'm not saying Pear's not a genius for finding it, but I'm saying I think these guys are both geniuses too. I think they've seen it. I think they're thinking around that position.
Wow.
You want a calculation? Check us as well, Jesse. After bishop b3, knight c6, king f8. Technically, white has bishop c5 check, but I didn't see any use to it after king e8. But are we missing any basic tactical moves for either side here?
Well, maybe, but the good news is that variation that we went down with rook cb, rook c6, king b1. Maybe actually you don't take on e4. Maybe you play king e7 as black. Maybe that's more to the point.
Uh-huh. Try to bring the king to e6 and say the e pawn's already just indefensible, right?
Yeah.
Bishop b4 played in 4 minutes. Maxulu's definitely keeping up a very quick pace on this game. And he's the opposite of these tankers, right? He's more in the Aragaisi camp where he'll use the clock as a weapon. He'll put pressure on fools.
Okay, I want to say something basic. My knight f6, which is the more human move, um, GF, knight d2. I want to stress that that position feels unclear to me.
Yeah, and I was gonna say normally you're the one who's able to evaluate things without looking at a bunch more moves, and I'm the one who's just like fumbling around in the dark. But I think I've got a very clear evaluation for that position, which is that
Okay.
white wants no part of it. It's bad. I think this position is really bad, and I think it's very, very simple. This
Okay.
light squared bishop, amazing, right? The white pieces are just going to fumble around. You said in this position, maybe white can again argue that the king on the queen side is kind of helping with stuff. But when
Uh-huh.
these two bishops are free, plus a rook, I don't think the king's going to be able to get up into the business just yet. Very simple move for black, f5,
Uh-huh.
emphasizing the light squared bishop. We trade off white's weak pawn. In other lines, I try to emphasize attacking that pawn, right? But here, I just want to trade it to open up scope for my bishop. And I play f5, and it's obvious that I'm doing good. Black's better.
All right, let's play a couple more moves. C3.
You sure you don't want to trade on f5 first?
I might. I'll think about it. But first, I just want to see C3.
Hmm. Okay. I really wanted to see pawn takes f5 followed by c3.
But why would I open your coconut?
Well, just to humor me, maybe.
It is true that on FE4, maybe I have some grief because knight e4, bishop b3 could be like the kind of coconut touch that I never wanted to have happen in my life. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so why don't you try taking on f5 first?
Okay, he really wants me to take on f5. All right, so take, snip, stop, c3.
Okay, you play c3 now?
He wants to play rook c3 on me, my friends. This is what he's been dreaming of all night long. Humor me. Humor me.
Humor me. I don't often beg, so you know something's up.
Okay, in any case, the position there with knight d2, black shouldn't worry too much in any case.
Yeah, I'm not worrying about
Um,
anything. I'm loving life here.
so let's look at this bizarre thing. Knight
After
b4.
after your c3 move, Jesse, actually, I shouldn't have begged you so much to take on f5. I could just take on c3. I don't need to be a beggar here.
What do you mean take on c3?
Bishop takes
Oh, yeah, you
c3.
don't.
You're just
You're right. You don't have to
we're
be a
just,
beggar.
we're just
Mm,
destroying white on every move here.
mm.
The crazy thing is, you put this f5 position into a computer, it might tell you like minus 2.7 or something. You never know when it's just like dead, suddenly the
No, no, it might
bishops.
be really bad. Okay, so one thing, he might find knight b4 by process of elimination.
Yeah.
Now, let's look. Knight b, and actually, I'll tell you what, the longer that goes by that he doesn't play knight b4 suggests he's not considering it. Because once you see bishop b3, knight c6, you at least know that you're not completely, well, maybe you still have worries in that variation that I talked about before.
Yeah.
So knight c6, king f8. Knight a5 looks horrendous because of bishop c2. Um, so yeah, let's look. CB, rook c6, king b1, king e7, exclamation.
Yeah.
Now, bishop d2 can be met, I think, with rook d6.
Yeah.
But
Jesse's
maybe
got
I
to
do
be
that anyway.
Jesse's got to be careful, but yeah.
How about bishop d2?
Yeah.
If rook d6, I'm just going to play king c2 and say, dude, it's yes, it's complicated and all that, but if I win the coconut, the bishop will be better than the knight.
Right. And this could be a draw right here with rook c6 check.
Will it though? Because I can play king d3.
Oh man, the wandering minstrel comes into play.
Wandering minstrel.
Okay.
No, no draw.
No draw. No draw. All right. Rook b6. You can see I'm not proud. Bishop c2 desperado driven. Then knight e7 check. King f8. Knight takes rook. On c8. If you take on d1, I think you're still down a bishop for a pawn.
I don't know what you're talking about. So I play bishop takes a5,
Yeah. Rook b3.
bishop c3.
Ah, no. I expected the feeble king c2.
Yeah, yeah, bishop c3. I'm just golden.
Yep. Okay. I can't let you get golden. I'm going to go rook back to d6 check.
Okay. So we're looking at knight b4, bishop takes, knight c6, king f8, cb, snip, king b1, king e7, bishop d2. So king c2, rook c6, king d3, and now rook d6 check. But then I just play king e3. Well, let's see. What's this? Yeah, just play king e3. That's not hard.
But then your bishop's not yet threatening to move, right?
I'm threatening b4
b4?
and rook c1.
Okay. I played rook to d4 then.
Oh, that might be unpleasant.
Oh, it's not the end of the world, but, I'm staying in the game. I'm staying in the game.
Maybe not though. Rook c1, because chess is an easy game.
Mm-hmm. Knight takes e4.
Bishop a5.
a5. Okay, regretting that already. Let's go rook takes e4 check instead.
King f3.
Rook d4, because chess is an easy game. I mean, it's a fight, but I have to believe I can play this position.
I understand what you're saying. Oh, you have some.
Understand, Mr. Yan.
Okay, Perugia is now down under a minute a move.
Mm-hmm.
Well under a minute.
Yeah. But you have to understand, once these things clarify, he can play this stuff very easily on the 30-second increment.
Okay, but again, hear me
if
out.
it ever clarifies.
You might not, if you don't see knight b4, knight c6.
No, he sees it, dog. He saw it like 10 minutes ago.
But it's the kind of thing it's so anti-intuitive to allow bishop b3 that you might not see it. And if you don't see it and you're contemplating, because look, the knight f6 position is clearly fine for black.
Yeah.
So in that case, you would just play knight b4 and roll the dice.
Yeah. So you're saying the only reason he hasn't played knight b4 yet is if he somehow has a blindness?
Yeah.
He played bishop b6. You were right. Or this move's great too.
Or this move's somehow amazing.
But it doesn't look amazing. It does not look amazing.
Well, maybe it's amazing. I don't know what. Okay, maybe it's a strong move. Because bishop a5 is going to be a hell of a drug. We'll also be decoying you off of e7 when we do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe bishop e6 is fine.
Okay.
And also, it's like the bishop. Okay, here's another point of bishop b6. There was that line where you took on c3 against me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like you were touching all my coconuts.
Yeah.
But now the bishop isn't on e3, so you won't be smacking it.
Right.
And the line we're talking about there is knight e5, ed5, bishop f5, c3, and now bishop c3 is not enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here, folks, I'll put it on the board. In this position, if there were a white bishop on e3, then after bishop takes c3, pawn takes, rook takes, black's just hitting everything, right? But this guy slipped out. So
Oh, dude,
now king
this is
b2,
a
rook check,
challenging
king
move,
here.
Bishop B6.
He's fine.
This is a very challenging move. What does black do?
Well, I mean, move A would be knight e4.
Okay, let's try move A. What I don't understand about knight e4 is I play bishop a5 with some very basic questions.
Right. Bishop takes d5.
I bring my big old fatty rook in with rook takes d5.
I see him. I see him. A trade on a5.
And I say, minimum rook a5, I'm winning a pawn. And my a pawn's a beast, dude. No, that's definitely pleasant for a peasant. You don't have to go any further than that.
Agreed. Whew, the big old fatty harvested a
Big old
coconut.
fatty, dude.
Big old fatty
All
harvested
right,
a
we're just
coconut.
good. Now, David, let me just do a critique on us,
Yeah.
okay? Because my coach would tell me this as, and I've seen this in some of my students too, is we were rabbit holing on that whole knight before knight f6 stuff without pulling back
Mm-hmm.
and considering all our options.
Sure. Todas las opciones que tenían. Okay, if I do nothing, what's white doing?
I'm gonna take on a5.
I'm going to take on a5. And if I take back, then we'll get knight e7, king f8, knight c8. And then my bishop on a5 is hanging.
I got a thought for you though. How about this?
Yeah.
Knight e4, bishop a5, and bishop f8.
Oh, keeping my bishop pair?
Yeah, boss.
Oh man, I would love if you would keep my bishop pair for me. I'd love that.
That's maybe better for black right there.
Oh man, it can flip on a dime. This who's better and why.
That might be a little hell of a drug right there.
Yeah, have your weird little bishop on a5, right?
That's
Black's
right, buddy.
Black still got this guy on e6.
And like both of the white knights are on the wrong color getting messed with. I got a big old fatty knight. I can play f5 now. I'm in the game pretty good.
Yeah, that looks beautiful actually. So hang on. If knight e4 is the intention to take on a5 by bishop, by knight, or not at all? Have we looked at knight a5 here?
All right, we can look at knight a5.
Knight b4 doesn't really make sense, does it? Here now?
I think on knight a5, the simplest thing for us to do is just again play bishop f8. We might find something better than that, but the simplest is bishop f8.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah,
mean,
keep the bishop.
bishop d2 check looks... Oh, losing to knight e7, yeah. Okay, so bishop f8, we just keep it. You've got to hide your bishops away.
Now, this one, though, knight a5, bishop f8, looks definitely better for white than the other one did.
Yeah, because the bishop on b6 is looking in more directions and the knight's off of b3 where it's just dumb. This is much more controversial. Nevertheless,
We got to believe in black, though,
it
right?
looks basically pleasant for black. Maybe knight c7 could shake up the basic feeling.
Knight c7 looks weird with like a bishop f5 looking at your coconut.
Yeah, yeah. Don't look at my coconuts. My coconuts are fine, man. Oh, Cry, the Grandmaster. Come to hustle the hustler, Mr. Cry.
Uh, We got surprisingly this like exact same amount of people watching on Twitch as the YouTube.
Hmm.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, we're just and it's the age Bobby Fischer was when he died, 64. Key chess number. Um, I'm just gonna believe in the bishops here, Jesse. We could keep going with some moves, but basically, if these bishops escape, even to squares like f8, I'm gonna prefer black in this position.
I'm with you. Yeah.
So we're gonna back it up a moment, and we're gonna check knight takes b4 as well. So we're gonna go bishop b6, knight takes e4, knight takes b4, breaking up the bishop pair.
Okay.
I don't know why my bishop's on b6 in this line. I'm just gonna find out.
Okay. It looks to me like you're down a pawn after a b4.
So a b4, threatening bishop takes b3, perhaps.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's perhaps.
What's my knight doing on b3?
And why are you down a pawn, buddy?
What are any of my pieces doing, and why am I down a pawn? Okay, I don't know. I'm just trying to understand bishop b6, man, because you messed me up real good with knight e4, bishop a5. Like that's bishop e3 to b6 to a5, and then black just plays bishop f8, and I don't know. I'm messed up, and I'm gonna put my evaluation negative for the first time this game, Jesse.
Fair enough,
And I
dude.
don't know what Faruja did wrong either. I don't know what he did wrong, but I'm going from point 0.1 to minus 0.25 because
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. It seems like the bishop pair is just going to get loose.
We'll go minus point 0.3.
Maybe he had to go knight before knight c6. Maybe that's what he did wrong because that knight before knight c6, white was comfortably equal.
Well, bishop b6, right? It might have been a little too frisky. It might have just been an equalish position, and now you're really getting hurt with the bishops, dude.
Yeah, so the thing is, pair, yes, there's still knight c6, but Jesse was telling me at this point, right, having spent a move on bishop b6 for white, black can now play a takes b4. They don't need to do the fancy bishop b3 thing. So they play a takes b4, so there is no knight c6, the knight's gone. And now black's just up a pawn, you know?
And the coconuts are getting touched.
Yeah. So knight e4 looks plenty good.
94 was played.
It was
Perugia
played already?
down to 19 minutes now.
Oh, man. This is, if you add in the time pressure, this is potentially desperate straits for Faruja. His plan was knight a5, better than bishop a5 as we determined, and he got to move off more quickly than usual. So there's that.
Right. And
But
we're doing good. By the way, if we were doing if we were looking at every game, we would have no chance in understanding what the hell is going on here. And so we are now predicting bishop f8, and we're saying that is got to be better for black, even though we'll say it is very complicated.
yeah, it's a smidge. But this is what I want to say is like this is a dangerous situation for Faruja actually, right? Because
Oh, dude,
there's
yeah.
lots of play. There's no simplifying continuation that we see right now, right? There's
Mhm.
no way to just go into a thing that's like, oh, a little bit worse, but real simple. No, he's got 19 minutes for 20 moves, or let's say 20 minutes for 20 moves. His opponent's stocked up on time, and there's a lot of tension left in the position. There's so many ways that what we're calling 0.25 or 0.3 for black could just turn into a win in like one or two bad moves from white.
Right, and let's put the position on the board with bishop f8. I'm going to guess that's coming.
I think Parham's going to put it on the board for us pretty soon. He's been
And
keeping up
so
his pace.
when you look at this position for white, it's remarkable because there's so many possible moves. There's your knight c7. There's some kind of maybe try to play c4, maybe king b1, maybe g4. I don't know. All of knight e3. There's so many different things that white could play after bishop f8. And who's going to need the time to figure it out? Our boy who's got 19 minutes. Now, let me say this, David. If I was Parham, maybe I would be most worried about your knight c7. It looks super suspicious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Super suspicious. However, maybe that's the move that would concern me most.
Yeah, maybe. Because like the idea of taking on a6 and suddenly we're talking about three connected passers. But bishop f5, should we
Let's
look
try bishop f5 first. Sure.
should we look at knight takes a6? Should we like
Sure.
confirm
Sure. Let's look at it.
confirm that there's actually evil here versus just threats of evil. Because you move the knight on e4, maybe I come back to c7, defend c2 like so.
Also, rook d2 might be playable once you move the knight.
Okay, so I could play knight f2 if I need a threatening move.
But then rook d2.
And then rook d2 looks fine.
No, knight f2, bishop f2, boss.
I have rook c2, rook f2.
Knight f2, if the bishop, the knight's hanging, but.
I know, but I'm not a chump. I said I have rook c2,
Oh,
knight
I'm sorry,
f2.
sorry. Not a jump.
Yeah. So I'm thinking rook d2, knight d3, king b1. Now, either knight b4 or knight e1.
Oh, yeah, you're talking. You're talking, yeah.
Let's go knight b4.
Knight b4 is annoying.
Oddly, white could play like knight c7 or something here. They don't have to trade. Knight c7 is maybe risky. To the move knight c2, rook c2, bishop d6. I could be blundering something, but I don't see how white makes that one work out. So maybe let's try trading on b4. And then moving the rook. And then I'm going to play bishop e4 for black. That's another kind
Yeah.
of big fatty. That bishop on e4 is amazing.
Yeah, let's just say we had a question earlier. How do you use this 50-minute time advantage? Yeah, you start calculating stuff like knight c7 because white is just like right on the edge of death. On the other hand, is there another candidate move besides bishop f8? I guess you could. Okay, you could play if you were a weenie. You could play bishop d5, rook d5, and like f6, and you're not worse there.
Not worse? That would be good to know. But how do we know that we're not worse? White's got the open file and the big old queenside majority, and black's king's a little bit bad. I know it could be fixed quickly, maybe.
Anyways, that would be the other. I'm just trying to imagine what is dude thinking about besides bishop f8.
Let me try one other move, Jesse. It looks really risky, but I'm just going to put it on the board. Bishop d6, stopping knight c7.
Oh, okay, good. That's the kind of thing that a chump like me is real afraid of.
Maybe you go to c7 anyway.
Jesus. Bishop D6. Good move. Good move, Mr. Bruce. Maybe. Oh my God. Wait about knight c7. Can't I play rook c7?
Rook d6.
And now, worst case scenario, I play rook c2.
King c2.
And I call that a pawn.
D6. Bishop c7. You called it a pawn just a moment too early, maybe. Bishop c7.
Maybe I did call it a moment too early. Bishop c7. Okay, that's dumb.
Sorry.
Okay. Bishop d6, knight c7.
So I imagine with knight c4, black's pretty safe. But so is white, you know. That line's pretty safe for both sides.
All right, so we have identified like the blitz move, the chump GM move would be bishop f8 and be like, I trust the position. And this dude is like, no, I don't trust nothing. I am calculating everything out.
Yeah. Bishop d6. And I think bishop c7, rook c7 would be even much worse. So I think that if he wants to, bishop d6 is a candidate move. And that's part of why Parham didn't play quickly here. He's got some choices. Can you just tell me how my friend Gukesh is doing?
He's winning, buddy.
He's winning? Still winning?
I haven't looked, but I mean, the position I saw before was so crushing.
All right. I hope so.
Huh. So maybe this bishop D. So, okay.
Yeah, it's an interesting question from chat, Jesse. Asking like when we're thinking on our own and not like explaining things out loud as
Yeah.
commentators, how much faster do we calculate and go through stuff? And I said that for me, I think normally I go about 5 times this fast. But the other thing is, we also go over the same things again and again. Like we always hit points where we start spinning our wheels and we're sort of hesitating on a decision and you just go through the same line like a bunch of times. So like to initially lay out what some of the lines are, I think we can calculate about 5 times as fast as I think I can calculate about 5 times as fast as we're talking. There's always lines that Jesse and I have noticed that we're not mentioning to you all. But there's also like heavy periods of just spinning my wheels and not really making any progress as well.
And just in general too, whenever we're online, we're calculating at a less deep than if you were OTB. That's just Proust tried to deny that fact once, and then we proved it to him statistically with his own games. But it's just like once you're online, like your mind is constantly being diverted by all kinds of little things, not just the commentary.
I don't know the eval of Abhimanyu Mishra's game. No, I don't know it. But it's good that you're looking with your own eyes because now you'll see as the game develops if your evaluation was right or wrong. You know.
And I just want to stress this whole thing with knight c7, it looks suspicious. Like bishop f8, knight c7.
Mm-hmm.
It looks real suspicious because those knights look like chumps, but it's kind of like a miracle thing is happening with them
Mm-hmm.
where we're not finding a way to crack the coconut.
Yeah. And sometimes, coconuts are harder to crack than they look like. Okay, I got an insane move after knight a6, Jesse.
Okay.
Rook c2,
Oh my God.
king c2,
I don't believe this for half a second.
knight c5. It's an exchange sack, right, to play with the bishop pair. Knight c5. Now, the point of what I'm doing is when you play king c3, right, to have the active king,
Uh-huh.
I don't take the knight on a6. I leave the chump knights over there, right, looking weird and tangled. I take on a4 with check, king to c4 or whatever, knight b6 check. And now I've got like that pure bishop pair.
Uh-huh. But I go king c1 and knight b3 is not mate because my knight's on a5.
Oh no, man. All I wanted was checkmate.
I know that's all you wanted.
Damn. I was really hoping you would play king c1.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot.
Just humor me, Jesse. Just humor me.
Just humor me. Aren't you worried about knight takes a4? Play king c1 for me, Jesse. Okay, no rook c2. I have to cancel that out. I had another line to show Jesse that might also not work. Just for argument's sake. Imagine Parham plays bishop takes a5. I just wanted to double check it, because there are these moves that we just discard, right?
Okay.
Bishop takes a5. So if white takes back on a5, which is not what we expect knight e7, then potentially black has the move, rook c5 with a good game. Or the rook could kind of go anywhere.
Yeah, that's sus.
Knight e7, king f8, knight c8, right?
Yeah.
And now, okay, it looks like if I go bishop c8, there's bishop a5. If I go bishop b6, knight b6, I'm down in exchange for basically nothing. Bishop d2.
Well, I mean, worst case scenario, we'd play rook takes d2 and it's equal, right?
Yes. But maybe white can win with bishop c5 check at the end.
Why is that, bud?
King e8, knight d6 check. King d7, king takes d2.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, good.
Yeah. So this variation completely fails. I was just double checking for Meg Sudlu. Could he just take on a5 and get the drawn obstacle at bishop ending? The concept, folks, was if not for bishop c5, the concept was at the end, you get this position here and you get a draw.
Mr. Bruce, I got to take a 15-minute break to get these kids breakfast and myself breakfast, and I'll be right back.
Do it. Do it.
All right, I'm getting...
All right. We got to shout out a little welcome to the dojo, young shade. Joining us here. So this is the position. Magsudlu's having his longest think of the game so far. And it looks like bishop a5 more or less conclusively loses straight up to knight e7 check. We think that bishop d5, rook d5 is maybe playable, but not super pleasant for Magsudlu. That's not his desire. He could do this, play f6 to hold the pawn. He could play this position, maybe. Jesse thought it might be about equal, but I'd be a little worried for black rather than white. So, what I think is that Magsudlu is thinking between bishop to f8, tucking his bishop away, but allowing knight c7, right? Where he's going to be where's this line? Where he's going to be basically sacking a pawn, right? That's one of his big options. He goes bishop f8, and he has to be willing to sack this pawn. Then he's got to calculate some hectic variations. Or his other option is he plays bishop d6, trying to restrain this knight c7 move. And I think that's really what he's hesitating over here. This move, the game goes on, but maybe white has bishop c7 or knight c7 anyway because of back rank mate. Well, not bishop c7, rook c7, but we had said knight c7. Interesting. So he's hesitating over this, which is the right path, and using the time that he has to figure it out, which is good. Dhruv says, this is my chance. It's my chance. I could go see how Gukesh is doing. So we're going to quickly look around at how things are going. So my boy Gukesh, 59 minutes against 8. But Jesse won't be able to record a video about Gukesh's time usage this game. And Gukesh is ahead by a piece. And a pawn, honestly. Normally when you say someone's ahead by a piece, their opponent's up 1 or 2 pawns. It's maybe not so clear. But he's got a piece and a pawn. White's king is nicely tucked away, and Gukesh's king is open forever. So he could always blunder. There's always blunder potential for basically the entire game here. But he's got to be winning. It's a thing of beauty. 20 moves into the game and he's winning. Wow. Beautiful. Then we got Erigaisi. He's going up against Demchenko, the third player with 1 out of 1. And what's he doing? He's saying we're going to work an endgame. It's a little queenside majority. Black's got the passed D pawn, and white at some point in the game has this B5 move to make a passer with A4 or without A4. Demchenko is basically fine. I mean, it's an equal end game. I'm sure Erigaisi wants to work him, but if you look at it, Erigaisi's time advantage was about 25 minutes, and he used it all on rook c1 last move. And we got this trade. Demchenko's thinking now, but yeah, it's got to be about equal. So he's doing. Demchenko's holding up right there. Then we got Gelfand taking on Prague in the Stonewall. That game's intense. That game's going to be hectic. They're playing a middle game with basically all the pieces. And they're going to get low on time before they get to move forward in this one here, I think. That's right, Blowhot. When the Sensei eval is negative, and the Sensei eval is for this Fallujah Parham game, right? We can't adjust it to every single game as I'm blitzing through them right now on my own real quick. The Sensei eval here, when it says minus 0.275, that means we think that Parham objectively has like a slight edge. But honestly, you know, bishop f8, knight c7, it was hard for us to be confident on the evaluation in that position. Most games are going into serious time trouble, as Clutch says, because they're around move 20. The only person not in time trouble that we've seen so far is Gukesh. The only person not in time trouble. Now, let's check on Yagiz. He's facing Vincent Keimer, new arrival in the world top 10. He's playing the white side of Rui Lopez. Looks very pleasant for Yagiz. Come on. Don't tell me this kid's ready to be in the top 10 already. That's insane. He's 14 years old. That doesn't make any sense. 14-year-old can't be one of the best players in the world. Knight, knight, bishop, bishop. God, he's got everything. All the pieces, space advantage, kingside attacking chances. Young Fisher. It's young Fisher. It's young Fisher. Dang. This position looks really terrifying for Vincent. Another position like the Prague game where they don't have enough time at all. I mean, some people are in, you know, like mildly, like they wish they had a little more time. These guys are going to be straight up flagging with this many pieces on the board. Let's look at Noterbeck playing a little bit of a simpler opening, but eventually gets into the hanging pawns with Abhimanyu Puranik. The D pawn does not look very well defended, right? Attacked 3 times, defended once, but there's a little tactico that Black has in mind, which is you almost have too many pieces on the D file, right? Rook D8. Black didn't have D5 defended, but they've got D8 solidly defended. This one's good. The queen can't get back to F3 or B3 to save the rook. White loses. There is a 30-second increment. This is like very, very classical. This is the slowest time control that anybody's played all year. They've got 3 time controls and an increment pair. So they get 50 minutes at move 40. They've got 30 seconds already, 30 seconds throughout. And then at move 60, they get another 15 minutes. So this is real chess here. This is the best time control of the year, and maybe it'll be the best tournament of the year. So far, it's pretty amazing. And seeing Yagiz Khan Dogmas and Ivan Zemlyansky and Adiz Gorel in the mix here with like the top 10 and 20 players in the world is a treat. There's no other event where these guys would yet get a shot at the top players in the world. You know? So for Yagiz, like they force you to prove yourself against like a horde of 2600s before they let you go up against the top players. And yeah, Clutch, you're right. Abhimanyu Mishra. Let's mention a 4th player who normally wouldn't get to play with these 2700s. The only difference is Mishra does get to play at least once a year in the U.S. Championships, which is actually a super tournament. So Mishra's got a little experience thanks to, Dominguez, So, Caruana, Aronian. Mishra's got a little bit of experience with some super GMs, and I think this year he also got to play the America's Cup, so he does get a little bit, but some of these guys never get to play at this level. I don't think Faustino Oro's in this tournament blow hot, but if he is, let me know. But in the first round, I looked at the bottom couple boards and I didn't see him, and it seems like everybody here is over 2,600 with about 4 or 5 exceptions I checked. All right, Lauren is back, hoping that Divya does well. Yeah, same. Always got to root for Divya. By the way, bad sign for Vincent, right? Making a pawn weakness on the king side. This substantially weakens the G6 square. And this move really invites white to calculate some straightforward variations like e5, pawn takes, bishop takes g6, f takes g6, a takes b4, stuff like this, rook's dangling, rook takes, queen takes. And what's the point? All I did was fancy trading. The point is that this king is just so weakened. At some point I'm going to go queen b1 or queen a2 to f7, and suddenly white's going to be all up in black's business. That's kind of the concept here. If black does this, probably bring in the queen, large and in charge in the center. Looks very risky for black. Now we're starting to threaten rook e7, taking on f6, stuff like that. Of course, I'd be happy to take on e5 if black does nothing with that pawn. And there's probably a heavy calculation whether they can play e4 or not at this point, right? Can white take? That doesn't look like that heavy a calculation. White could win the pawn. Okay. So there's a lot of calculation to do overall in the e5 line, though. Like that is just the bare surface of that situation there. And white's got lots of moves other than e5. He doesn't have to force it. He could go queen b2 here. He could do pawn to d5, opening up this diagonal and cutting off this knight's retreat. That's a big move as well for white here, d5. Because where is this piece going? Right, big question for black. White's threatening something like queen b2, just trapping it. So lots of good options for Yagis, but he does not have as much time as he needs, honestly, even to make this next decision, much less to play out the next 20 moves afterwards. So that's going to be hectic for him. I think this position of Noterbeck's, by the way, which we didn't really give like an evaluation on, king h2 from Noterbeck, I think is probably pretty playable, but I would give white, a small advantage, like 2/10 of a pawn or something. But Jesse's back, and we're going to get back to Firouzja and Parham. And bring Jesse back.
Yeah, Parham's thinking on this one, but I guess he's right to think this is a good use of time.
Yeah. We went around the horn for a little bit there. People wanted to see some of the other things. Erdogmus has like a pretty amazing looking prospective position against Kamer, but they don't have enough time. Basically on every board, Jesse, that we looked, people were in time trouble. The only exception, we only saw one person not in time trouble, and it was Gukesh. He's the only one. Because basically all these people are on move 20, Jesse. Which means at this point, it's basically like, they've got about 30 minutes against 25 minutes on most boards at move 20. And that's like pretty tight, especially if you've got a complicated position, which a lot of people do. Like, Prague's got all the pieces on the board against Gelfond in that, in the Stonewall. Kamer and Erdogmus have all the pieces on the board in a Rui Lopez. So there's a lot of people that are basically in pretty serious sight note, but the only person with time is Gukesh because his opponent's got like 5 minutes, so Gukesh has like 50. So Parham's making his move. and he goes for bishop d6. That was his big think of the game. 27 minutes there.
And even though we don't have a response yet to knight c7, this was your call, David. That was a pretty good move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it could just be some nerves around that pawn sack. Like we never fully proved bishop f5, knight c7, knight takes on a6. We never fully proved that for black. We might have been too scared to play knight takes a6 as white, but we had not proved it from black's perspective.
Hmm.
Lauren's asking us, are evaluations in the plus or minus zero point 0.5 range? Are they of any practical value in terms of actual gameplay and winning chances?
All right, my friends, it's gonna start. It's always like this, especially with Fallujah. It's gonna come hot and heavy. Dude played knight b7, a move we did not think about.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f8 played instantly.
Yeah, clearly Parham had thought about this.
Hmm.
What's the point of it? Well, one point might be to answer knight c7 with rook b8 and just try and, pick his pocket.
Also, I guess there's maybe let's try to figure this out briefly, David. So bishop b6, knight c7. Did we miss something?
Sorry, what do you want?
So instead of knight b7 on bishop d6, knight c7,
Mm-hmm.
I thought you came up with a really good. You had that equalizing variation with bishop c7. Maybe they missed that. I don't know. But knight c7 looked like it was equalizing for white.
Mm-hmm. And what did we said before about this line? We would just trade on c7 as black and play f6 and keep going, or
But that's not worse for white.
I mean, it does break up the bishop pair, yeah.
Even if you wanted to be a lame and played rook d8 after f6, you couldn't think that um, black is better.
So, oh yeah, so the move I'd played against knight c7 before was rook c7, right? Rook c7. Um, then rook takes d6 was forced. Then I threw in
And
rook
then
c2 to try and go up a
Mhm.
pawn. But at the end, white has bishop c7, and it's enough to draw. Knight c4, knight c4, bishop c4, bishop e5, bishop f1, and yeah, should be a draw.
Maybe that's actually what he was worried about, though. White was so knight c4, bishop c4, bishop e5, bishop f1. That's not so easy, is it?
I think it should be pretty easy.
If I was white, I would want to play g4,
I would play
bishop
g3, but
h3,
pretty simple.
g5, and I would want to say that.
I mean,
Nah, that's not easy either. Watch.
but g4 is
f6.
very risky, Jesse. f6, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Now why is your g pawn on a light square?
Well, I'm trying to tell you, bishop f1, it looks a little scary for white.
Okay, I would play g3 instead of g4.
All right, good move. Bishop h3.
Take on h3, and now I'll play bring up my king, I guess.
That's going to be a very one-sided affair.
f6, bishop d6, king f7, king d4.
I would actually prefer just to play bishop d7 before anything else. But we can just play bishop d7 there too.
Okay. Okay. b3.
Yeah. Okay, but so even if we say that white should hold, it's clear that if you're Fallujah, you'd be like, this is very unpleasant because the bishop will hold your queenside pawns, and I will get potentially two passers on the king side.
Yeah, the thing is, I think I think this is a draw, Jesse. I don't have that much experience with these opposite colored bishop endings, but I think I'm holding here just basically because I think I can keep you from even getting connected past pawns. Like I can keep the black king far enough at bay that when you try to make a pass pawn against my g pawn, it's like h5, h4, gh, gh, and split pawns. I don't feel like I'll have any risk against split pawns.
Okay, I think we should return to the game, but I'm going to evaluate this as just a clear advantage for black.
Okay, interesting.
Right? Okay,
Interesting.
so precisely because the potential of past pawns, like what's going to happen, David, is if you imagine either f5, f4, make you take, and then push past. So I'll sack the pawn, and I'm going to get two connected passers. Same thing with h5, h4 takes g4.
Hmm.
All right, so here we go. Knight
Yeah,
b7,
but when
bishop
you do
f8.
that, your
Now,
pawns are immediately blockaded. Okay, maybe I'm totally misunderstanding it, but they're going into a position that, in a way, is much more lively, right? Like keeps a lot more on the board. Bishop f8, a5, and now we get to see the bishop pair in action. But Farouja's not doing nothing. This a pawn is getting close.
yeah, dude, Ferrugia can play. He might win this game, dude. He's a genius at this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's still looking to play knight c7, knight a6 at some point, right? But he's played a5, so my little rook b8 trick won't win any pieces. Very reasonable.
Okay, this is interesting. I think so. If we go back like 15 minutes, your intuition and mine was that this position, like if white didn't have anything special, that the trend would be just on black's favor because of the two bishops.
Yeah.
However, we could argue we got it wrong. If we're going to say we got it wrong, it's that white will, he's still got basically a bind on the queen side,
Mm-hmm.
and that we're going to be able to actually give him the business.
Yeah.
This is a difficult move for black.
Right. The dream move would be f5, allowing knight c7. I don't even know which of them wants to bail right now, Jesse. I'm tempted to actually completely change my eval to 0, even though nothing happened.
Mhm.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna wait until I see them. I'm gonna look for moves for black, and we're gonna obviously see what the guy plays.
Yeah.
But this is black's big moment. The knight on b7 is surprisingly annoying.
It's weird, right? Like it's not really going anywhere, but it's also just taking away squares from black's pieces.
And I just want to say what I said like 3 million years ago is that if it turns into any kind of initiative for white on the queen side, the white king is just better placed. Oh yeah. I would say definitely first move intuitions are f6 or f5. On f5, well, on both moves you have to calculate knight c7.
All right, sorry, I was fixing the stream since we've got our third sensei popping up.
Oh, third sensei's coming in.
So I didn't hear what moves you said black might play here. I apologize.
Well, the intuitive moves would be f6 or f5.
Okay.
On both of those, you got to calculate knight c7.
Yeah.
Now, Ghost is unbiased, so maybe we'll just get his just direct impression of who he thinks is better and why.
Right.
after a5 here.
Yeah. What game are you guys looking at?
We're looking at Firouzja Magsudlu.
Oh, board one.
Iran versus former Iran. The defector faces the music.
Okay, 1 second here. After A5. Okay. Actually, I'm still trying to get my camera figured out, so
Yeah.
uno momento.
Understood. Understood.
Yeah, Kostas slowly every day he gets a little bit more and more like a single gentleman, right? Because I've been up for 4 hours and he's 1 hour behind. So he's got 8 o'clock. That's like mid-morning for me, but that's just wake up call for a single gentleman.
Well, you don't know when he got up for sure.
Oh, somebody in chat said that's a sleepy voice. If I Skeptic said that's a sleepy voice if I ever heard one. And I guess so.
Okay.
I guess so.
No, no, Jesse's right. I just got up.
Hmm.
I mean, this is where my morning is spent right here.
Yeah.
The Grand Swiss.
No, I mean it makes sense. I mean I'm up about 5 to 8 minutes before I'm on stream. In general, that's about how long
Yeah, but you're getting
the
up
gap
at
is.
before 3 o'clock in the morning, boss.
Yeah.
You're doing hero's work here.
Well,
Yeah, easy. All right, let me find. All right, I got the chat up. Hello, chat. Okay, so
come on, chat. Say hi to Kostya.
Faruja,
Yeah, Firouzja.
A5.
There's only 3 people with 2 points out of 2 points after 2 days. Only 3 people, you know. So, Firouzja, Magsudlu, Demchenko. That's it.
What an endgame.
Yeah.
Let me just say both sides are going to make mistakes in the time pressure phase.
Okay, fair enough. Jesse would agree with you.
Uh, hmm. I mean, I like the light squared bishop for black, but white's got this 3-on-1 on the king side. It's just so
Mm-hmm.
massive. Also, Frush has been playing really well.
Yeah.
Um,
Presumably, Magsudlu has as well to be at 2-0.
yes, but I haven't seen his games as closely.
Right. Yeah, yeah, same. I saw Firouzja's
Uh,
games and they were really sterling. So,
Rook B8, Lauren, will be met, I think, with knight D8. I was just trying to
yeah.
figure that out
There's
myself.
only one place to go, and it's up or whatever. It's D8.
Yeah, I mean this is a tough one.
I
I
mean, if he
feel
wants to,
like
if he wants to defend the A pawn, this is a scheme. Then he could go bishop C8, and the pawn would be safe.
I think I'd rather be white. I don't know what the eval is, but I think I would rather be white.
Very interesting. All right, I feel justified by what he said, Jesse, to
Mm-hmm.
annihilate my evaluation like I wanted to do.
All right. So yeah, it was interesting because one of the reasons the unprejudiced person is interesting here is because ages ago, when we saw this coming, we made an assumption about the bishops being better. But after a5, it's looking really difficult to even move. Like the blockading nature of the knights are in full effect here. And white's king is conceivably better than black's here.
So where'd you guys land on this position?
Well, we're changing it. We're changing it
Oh.
from better for black to now zeros.
All right. Here's a very weird move for you, Jesse, and Kostya and chat. G6 for black.
Okay.
All right, seemingly stupid. Knight C7. Bishop
Okay.
A2. Kind of trapping my own bishop. Do you want to play B3, Jesse? My bishop might not be
Do
able
I
to get
want to
up.
play B3? Is that what you said?
Yeah. You might be able to trap my bishop.
Coach, yeah, he's really in a fun mood today where he just wants to, he wants to be like, humor me, fall into the mate.
You should have seen the mate that Jesse blundered into earlier today, Kostya. It was like an endgame with two rooks and bishop. I had my bishop on f5. He plays c3, rook takes c3 check, pawn takes c3, bishop a3 mate with just two bishops on the board.
Oh, Bowden's mate.
Yeah.
I didn't fall
And
for
like a
that at
pure
all.
Bowden's mate. Like
He
no
was
other
like,
piece on the board.
fall for it, Jesse, fall for it. That's what he did.
Well, David's been, holding up the commentary from like 3 a.m. So, um, I'll fall into any mates. Wow,
That's very
with
kind of you.
Gelfand Prague on board three, that's a
Yeah.
matchup I wouldn't have thought I would see.
Yeah. And that game is gonna be explosive
Oh,
as
and
well.
this is Gelfand's putting the squeeze on him.
Oh, is he squeezing now? Before it just looked like a mess.
Dude, this is straight out of positional decision making, and no, Gelfand wins this game.
Oh, when did Prague play g4? The position didn't look so bad when his pawn was on g5. Back when he had a pawn on a dark square, Kostya, it didn't look as bad.
Yeah.
Huh.
Let's see, Arjun against Anton Demchenko,
Yeah.
the U.S. assassin.
Yeah. It was a pretty balanced game for now. That one.
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh, Gukesh is playing too. Do you guys know Gukesh is on board four?
Yeah, yeah. And Kostya, get this. He's the only player not in time trouble in the entire tournament. I looked across 10 boards. There was only one person who had enough time for the move and position that they were on.
Well, he's up a
This is
rook
true.
now, buddy. He's up a rook. Come on.
He has more time than anyone on the top
Anyone.
boards, and he's up a rook.
He's up a rook.
Holy
Yeah.
moly!
All right, don't worry about that game.
All right, good day for Gukesh.
Yeah. No, the most exciting games, Kostya, that I think we're not watching because Jesse's, kept us on Faruja.
This is a very exciting
Rightly
game.
so. Rightly so. But the most exciting games we're not watching, I think, are Prague Gelfand and Erdogmus versus Keimer. Erdogmus might beat Keimer today, which would be, that's a story.
Okay, listen up.
Uh,
Your
yeah.
move, Mr. Bruce, G6 was played.
Are you kidding me?
No, it was played, buddy,
Wow.
after 11 minutes.
Look at
And
that.
you guys are saying this is boring. This is gonna people are gonna make mistakes. It's gonna come hot and heavy.
So humor me, Ali Reza. Are you going to trap my bishop with b3? Do you want to try? I think everybody in chat's wondering, Jesse, why doesn't he trap the bishop?
Uh-huh.
They need to know, so we got to tell them. b3, trapping the bishop. Bishop to a3. Checkmate. Incredible.
Now, the other obvious thing I want to say about G6 is, okay, obviously the king needed a spot. The bishop might someday go to H6.
Yeah.
But what it says is that on knight C7, I'm either going to do Pruse's fancy bishop A2 or bishop C4 and not the natural bishop F5 because now bishop F5, G4 happens.
Yeah. Right.
And we had been trying for ages in a variety of similar variations to make bishop F5 work.
Yeah.
It looks natural, but it was impossible for us to move the E4 knight away and do anything.
Yeah.
At least we couldn't find anything with that.
So what this g6 move does is it lets us use the bishops in a really weird way, but that's kind of what the bishops want, right? They want this kind of like expansive, like have two different directions they can go, right? We could go to f5 or we could go to a2. We could go to a3 or we could go to h6, right? So b3, bishop a3 is one line, but equally satisfying is knight a6, bishop h6.
Yeah.
And we hit him from the other side.
Right. It's pretty.
Now,
all right, let me try something, Mr. Bruce.
Yeah.
So bishop A2.
Yeah.
Rook D7. I'm mostly just getting that boss out of the way.
Right. Yeah. I kind of expected something like this.
Oh, by the way, if instead of Rook D7, I could also play Rook D8. Rook D8 might be more prudent. Let me try Rook D8 actually.
Gonna open up all the videos. Yeah, I'm watching Gary Svani too. Keeping an eye on it. Very, very hot.
Kosi, could you post the video for the Ali Reza game?
Yes. Yes, Alireza against Par. By the way, what a emotional matchup, huh? You think these two probably go way back.
Oh yeah.
They do.
Um,
But I'm gonna
oh,
say, David,
not
after
logged into our Twitch.
Rook D8, that I'm okay, right?
Oh, I'm having trouble coming up with a mating net. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
C3 was played though. I had a feeling he wasn't even going to go into C7, and he doesn't. He doesn't.
C3.
Dang. Now, now we could get H5 even, Jesse. I know I'm suggesting some weird moves here, but he played G6, so I'm going to keep suggesting moves for at least one more move. Now we could get this weird H5, the idea being to get the F5 square back because that diagonal just got weakened.
Well, let's just say it. C3 is very controversial. You got to have balls of steel to play it because
Yeah.
we don't have a light square bishop, and we just epically weakened B3. If our king wants to go to C2, we got to worry about bishop F5 stuff.
Yeah.
So that's ballsy.
Yeah. This move was not especially on my radar. I just had this feeling like he might do something other than knight c7, but we hadn't yet looked for other moves.
And just on a basic level, I'm assuming the intention is like bishop h6, king c2, bishop f5, king b3, and I'm saying I'm out.
As opposed to being in like Flynn.
Yeah,
You're
Flynn is
out like
not in.
Spout. But
That's right, I'm out like Spout. I'm there's worries for me, by the way. There's not.
yeah, because even there, I mean, then you're on the B file, right? So you have to have calculated rook b8 in advance, right?
And we just got to say it's not going to happen because of knight e7
F5?
check. But
No, H5.
H5.
whoa, how did you call that,
I
buddy?
told you, Jesse. I told you.
David's feeling
I
it.
didn't even look. I didn't even look one move ahead yet. I wanted to think about my move. I just tossed it out there.
Okay, so you're just setting up a possible bishop f5, right?
Yeah, but I'm also it's like it's my majority's lust to
Yeah,
expand
yeah,
as
yeah.
well, right? Like I'm trying to make my bishops live, but I'm also dreaming that one day my pawns are gonna join the game too, because we've seen the white a pawn queen so many times today.
Jesse's like, how did you do that? Predict his next move, David. Just without even seeing Farouja's move.
Without even seeing Farouja's next move, H4. No.
Well, the question is king c2, right?
King C2.
Because if you play c3, you want to play king c2.
Right. If you play King C3, you want to play King C2. That's true. That's true. Maybe we'll go Rook B8 next. Will be his next move. Because C3 weakened the B file.
But on King C2, don't you want to keep your rook on C8 so white's not playing B4?
Maybe.
Well,
I'm just blundering. You asked me to predict without even actually seeing white's move. So I'm now calling the next move for black is Rook B8 without knowing white's move.
okay, so knight d8.
Claims that Gukesh has won are confirmed.
Oh yeah, I just saw Gukesh on the camera.
He got robbed yesterday.
Walking away.
You can only blame yourself when you get robbed in chess.
So 2.5, huh, for Gukesh?
2.5. That's right.
It's good. It's a lot of points.
Yeah. Ali Reza has 17 moves to make. We're at move 23 here. 17 moves to make.
And I want to say the obvious. If we don't play king c2, our knight c7 at the moment, anyways, looks bad. Maybe I could do it though, pros. Let me try it. Knight c7.
I love it when you try bad moves on purpose.
Okay.
Okay.
So the thought is that on bishop b3, it might not be that bad because of rook d8.
Right.
Being a real trade me, bro.
I got my concerns. I think bishop c4 might be a hassle in the castle.
That's true. C3 did really give him the option of bishop c4 defending that pawn. That was almost always refuted by b3 before. Almost always.
Right.
Um, I'm, by the way, going to give my evaluation back to Parham after g6 and h5. I'm going to give him a little something. It might be equal, but I just, have to see it proven.
Yeah, I'm not on the eval. Can you just put me at 0-0?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like it's pretty balanced the more I look at it. But
Well, I mean,
I still believe in Fruja.
C3 was a very imbalanced move, boss. I mean, that was a gambler's move.
Yeah, imbalanced like somebody who's, mentally imbalanced. That was a crazy move, c3. Crazy looking move.
Dynamically balanced.
H5, dude, that was a good move. That was a good move. I would just throw it back to white and be like, well, what did you want, buddy? All right, Mr. Bruce, let me try King C2 again.
I thought you were trying knight c7.
Okay, on knight C7, I don't know exactly what's going on, but bishop C4 looks like just good for
It
black.
was good. Okay, simple. Simple. Preparing rook d8, bishop f1 at some point, and yeah. Okay, so you want to try king c2 now, right? King c2.
Yeah.
King c2. Okay. Do you have any intentions?
Well, I was guessing you were going to play rook B8. Basically, what's my intention? I would like to play control the light squares. That's what I would like to do.
Okay. Logical. I will play h4.
Okay, I just want to note that rook B8 is also very interesting.
Yep. Agreed. It's getting stressful for Mr. Special.
All right, knight C7.
Knight c7.
Lauren, to answer your question about evals between minus zero point 0.5 and plus zero point 0.5, I think it depends on the position. Like there are some positions that are like slightly better, but it's like nagging edge. Some positions are slightly better, but feel holdable. In general, a small advantage is not enough to win the game, but you would definitely prefer to be slightly better than slightly worse, 100% of the time.
Okay. I'm playing bishop f5 instead of c4 here.
Okay.
Huge news. Faruja now down to 6 minutes instead of 10 minutes for these 17 moves.
I don't know exactly what's happening, but I'm going to play King B3 because Mama said bring him out.
Expected. Rook b8.
Yeah, expected. I don't know. Knight D8.
Knight d8. Expected. All right. What now?
Maybe you could play Bishop C5, Knight C6, Bishop B6. It's just the beginning of the party, I'm afraid, though.
Mm-hmm. The beginning of the party.
Okay, we got to move. King C2. I'm a genius.
Oh la la. Oh la la. Don't let Jesse feel like a genius.
Well, if you're going to play C3, you're going to play King C2. That's what Daddy said.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Okay, here comes H4.
I don't know. Actually, Bruce, why don't you explain H4, buddy? You were just so pumped on your H pawn move. What
I
was that about?
I don't know. What's the point of h4? They want to know. I'm getting the pawn closer to queening. I'm nailing down a weakness on g2 to attack at some point down the road. I'm saying the position's a little slower than at first it looks because I keep trying to like checkmate and white keeps trying to win the A pawn, but neither really just happens cleanly. So I decided to just be calm
Okay.
and just say, yeah, maybe nothing's going on. Get that
I
pawn a
like
step
Parham's
closer to
look today,
queen.
wearing all black. Fruge also seems to be wearing all black.
Boss, did you post that thing in the chat?
Yes,
The
in our Zoom chat, because I'm not logged
Oh,
into
the
anything.
Zoom chat. Post it in the Twitch chat. People want to know.
I'm not logged in, so I
Oh,
can't.
He's he's frozen
here
out
I'll
of
post
Zoom
it.
chat, out of Twitch chat.
Zoom chat. Zoom chat. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. The
Yes,
little.
it's also on the public Feed HS YouTube channel.
Yeah, which you know how to get to, Jesse. You've been there before.
I've been there before.
Just for everyone, just for everyone. Because
I'm
it's
gonna
not just the Fruja game. They have like the top 10 boards.
I'm gonna post it in the YouTube and the other chat.
Thank you,
Nice.
thank you. But yeah, I like that they're both wearing all black. I'm wondering if that was like a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe their
A statement.
girlfriends secretly texted each other to set it up. Like, hey, get your guy to all wear all black today. I'll do the same.
Please calculate bishop d7. Dang, that's a hell of a move. Bishop d7, knight e7 check, attacking the rook. Bishop takes e7, rook takes d7, king f8, and game goes on. Game goes on. Playable.
Oh, dude, I'm loving Parham's concentration, dude. That guy's all in.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I like black, guys. I just got to believe in black just a tiny bit here still.
Well, here, I mean, one of the things about the eval is a lot of times we can have a guess. Here, it feels very concrete. Like, does Bishop F5 do the deed? Does Rook B8 do something? Very simple questions I got.
Let me ask you a really weird question. Let's say black played knight c5 instead of h4.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So maybe I'm threatening bishop f5 if you don't trade anything. So maybe I'm forcing trades. I don't know for sure if I'm forcing trades, but how would we evaluate the situation if some trading happened, right?
But here, I would say there's no way we're worse after knight c5 because we could play knight c5, bishop c5, b4. Well, maybe you could play bishop d5. Okay, maybe you could play bishop d5 there because you're talking to my g2 pawn. Okay, maybe.
God, if only I'd had time to play h4 already. It would be like the death knell. You see what I mean? If the pawn were on h4 right here, bishop d5, white takes on c5, bishop g2, and it's over.
Knight c5 is an interesting move, Mr. Proust. Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, I'm kind of joking about h4, but I don't know if there's a reason we can't do it. Okay, let me play knight c5 just for a baseline. We'll make some trades. Knight c5, bishop c5. If you don't want to play b4, what do you want to play? Bishop c5, rook c5. Then black's just better, right? Yeah, then black's just better. The a pawn's gone. The knight's without a home. But black's not really threatening anything here after bishop c5. White could just sit around and play g3. Yeah, g3. Good move. Which brings us back, right, to black playing h4.
Where did that take you? Yeah, back to
Right?
H.
Well, no, because if I played knight c5, you would trade once and you would play g3 for white. No? Bishop takes h3, maybe h4. h4. Yeah, h4. Something like that. So, king c2, h4 for black.
Yeah, okay. Actually, while he's going his rabbit hole, I just want to stress black has bishop f5, the weird h4, rook b8, maybe some basic move too, like king g7. Even on the basic move, it's not like we're just building our coconuts out,
Right.
saying that two bishops are better.
Yeah, but king g7 is such a slow move. If you're considering that, you might as well consider h4, right? Like, I mean, H4 looks stronger than King G7.
Oh, I don't know. They're both reasonable building moves. I guess I like King G7 better. Just because that pawn might be a weakness later somehow with the later bishop D8 or something.
Don't worry about my pawns. My pawns are fine.
But I'm just saying, okay, black has a huge amount of moves to consider, and bishop F5 and rook B8 are the tactical attempts to annihilate white.
Right.
We haven't actually maybe fully dialed in.
Yeah, like how far did we get on Rook B8, Knight D8? Did we get anywhere
I
on that
mean,
pawn
let's
yet?
just say that knight looks funky because now bishop F5 happens.
Right. King
Man, there's a
B
lot of juice happening
King
here.
B3, Knight C5, King A2. I think that's about as far as we got, right?
Well, you don't have to play knight c5. There's all
Mm-hmm.
kinds of moves that are going on in that position. And it just looks very suspicious for white, like something might drop off the board. I don't know. Okay. The big moment. And this is where Parham could lose his time advantage.
Yeah. Honestly, the more I sit on it, the more I believe in H4. He's moved.
G5.
G5. Oh, I was so close.
But I just want to say that if we feel like if we say that black doesn't have anything concrete, then the moves G5, King G7, H4, they're a little bit of a piece,
They're
especially in
pretty
time
similar,
pressure.
yeah.
Yeah, you're building your Death Star on the king side.
Yeah.
Right. And so the claim is here that we're not mating you with any kind of special bishop F5, but rather that it's very difficult for you, Mr. White, to move your juggernaut ahead.
Yeah.
And I guess with G5 too, it's a clear claim that knight C7 is not going to do it. So, but let's just check because that would be my first question if I
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
was.
think that's like the first move to look at.
Knight C7.
C7. Probably he wants bishop f5.
Mm-hmm.
King B8, King B3.
King b3. Renga, 3-day watch streak. Nice. It's a 3-day watch streak for all of us, isn't it? FIDE Grand Swiss.
Yeah.
Round 3.
I have a potential problem on knight C7. So imagine knight C7, bishop F5, King B3, rook B8, knight D8, bishop C5. Now it's obviously hectic. Mm, but just the key variation would be knight C6, bishop B6, knight B8, bishop C7, and it looks winning for black because knight A6, bishop A5. Now, maybe we're not actually, yeah, that would be the key. Oh, yeah. Is it winning? I don't know. It looks
Yeah.
winning. Looks winning.
Certainly very promising, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're all in. G5, it feels loose. It's also like a little provocative. It's like you got 5 minutes, buddy. Do you want to spend maybe 2 minutes thinking about how to exploit this weird G5 move I just did?
Mm-hmm.
And we're down to 3 minutes here, my friends.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Jesse, there's knight takes
Here we go.
A6 against bishop C5, and that looks unpleasant for black, actually.
Uh-oh. Okay, maybe I missed that.
Yeah. Um,
No, I did miss that. Okay,
yeah.
good.
So let's try again. Rook B8, knight D8. Why don't I just go knight C5 and defend my pawn?
Bruja, 2.5 minutes, slowly counting down.
But on knight c5, David, we're going to go king c4.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And this
Coming to
is
the
this is
party.
the scary thing. This has been the scary concern for like the last 40 minutes is that maybe the king gets active.
Yeah. So now I go bishop c2.
Oh my God.
There's no taking it back, right? Your king wants to be at the party. He's going to stay at the party for a couple hours at least. Now, this rook doesn't have a lot of squares. I thought you were going to play king a2. I was also going to play bishop c2 just because I thought this rook was getting low on squares.
Bishop c2 might be a hell of a move, yeah.
Rook's got to keep that knight defended. Oh, we've got to move.
We got to move.
Knight c7 played after
Bishop
4 minutes of
f5.
thought. He's got
Okay.
2 minutes left. Mike Sudlu blitzes out bishop f5. Trying to kill him on time. Killing him softly with the clock.
Is there another candidate move besides that? This might be a good thing for Ali Reza. I don't see a different move besides king b3.
Oh, it's like a really bad sign if he's tanking on king b3 here. Like, what? That's just showing confidence to me. I mean, you gotta play king b1.
Okay,
King
wait.
b3.
Wait, could I play rook d8?
Rook d8.
Oh no, then I play knight c5 check.
Knight
and
c5
takes
check.
b7.
King d1. And
Knight
knight
takes
b7. And the rook's
game
defended.
over, yeah.
Oh, I guess someone's game ended.
King
'Cause
b3
the
played.
video ended.
Okay, here we go.
So now rook b8, knight d8, knight c5, bishop c2.
That was a nice move, knight bishop c2, buddy.
Yeah.
And this is what somebody asked earlier why you need the time. That's why. You
Yeah.
need to be able to find moves like that. That's a full welcome to the dojo moment.
I mean, right now, this position is so hectic. I know Faruja wishes he had 20 times as much time as he has. Even Faruja. I mean, he's one of the very best when low on time. Even when
So-
his opponents have more time. But this is...
Rook b8's very forcing, right? Very forcing. There's nothing else to do besides knight d8.
like knight's hanging, and it's got nowhere to go. So it goes there. Then we give a check. Also pretty forcing. I mean, the king pretty much has to go to a2 or c4, right?
c4 is the only one where you're like, maybe I'm not going to die.
Okay. So then we're back to our bishop c2 move. And now the rook wants to keep the knight on d8 defended, I imagine. I know there's some universe where you could go like rook d8, bishop c5, but black will play rook c8. I don't know. Let's say you want to keep the knight defended. You play rook d2. Now my intention, bishop b3 check.
Bishop b3 looks winning.
King is forced to b4.
And then knight e4.
Then
Because knight
e4.
takes d2 will come with check, and then I take on d8.
Knight d2. Now
Welcome
it's
to
like
the
checkers.
jungle.
King me. takes. King me. That looked like completely lost for white. Bishop c2.
Dude, it's very bishop c2 is very hard
Dude,
to avoid.
he's dead. Rook b8 is death. -1. -1.
I
Hold
mean,
on,
it's
minus
either
one is not
he either
death.
has a way out or it's just zero. I mean, he's just -2.
All right, I'll give you -2 if you say so. -2.
Maybe it's -2. I don't know.
-2
Wait,
says
but-
Bruce.
I don't understand. Why can't the king go to a2?
It can. Jesse just said like it's if you go to a2, it's like you're not doing anything. King a2.
Okay. So choosing between -2 and not doing anything, we
Right.
choose the -2.
-2. I mean, I was still gonna go bishop c2, rook d2.
So
I
we're
mean,
talking about king
It should be
c2.
3 king down here.
We just don't get mated, right?
It's just a position. Yeah, why do you make me go -2? Come on.
Wait. So bishop c2.
First he made me play king c4. All right, I'm going back to something reasonable. -0.6. White's in some serious trouble with the black light squared bishop loose, but the game's still being played, you know? Still being played.
Yeah, put me at -0.4. Four,
Alright.
four, four.
See? See.
This definitely is worse than when I got here.
I mean, we have achieved the light square domination that we were been hoping for. So I don't know about -2. That might do some some mixing, but it's definitely -1. I mean, it's bad news.
To me, it just looks like a funky position.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, White's got this checker set up, and like,
Okay, Rook B8 played,
how does the rook get out of B8?
Yeah, it's just
and
gonna
then Knight B8 played.
it's just gonna hang out there.
Now, besides Knight C5, are there any other questions?
Well, we had Bishop C5, Knight A6, which
Right.
I don't think anyone was really believing. Um,
Hmm. What a what a position. Okay. Your variation all the way to King B1, boss, that looks maybe even forced or something. It's nasty, but what are we gonna do?
yeah.
And then how about we continue it? So go all the way to that King B1 and then Knight E4.
Okay.
Why is that not scary Bajeri? That looks scary Bajeri.
So Rook D7.
Okay, Rook E7. Okay, we got to move. Knight C5, King A2 on the board. We're geniuses.
That might be stretching it a little, but
And it's amazing. Ali Reza, he's catching up. I mean, he's not catching up, but he's gained about a minute on the clock.
yeah. At least he calculated King C4 was a no-go in advance. So that's good.
Mhm.
That's good. Keeping the ball in play, right? Just keep the ball in play, make your opponent hit a couple more shots. Then the rook goes back to d5, Reynolds. Like, we're struggling to fully run the rook out of squares on the d file here, right? We're just bouncing back and forth with him.
On bishop C2, can White go knight C6?
Bishop c2, knight c6. Okay. Have you calculated rook b6?
No.
All right, let's do it. A b6, bishop d1, and now you need to get rid of that knight, like miracle style.
So yeah, probably I wanted B4.
b4, knight b7,
And knight A5.
and knight
Take,
a5.
take, bishop D6. I don't know. Um, yeah, just trying to get Rick D8 in, but
Knight a6, bishop e2, knight c7. I don't know. I don't know.
but knight C7 just take and bishop A6, right? Should be
Yeah.
in time for black with the E pawn.
And the king will do it. Oh, we've already got a passed pawn. That's good news. I was like, I need some counterplay. I can't stop these pawns forever. Somebody
That
help.
one for a long time now, yeah.
Okay, that was pretty good, Kostya.
Okay, that's convincing. So, Chad, good news. We've eliminated knight C6.
So I think King B1, Knight E4 is our key position that they're looking at. And then, Kosi played Rook D7. There's other rook moves. Actually, let's just say there's only one with Rook D3. The drama about Rook D7 is maybe you're going to get smacked with a Knight F6. I don't know. That's just something you'd have to figure out.
Knight f6, rook back to d3 or d2.
And then like worst case, I can just keep massaging with bishop c4 because then I hold my coconut on a6 and I own the light squares.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice, that's just a clean advantage for black.
Yeah.
So that's nice for black is that he has that easy move.
Yeah.
But white doesn't white have like king c2, b3 anyway?
Well, we hit bishop c4 with a tempo.
What's our tempo?
Well, it depends. So let's just make
Oh,
sure we
sorry.
have
I
the
played rook d2 after knight f6.
um, okay, let me just make sure I'm looking at the right position. So king b1, you were talking about rook d. So when king b1, rook d7,
Yeah.
knight
I mean, we played knight
f6.
e4, rook d7, and then knight f6, and I just repeated for white. I played rook back to d2.
Got it. Okay, that's good. That's a good
And I will
question.
say, like, I still prefer h4 slightly over g5. I think on it, I actually think is like a very significant mistake potentially. Because in all these positions, I would have the extra angle of bishop h6, and I feel like overall, like h4 is a needed move at all times.
Mm.
Sometimes g2 is
Mhm.
nailed down, so I play bishop f1 and end things. I really thought h4.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. G5, it did look weird. It didn't look right.
Yeah, and that's also why I didn't want to play your move king g7, Jesse. Right? Like I thought h4 was the best move because it keeps the extra bishop
Hmm.
angle. Show me the speed says, how is Gelfond playing so good? He doesn't even study chess these days. Unless you live with Gelfond, I don't believe you. Most chess
Yeah,
players
can we get
study
a
chess
source? Can we
forever.
get a source on
You
that?
got a source.
Who says he doesn't study chess these days? I had stopped playing chess for like 10 years. And one day, I was talking to some friends and I said, yeah, like I don't study chess anymore. And my partner said, what about what you do every night when you look at chess games? I was like, oh, that doesn't count. Like I just spent like an hour or two looking at every game that was played in a top level tournament that day and analyzing the games. But that doesn't count. That's not studying. That's just breathing.
Yeah, he's still cooking Prague here. Cooking him up.
Really? Well, Prague broke one square. Maybe he's got his bishop out on a dark square. He's got the only dark square bishop. It's a game.
Yeah, but knight takes g3 was or sorry, it was he took on h4. So it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of intentional.
Oh yeah.
He gave this g3 square.
All right, I'm moving my thing to negative point 0.5 just because I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see it yet, but
Yeah. Yeah. It's still it's
really distrust it.
it's still alive. This whole position. Yeah. And that knight from b7 ends up transferring to like c6 and tickling
Mhm.
e5 and knight b4 to cover some light squares.
Nice. We guessed every move. Forcing lines, huh? Boris has nowhere else to be.
It's true for most of these guys. Luckily, because that way we get to see them produce some real chess. So even like in this position where Jesse had said maybe bishop c4 coast, yeah, and just defend the a pawn and keep playing. I mean, there is knight c6, and then if you move the rook, knight takes e5, right?
And c6 is fork.
It's just not easy, right? So they're playing bishop c2 and bishop b3 check. So we're getting like all of this.
Dude, we got it. We're geniuses. Look at that. King B1 on the board.
Yeah, I don't know that knight e4 needs to be played here necessarily. This is maybe a position where there might be other moves. Maybe e4 could be a move for black.
He's reaching.
Reaching for what?
He was reaching for something.
Okay.
Ali Race just looks like a kid who's stoned, dude. He's just hanging out.
Okay, for argument's sake, I go e4. Bishop c5. Bishop c5. Knight a6, e3.
Oh my God.
Then I win because the rook's covering the knight on d8, right? If the
Yeah, that
rook
one.
stays on the d file, I just play e2. Oh,
E4 is just, I mean, E4 is the move you want to play.
e4 screaming right now.
E4, knight c6.
E3 as well, right? Like this is what we're here for. We're here to push this baby.
But then e3, rook e2.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
that's
think
not
that one
good.
works.
That's not what I want.
But on knight c6, we're just going to move the rook somewhere.
We only have a few somewheres, but let's see. E3. So you still have
Guys,
rook e2.
We check Mishra game. He's up a queen against Yu Yang. Yes, Mishra is up a queen against Yu Yang, trying to win.
Okay. Well, if he's up a queen, I mean, I would think he could win. I could win up a queen.
Yeah, but the other dude has some stuff too, unfortunately.
So when we say up a queen, we mean against like rook knight and two pawns or something,
It's like, yeah, it's like Rogan Bishop.
aka down a pawn.
Okay, Mr. Proust, it
Yeah.
might be the case that there's actually a very weird um, perpetual after e4, knight c6.
Where you go rook c8, knight a7, rook
And
b8,
if rook
etc. Right?
b7, I have knight d8. So,
And rook b7, which is always a little dubious because white can sometimes play rook d8, rook e8, and control the game then. But
okay, fair.
then,
but,
even
yeah.
then, you say just direct knight d8.
Okay, so maybe we have a problem with the e4 move.
Maybe black goes bishop a4 here.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. E4 played.
e4 for sure.
Wow.
Okay, so here let's test knight c6. Ali Reza, dude, he's got 3 minutes left. It's not a lot, but it's more than he had a second ago.
Yeah, I mean, more pertinently, Magsudlu had 20 minutes and now he's got 4, so he's like in
Yeah.
his boat now.
But this is logical. I mean, I don't think black had anything easy or clear there, so he used all his time trying to find something.
The moment of veracity.
Knight c6.
Wait a minute. Rook c8, right?
Uh-huh.
Now what?
Let's say knight a7, first question.
I thought so. E3. Oh,
Okay.
this is
Rook
going to be
E2.
good. Rook d8.
There you go, buddy.
There you go. There it is. Bam!
Very good. Okay, nice.
Right in the kisser. Look at that bishop on b3.
Right in the kisser.
Nice line.
It's okay. Wait a second. Let's slow it down.
Yeah.
So, how about instead of knight a7, we go knight d. Now, let me just say, if we play knight d4, then for sure bishop c4 is a very pleasant position for black.
Oh, yeah. If I had time to play bishop c4 and cut off all this rook e2 stuff,
Yeah.
you better believe I would do it. This position's amazing. Going very nice. Minus 0.8. We ramp it up because not
Well,
seeing
I
a
bet
defense
we
this
gone.
e-pawn getting moving. I'm very conservative with my evaluation. I'm like, checkmate in 2. Minus 0.8.
Dang.
Oh, this is like such a textbook game for black in the Sicilian. Amazing game. Amazing game.
Okay, we got to move. E4, he goes back to d5.
Whew. Trying to hold that pawn back, but now he's given up on playing knight a6, right? So, I mean, it's just clear he's in misery.
Very true.
Oh, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
It's kind of funny how we evaluate. Like,
Tuesday or Wednesday or
all right,
whatever.
that other line ended in
Yeah.
checkmate for white, but here he's no longer pressuring on a6, so that's just as bad.
Well, but is we have the two bishops, the white king is hosed. We have a really nice passed pawn. Now,
But
Mr.
black's
Proust,
rook is still kind of stuck, right? It's like hard to.
true. And also there's ideas at some point of knight f6. So as an example, the tempting knight d3 just fails immediately to knight f6.
The tempting
Yeah,
what
knight
move?
f6.
Knight d3 fails to knight f6. And so knight f6 in general, because he should have been playing king g7 when I told him to, uh, is an option. Knight d5 is a good like tenacity move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, a very natural move for black here is if nothing too important is going on, you play f5 now. You know, you
Good. F5.
just
King g7 is,
you
of
just
course,
bring
also a simple
King
thought.
g7's playable. If the knight weren't hanging on c5, maybe bishop g7, and I guess bishop g7, bishop c5, rook d8, knight e7 probably loses everything. But
And
f5,
coast and David, if f5, um, I think I would want to think about some kind of g4 situation.
I knew we should have played h4. Come on. Oh. Okay, so you're saying
Oh
if I
boy.
play hg, hg, f4, that
Then I'll have bishop
you're
c5.
just gonna have bishop c5, and then on bishop c5, knight f6, you're gonna clean this up.
Yeah. Still looks scary because of your bishops, but
It
that
is
would be
it
the
is
attempt.
scary. I mean, it feels like it could just be winning.
F5 played. F5 played.
Yeah. Um, I think black can probably tactically refute this line, Jesse. Honestly, I've got an instinct here.
The bummer though is if he doesn't have g4, it's definite pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I would say if he doesn't see anything concrete soon, he should just play it because, dude, you're down to a minute. And you still got 9 moves left, buddy.
Come on, Firo. Oh, he just shook his head. It's not good. It's not good. Come on, Firo. You
Yeah,
have
I
a
can't
chance.
refute that. So I have to be careful about g4.
Oh, Parham checking the score sheet. Uh-oh. Both players feeling it. Perugia, you can do this.
Let's try g4.
Oh my God, Perugia looks like disgusted right now.
Sometimes he suckers people like this, though. He's been like G4 play. Oh, I'm a genius today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a genius today. Again, whether it works or not, you got to try it because your opponent's in pressure. And this is the only move which forces him really to do it. You need to think, Bows.
But let's say black just goes, let's say FG and then H4.
Well, then you lose the E pawn with bishop C5.
Right, but isn't that still like super active for black?
I mean, in all of the positions, your bishops will have compensation, but I don't feel like white's lost.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
active, but it's a little bit messy.
It
I
is
mean,
messy.
it might be technically winning, but it's tricky.
Like
Okay,
bishop
we got to move.
E3 and yeah,
HG, HG. That was an easy move to do.
Yeah.
Now he has to actually think.
Yeah.
He lost Kostya's chance with the HG stuff. I guess it's just transposes if he wants the FG. He lost the chance to play FG HG H4,
Yeah.
which could have also been a thing. Oh, buddy.
F4 now?
F4 bishop C5 is the obvious question.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Hard
And
to
now, for the
calculate.
first time in the game, Parham has less time. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, he's losing his mind. Farouj is nice and calm, buddy. Nice and good. So it's good to have a stoner demeanor at this point, you know? Just be nice and
Could
relaxed,
he
buddy.
try knight d3 here?
Mm. And okay, GF.
Bishop takes d5?
Oh, I missed that. Okay,
Oh,
maybe
I'm a
that.
potzer today.
Oh God, that's complicated.
Knight
Okay,
f6 check on knight d3. Knight f6 check.
Mm-hmm.
and then King G7.
Then like knight e8.
That
King,
looks good.
king
Yeah.
g6.
Yeah, yeah, it's like that. And then black is still the one talking.
Yeah.
He put everything into f4.
Oh, he's really tanking. F4 played.
Yeah. He went down to 14 seconds there. And then he put all his eggs in this basket. Now the e pawn is potentially hanging. There's also an insane line, which I thought of and didn't yet mention to you guys, which is after bishop takes c5 to go bishop takes d5. Then white plays rook d5. Then you trade on c5. You're giving up g5 with check, but you're keeping a duo of passers.
Mm, that's a
And
hell of a drug, yeah.
and you're saying the knight's like not relevant to those pawns. It can't even keep up with them. But the white king's out of the cage, so
But wait, Mr. Bruce, rook takes g5 check.
yeah.
It's not over yet. Play rook takes g5. Where does the black king go?
Yeah, I guess
Let's
king
go to
h7 or
h7.
something. I know it's not over. It's just the beginning. It's a mess. It's just an option. A terrifying option for both players, I would say.
Okay, knight e6.
Bishop c5 tried. Yeah, so you're saying after rook g5 check, you would then play knight e6 here?
That would be my first question, yeah. Okay, we have moves.
Ruja took. Yeah, you have to take. Now Parham thinking. 40 seconds.
Right, and now if I go f3, knight c5,
He wishes he had more time.
knight d3 is holding.
Oh, this dude's got zero time, bro.
Zero. Zero.
Oh, he's spazzing out. He's spazzing. I'd be too.
He trades on c5, so he gives the e-pawn.
Okay, you play that with 6 seconds. Knight
Keeps
of
all
six
the
quickly.
bishops.
Now, this is it. I feel at least. Oh, well, okay, so this is very scary too.
Very
Uh,
scary.
but this could also go bad for black. This is but
Yeah, for either side. I wish I could just intermezzo e3 here and leave my king hanging, but no lo puedo.
Ah, that's nice. E3, knight takes G8, E takes D2, and white gets mated.
Yeah,
Very nice
exactly.
line.
It's like hold my king for 2 moves, but I'm going to recover this.
and just to be a jerk, okay, no, he's not. Okay. 94 bishop
So
e7.
here there's knight c6, rook h8 is the intention, I think.
Ooh,
Where's he going?
god damn.
Bishop E7 played.
Ooh, knight c6, rook h8. Welcome to the dojo.
I mean, there's still like knight f2 in that position.
Some kind of weird knight f2,
Then
exactly.
bishop back to c5 or something.
No, the knight's covering c5.
Not
Oh,
once
no,
it's
no,
on
excuse
f2.
me, it's not. Yeah, excuse me, yeah. Oh, buddy. Yeah,
Well,
he
Prusa
thought
just
about this.
spotted it because he was reaching for like knight C6 and then he pulled back and then okay, now he plays it.
He played it, but I think this line's winning for black. Rook h8, knight f2, bishop c5, knight d4.
It's not over.
But you just play like bishop takes d4, rook h2, and white's frozen. I think. He's played rook h8.
D5.
They're 3 moves from time control, by the way, folks. If anyone's
Yeah,
wondering
I
when
did
does
too.
this madness end.
Ali Reza's got plenty of time now. Dude, Ali Reza has more time now than he had like 10 moves ago.
Yeah, bishop c5. It's got to be bishop c5, knight d4. These are all forced moves.
More time, but a lot less hope.
Knight d4, you got some hope.
Yeah.
It's not so easy to crack this bad boy
Bishop
here.
d4, cd4. And then, the f4 pawn's blockaded. Can you switch files? Can you switch root to like rook e8 or something?
If you're gonna win, you're gonna need something like that. Yeah.
Oh, mama.
Yeah, knight d4, rook e8. I don't see another chance to crack this fool.
Or sorry, I've got the plan rook h2 to g2. That'll do it too. He's dead.
He's not dead, bro.
Dude is dead.
But when we play knight d4, we're threatening knight takes b3.
I take
Right,
it.
knight
I already told
D4,
you.
maybe just
We
bishop
take it.
C4. Maybe take.
No, we take. It's like a direct win. Knight d4, which is the only move, right? We have to take it pretty much. I agree. Then
I don't
white
really
takes.
understand why we have to take, but
Okay. Then white takes with c pawn, and we go rook h2, d5, rook to g2.
Why do you always play so fast though? I could play rook d3
Because
there,
I got 10 seconds on the clock, and so do they.
but
oh,
like
they're
rook
gonna make
d3
time.
there, it's just not clear. It's just not a clear. It's not clearly done. I could also even play king c1 conceivably. It's not clear. All right, bishop c5. Oh man. Okay, Ali Reza now with less time, 2 moves left to go. He's going to use the final minute. Oh, buddy.
Does he have a move other than knight d4?
I don't see it.
Maybe king c1 here, bishop e3. That's not a move.
He played check to the miserable king.
Plays check to the miserable king. Oh my god. Abandoning
Rook
knight.
d7 shot. Ooh, that's scary.
Against king f6, there's knight e4. And against king g6, knight e5 or something?
Ooh, he's got some evil stuff going on. That's a cruel time pressure move, dude. Okay, so he's got one move. I'm guarantee you he didn't see this coming.
What happens on king g6, knight e5, king f6?
Okay. Um,
Well, we're going to find out.
I think some knight goes to d3.
Do you think d3 supporting his buddy? It'd probably be the knight that doesn't give up h1.
Yeah.
and we can
Knight
break the bind
e3.
with rook b7 later. At least that could be the hope.
All right, so I'm thinking knight e5, king f6, knight e3.
King g6 played. We got one move each from each dude.
Knight d3. Bishop
What's
takes
the-
f2.
what's
the
Knight
move?
takes
What's the move
f2.
number?
Rook to h2 is what I would do there.
Let's move 40. He has to make a move. Oh no.
Yeah, that's still winning for black.
I
I'm
think
not
knight
changing.
d4 is. Oh, okay. What did he do? Rook b7.
Oh my god.
He's a fighting dude, man. He doesn't care.
I was not ready for that.
Okay, but
8
why?
seconds.
But bishop. Oh, and bishop d5. I have knight e7 check. Thank you very much. Dang.
Wow. Wow. What
Now
a
let's just say the
defense.
obvious. Bishop f2, rook b3 might be winning for black because of just the simple. Well, you got to watch out for that knight e5 stuff, but that pawn is still very evil.
Yeah, but
So
what
bishop
about this
f2.
line? This almost looks more clear to me. Bishop d5, knight e7. Painful that Magsulu has to make this column move 40 because this is a tough one. But I go bishop e7, rook
Wait,
e7.
one sec. Bishop d5, knight e5 check. No.
Okay, what does that do?
Yeah, that's welcome to the dojo right there.
Oh my god. And then knight d7 to c5?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Bishop f2 played.
Okay.
I'm a genius today, though I did not calculate that other thing.
Yeah.
Dude, this looks hardcore because actually rook b3, rook h4, aren't we done?
Well, there's always knight e5,
There's
right?
always knight e5.
Whether you play f3 or rook takes h4 or
How many
anything.
times are you gonna fall for it, Jesse?
As many times as it takes.
And check out this. If he plays a move like rook e8, Firouzja could play rook b6 exclam.
Bishop takes b6.
Pawn takes, and we're rolling.
F3. 2 can roll at that roll.
Oh shit. Uh-oh, you're right. 2 can roll at that roll. Even then, knight e5, check.
Take.
Rook takes e5.
Oh my, your rook's right there. What are you doing, Craig? What are you doing? Sorry. Okay, so I mean, rook e8 would be, I don't know, maybe it's the move you got to do just to control Mr. Knight.
We do have to stop that knight e5. And now the question is, how does white repurpose the rook, right? Which is slightly cut off. Somebody's got to stop the f-pawn, like, and soon.
And I
Aber
want to say
schnell.
rook h4 is still not dumb. I could consider very much sacking the exchange.
Yeah.
So rook h4 is definitely a move.
Yeah, but I love this rook e8. I mean, that looks like what a move is supposed to do.
Very tense. So
Let's
on
just
the
What
check.
my
camera, I just saw the arbiter walk up to Parham and like check his score sheet to make sure he made move 40 because they made the time control.
Hmm.
But it I don't like how he did it. He like touched Parham's score sheet like with his finger. Like he moved Parham's pen out of the way to like see like move 40 with it's like,
Yeah.
dude, why are you touching his score sheet?
Okay, I gotta check on rook b8 after rook e8.
I don't like it. Keep
I'm
your
gonna
hands to yourselves, arbiters. Parham is in a very tense situation. Let him be.
I'm gonna trade it and see if this pawn can queen.
Give him a cheeky look too,
King
like
c2, bishop a7, hitting knight. Knight c6, f2, resigniatski. Um,
Boss, but like how about something simple like rook e8 c4?
now that's another way to repurpose the rook. That's exactly what I needed, Jesse. Good move. Bishop e3. I'll try, but I like c4.
Anyways, I think yeah, rook e8 and rook h4 are the candidate moves. We got to believe in the bishop and that big old fatty on f4.
Yeah.
well, I think he's gonna tank, so maybe it's a good time to check some of our other games in the tournament. See what's happening. Is anyone curious
What are
about
you gonna
any
say,
game?
boss?
Board one. Let's see. Argent pressing maybe a little bit. Gelfand could go either way. It's going to be a long game there. Uh, Notre back up a pawn. Probably going to beat
Argent's
Perane.
definitely better now. That knight on f8 is quite poor.
Yeah, Argent's endgame looks really
Looks
nice.
nearly
I think he
winning
squeezes
right now.
that.
He's definitely much.
And oh, what about the juniors or Dogmas versus Keimer?
Yeah, I want
What
to.
is going on there?
Well, you got to believe black's okay. Maybe more than okay. What are we saying? Yeah.
Prague's putting up a good fight with that minus a bishop, basically.
Hikaru registered for Iowa Open. Is this true?
Good lord.
Please let this be true.
Good lord. Why would you want that to be true?
Because I called it, because my friend Eli is gonna go play Iowa Open. I'm like, you're gonna see a card there. That's fine. This is your chance. I almost went with him. I was like, it's like good, like 25% chance. But
Oh
let's
my
see.
gosh,
Let me
it's
check the
Keimer's. It's
Twitterverse.
Keimer's move.
See if it's announced.
That means he's bamboozled the kid.
Yes, he's playing Iowa.
Wouldn't it be amazing if some of these Indian kids were like, well, that's my chance. I'm going to book my flight now.
Yeah,
Book my
unfortunately, they're
flight
all
to Iowa.
busy at the Grand Swiss. There's no like underrated 2,600 Indian kids to fly to Iowa.
Yeah, there
But
are. Yeah,
no,
there are
no, but
so
that's
many.
why
You
he's
have no
posting
idea
last
how many.
second. I mean, the tournament starts in like 40 minutes.
Oh, it's in 40 minutes, huh?
I mean, it's
He
Saturday, so
waited
it's
until the
it's
last moment,
it
dude.
might have started last night.
Oh
First
man.
game in 10 minutes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Chris.
we got to do a Dojo Talks on this farming. It's hilarious, dude. It's
Oh
hilarious.
man. Yeah, I mean, if
Absolutely.
only he'd registered in advance. Prague could have sent his seconds to go play. That would have been a.
I knew I should have went with they drove there yesterday, Eli and his friend. They drove there.
But
Should
see,
have
then
just came
Hikaru
with
would
them.
just withdraw. Like the Indian kids would show up and register before round one, and he'd just like withdraw and like drive to Kentucky. Look for something else.
He wouldn't withdraw.
You
Dude,
guys, I got to
dude,
get
he would withdraw. He's obviously scared of any real chess player.
He's not scared.
Mr. Bruce. It's been a pleasure. I hope to see
Yeah,
you tomorrow morning, my man.
same Jesse. I'll see you then.
Bye.
I just see.
Yeah, they should literally have like a bunch of 2,500 rated Indian kids like following him, and whatever tournament he tries to go to, they're like, we register too. And he's like, no, 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 I give up. Like, I'll go somewhere else. And they're like, just following him. Like in a movie, when somebody has to follow someone in the car, they're like, follow that taxi.
I don't think he cares about that. I mean, you know,
Skivix
it's not for the rating.
Skibik says the guy is number 2 in the world. I doubt he is scared of anyone. Why is he playing in Iowa, Skibik? Often the players who are at the very top are the most scared because they have nowhere to go except down. After Kramnik beat Kasparov, he went through a crisis of fear in his chess. Didn't want to play people. Um, no. The guy is not going path of least resistance. He's like researching, like, where could I find a tournament without even any 23 or 2400s? He wants to play 1800s. It's pathetically terrified. Pathetically terrified. He's scared of everybody.
I don't think it's a scare thing, David. I think he just wants to get into the candidates.
Right, but if he weren't scared, he could play any random tournament and get into the candidates.
But that's the point. It's like if I gave you a choice to travel to Iowa or
Mm-hmm.
to Uzbekistan,
Right?
either way you're getting into the candidates.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't go to Uzbekistan probably because it's really far away, but I would go to a real tournament with real opponents unless I was afraid of them, but I'm not.
Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's actually kind of funny.
I'm
I think he's kind of doing it for content because I think he like knows people are gonna overreact and stuff. So in a way, it's like good.
Oh, oh, I see. I see. It's good.
Like I
Yeah.
feel like he's kind of trolling a bit.
Right. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, trolling is super cool. That makes it all good.
I'm just saying, I don't think this is I don't think he's afraid.
Oh, well, now you're just being illogical. He's obviously afraid of playing against real players. Otherwise, he would play against real players. He's literally making like a huge effort to not play real players. Therefore, he's scared of them.
But this is something he's been doing for several years, like where he doesn't play US championships, he like skips certain events because he just doesn't feel like playing them.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't know if it's a fear thing.
he
Maybe
has not played.
laziness.
He has not played a tournament of this Iowa caliber in years. So it's not something he's been doing for years.
Well, I mean, I think this year is like special because of the candidates thing.
I mean, he's tried to get to the candidates before. No.
Uh, yeah, but I mean, he's done like I feel like he's gone for like the rating spot before, like in a similar way, like Ferrugia last year. I feel like he was also doing that kind of stuff before.
What do you mean? What Ferrugia did, like everybody said, was pathetic, and it was because Ferrugia was afraid of playing real people.
Mm. Well, I would say maybe he's afraid of not qualifying, but I don't think he's actually afraid of anyone really.
If you're
I
not
feel like he's
afraid
not
of
even
them,
afraid
then you
of
could play them. He's
Magnus at this
clearly
point.
afraid of them. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Chris makes a good point. Like, yeah, Atusa's pregnant. Like, he has to go to Uzbekistan. I don't know.
Again, I'm not saying he has to go to Uzbekistan, but like he could play the U.S. Championships. Is he playing that?
I don't know.
There's plenty of tournaments in the U.S. Like Fabi played a couple tournaments in the U.S. right to qualify last year.
But again, it's not his first time not playing US champs.
Sure, it might not be his first time being afraid. Listen, if he wanted to play chess, he could play in a more interesting tournament than this. If he's choosing to play in the absolute weakest tournament he can possibly find, then it's because he's afraid. Saying that
I
he's just being
think
rational
so.
is saying he's being rationally afraid. It's still being afraid.
I don't know. I mean, I really think this one's on FIDE. Like,
I'm not arguing who anything is on. I'm just saying he's afraid. That's like a very, very basic thing you can rationally conclude in like 10 seconds of looking at the situation. I can't believe that it's hard to prove it.
because fear, I mean, it's like an inside emotion. Like, I don't know. I just don't assume these things of other people.
I mean, you see somebody, like, if I were like screaming, you would assume that I was angry. and you be right. Like there are external signs of internal emotions. We can often guess people's emotions correctly.
Yeah, and I don't see those of Hikaru. I don't see him like trembling when he talks about the Indian kids.
Sure, he's a good actor. He's obviously afraid if he's not playing
Okay,
them.
but now we're saying like like yeah, I don't know. It's just
His actions are he's avoiding playing chess against real chess players.
well,
Sorry,
that's
everyone
not
out there,
true,
you're
right?
all
Like
real chess
he
players too, but he's deliberately avoiding playing anyone over 2200 because he's afraid,
but he just played Norway chess like a few months ago.
right? And something changed since then.
I think he's just trying to get into candidates, and like the way he can do it is just by playing a couple Mickey Mouse tournaments.
I agree. He's just trying to get into the candidates tournament while being afraid. I totally agree with you. The motivation is to get into the candidates. And he is afraid of losing his spot in the candidates. It's very important for him to get into the candidates. He's trying to maximize his chances, which anyone who says it's rational, sure, it's rational in that sense. But he's also only trying to rationally get into the candidates like this because he's afraid that if he played any normal tournaments, he might lose rating points. That's it.
I
If
think we just have a
If
different
Magnus
definition of
started
what
playing
afraid means.
if Magnus started playing like the Bergen Open, then I would think that Magnus probably just wanted to hang out with Norwegian chess players in Bergen. So I would not say the same thing, Skivix. That's a good point. Because Magnus would probably then not take the rating spot, right? He doesn't want to play in the World Championship match. So he would just be playing a weekend tournament with some Norwegians in Bergen. Or the Bud class championships. What are the chances that someone could catch Hikaru regardless of what events Hikaru plays in? They're probably somewhat low, maybe like 25, 30%. And he's trying to avoid that chance. I'm sure he thinks he's got a fair chance of qualifying by playing in fair tournaments, but he'd rather have like 100% chance like this. But, he's fearing that chance that he wouldn't. It's really basic.
I think I misunderstood what you were saying. I think you're saying, well, I would agree with you that he doesn't want to lose rating.
Right.
I don't think anyone wants
He's
to lose
afraid
rating.
of
I'm also
losing
afraid
games.
of
He's afraid of losing rating. He knows it's like a reasonable possibility.
Yeah. But I mean, I feel like people keep arguing about the rating thing, but I feel like it's kind of beside the point. Like like he's not doing it because he's getting zero point 0.8 for every 1800 that he beats. I think that's completely immaterial.
Okay. All I said is he's afraid.
Well, no, you were saying he's like specifically afraid of like Indian kids and all this
Well, I
stuff.
mean, he'd be afraid. I mean, Jesse was the one who had the idea of sending Indian kids, right? But yeah,
But
I
I
think he's
feel like what
afraid
we
of like
landed
any
on
good
is that
player.
he generally doesn't like to lose rating, as like all chess players generally don't like to do.
Right? Most
Like
chess players don't like to lose rating. I
I
agree.
like you're saying it like it's like he's doing something wrong.
Oh, I also think he's doing something wrong, but that's a totally separate question.
But what does that have to do with him not wanting to lose rating?
Those are separate questions, I think. Whether it's wrong or whether he's afraid.
Well, it really sounded like you were judging him for being like cowardly.
No, most chess players are also somewhat cowardly. I don't know if I was judging him about it. I was just answering like a question about is he afraid that somebody
Okay, let
asked,
me
and I
ask
said
chat. How did
yes.
you guys perceive David's rant there about Hikaru? Was he judging Hikaru
It's
or
not a
no?
rant. It's just an opinion. Well, not only that. It's not just opinion. I think it's basically provable. You know, The only reason you try to maximize your chance is if you have a fear that you might not, right? If you have a fear, like if you're 100% to do something, then you don't need to maximize anymore. You know what I mean? When you're maximizing your chances, it's because you have a fear that something could go wrong or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know. I think in this sense, like you could argue everyone has fear when they do anything.
So Clutch is saying it sounds like David was saying Hikaru was scared of playing underrated Indian kids. Everybody is, right? Jesse's afraid of it. Almost not everybody, but most people are afraid of
Yeah.
playing underrated
Not just Indian kids.
Indian kids, non-Indian kids, underrated players who aren't kids, right? It's fairly normal. I don't know why it was so controversial.
Well, no, you were saying it's like disgraceful, like all this stuff. You were very strong at the top of this.
Um, I mean, on the fear thing, I'm just being factual ish. On whether or not it's the right thing to do, that would be more of a judgment, right?
Yeah.
And there, I also would have a judgment that's going to displease you, perhaps, but I also think it's wrong.
Well, I feel like it's already come out. Like it's already been clear.
Looking left and right before crossing the street doesn't mean I'm afraid. Yes, it does. That's exactly my point. You're looking left and right because you're afraid that a car will drive over you, which is a very rational fear.
I guess me and maybe others, I think we see fear as more of like an active emotion and not like a passive uh you know um instinct. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it kind of loses its meaning if you just start defining everything out of fear. Like I eat my breakfast quickly because I worry the eggs are gonna get cold, but I'm not like afraid they're gonna get cold. It's
Well,
like
there's
my
different degrees
preference.
of fear. In a
But
sense, you
to me,
could say
that's
I'm
like
worried or
zero.
I'm afraid, but you're not particularly afraid. Like, you're not deathly afraid. It's not super important.
I would say there's zero fear,
Zero
like
fear.
real legitimate, like
Okay.
compared to how, people used to have to like hunt for food and you have to like watch out for predators. Like in the grand scheme of things, very little fear that my eggs are gonna get cold.
Mm-hmm.
But I still prefer to eat them quickly.
Okay. Fine.
But I don't know, a more interesting thing is like whether Hikaru, I think, is actually doing something, what do we want to call it, wrong or unsportsmanly. I mean, I'm definitely like not a fan, like in the sense, uh, I don't like the situation, but I definitely just put more blame on FIDE because they had like first they had Ding, then they had Farouk, like they had like 2 straight years of
Sure.
this kind of thing happening that
I
no one
agree.
liked. No one liked it in Ding's case, no one liked it in Farouk's case,
I agree.
no
And
one really likes it
and
in
by the
Hikaru's.
way, I don't know how I was this wrong, but a few months ago I remember thinking like it can't really be gamed. Like, I was thinking there's like no tournament like weak enough that you could just avoid playing like real games, but there are. I didn't think it could be gamed, and it could again. And you're right. Like, every system they make, someone tries to game it, and then they still make a system that can be gamed, and so a lot of the fault is with them. Nevertheless, you know, I think that Ding essentially cheated to become world champion. I think that the same can be said for Hikaru now and Faruja 2 years ago, right? Like, to me, it's essentially cheating. I know it's the rules, folks. I know, but
Ding, I would agree with you,
it's
but
really, it's like it's so not sporting, so sketchy. Um, yeah, I think it's wrong.
but wait, why would Faruja have done anything wrong?
He deliberately set up a rated match against like a 60-year-old retired player.
Oh. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, okay. I thought because he ended up getting the rating in just like a normal open event.
Right, but first
Yes,
he
he
played one
attempted to cheat.
match, it didn't work out. Then he played another match, it didn't work out. I would say it's like clear to what extent it was cheating in the sense that the person that like this guy was completely crushing him and then offered him a draw so as to
Yeah,
leave him a chance to go play another event when the guy should have just beaten him, right?
yeah,
Um, and
that's
then
true.
finally he went to a real tournament, which if he'd done that to begin with would not have been cheating. He could go to a normal tournament, right? But hand picking the opponent you're going to play to gain rating points. I mean, like, what if I went? I could probably go to a bunch of retirement homes and find some like FMs, IMs, and GMs who are, 85 years old, Alzheimer's, whatever, heart problems, and play a bunch of rated matches against them. There's probably rating points to be found in the world. I could go do that all year and I could qualify for the FIDE World Championships. And it wouldn't be breaking their rules.
Yeah. So okay,
But
I
come
agree
on,
with
it
you
would be
on
like horrible.
Ding and Faruja. But now, the way you've described those two, which I agree with, by the way, because
Yeah.
Ding also, I mean, basically they set up the games for him. Feels like they instructed players not to beat him. No
Yeah.
one beat him when he ended up qualifying. Um, so to me, what Hikaru is doing is he hasn't done any manipulation yet.
Cheshire Rat, my point in that was not that I would go do it. It was literally that I would not go do it. I'm trying to say just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Just because it's possible or technically legal does not always mean that it's okay. And I was giving an example of something that wouldn't be okay. So to then say, well, then go do it, I think you're missing my point. You're trying to say, well, then do it, David, like you think I can't do it. I could. Anyone could do that. You could go beat. There are enough people who are rated and no longer have control of their faculties that you could go around and collect points. And it would be wrong.
It would be wrong. It also wouldn't work. Like eventually, like when people have tried this kind of thing, like there was that guy in like the U.S. prison who got like
Yeah.
2,700 USCF. Like
Yeah.
people have done the thing, and then the rules get changed when someone pulls something like that. So
USCF eventually just
realistic.
sort of executively changed his rating, right? But at some point, he was like the highest rated player in the U.S., Claude Bloodgood.
Claude Bloodgood, the first U.S. world champion.
Yeah.
Um, so okay, to play devil's advocate,
Yeah.
to myself, if Hikaru entered a tournament where everyone was like under 1,000, like
Yeah.
literally playing against like kids and beginners,
Sure.
I feel like everyone would be like, okay, what the hell is that? Like even his biggest fans would be like, come on, bro. So there is some, I feel like it's still within reason because he's playing actual open events and he's giving like actual tournament players a chance, whatever. He did play, I don't know, FIDE Master, National Master in his last events, not the absolute weakest players. I think Eli actually could get a draw. I think he might underestimate Eli. I'm pulling for him. Um, but yeah, I would say it's like not the, yeah, absolute worst events he could have joined.
Mm-hmm. It's almost the worst. I agree with you that there's a question of where to draw the line, right? Like, what if he went to St. Louis and said, I'm available for this like closed I am norm tournament you're playing, right? And he played a bunch of like 22, 2300 norm hopefuls instead of playing 2700s. Would that cross the line, right? Then we could say he goes to a tournament where there's some like 2000 to 2200 experts. Does that cross the line, right? Then he plays under 2000. Does that cross the line? Kostya says under 1,000 would cross the line. So I think we can all agree that somewhere there would be a line, right? And
I
we
would
can
hope so.
and we can say where the line is differently according to our opinion, and it's not an exact science to draw that line, right? Like for any of us, you could come up with a scenario that would be near our line and would seem like a gray scenario for us, right? For you or for me, you could propose a tournament where we would say, oh, that's kind of gray, right? I personally think that games that are more than 800 points apart by rating should just not be rated and not count for anyone, period, for anything. Not just for the candidates kind of thing, right? But literally shouldn't count as rated in tournaments. People should still be able to play each other. You just say it's undefined and it's not rated. Um, and so that's where I kind of draw my line. And Hikaru is playing people more than 800 points below him in these tournaments, many of them. At the last tournament, right, I think he played like three players who were like 17, 18, 1900, something like that.
Mhm.
So to me, it's just like it's well past my line. Like 800 is a very generous line. I would say somewhere around like 400 to 600. Honestly, you could maybe cut it off. That would be a gray area to me. Would be someone just would be games where the opponent is 400 points lower rated.
That makes sense. Rach Angel says Andy Woodward says hi. What's up, Andy? He is our dojo prodigy. He's our boy. Anyone doesn't know Andy Woodward, he played the Granky Open earlier this year. And being from the US, he didn't have a chess club to put down on the forum, so he just wrote Chess Dojo.
All right, a dojoer. Do
Um,
you
so
want
I
to
would like to
continue
hear,
dojo talks, or do you want to work on this end game, or what are you up for?
I think it's a good warm up. I would like to hear from the Hikaru defenders whether they would be okay with him playing against literal beginners.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Like
because for
if
me,
there even exists a line for them.
yeah, because I am curious because there are a lot of people that are like rules are rules. It's legal. What he did was illegal.
Yeah.
But I just want to know like if there as long as it's legal, is anyone would anyone, think something of it? That would be beginner says, of course it is legal. Who cares?
Yeah.
We care. We care. We want to see, because I mean, I agree with a lot of David's like underlying points. We want to see the best players in the world play against the best players in the world because that's the most interesting thing.
Yeah. See, I'm with Coach Bash here, right? It's a separate question whether or not it's good for him to show up at a tournament, right? So saying, "Oh, but it's great, it's good content or people are happy to have him." Cool. Totally separate question, right? Coach Bash says, "I would love for him to come play in my local tournaments. I don't think that he should qualify to the candidates off of doing that," right? I agree with that completely. These players should definitely go hang out at normal clubs, play normal terms if they want, and the games shouldn't be rated. They shouldn't be risking their rating, right? Like if Hikaru blunders a queen against an 800, he shouldn't lose his rating points, but it also shouldn't qualify him for the World Championship.
Oh, Clutch Hut makes a very interesting point. Hikaru could easily farm 1200s and get number one rating spot by farming point 0.8, but everyone would be against that, obviously. Would they be, though? I want to hear from the Hikaru fans. What if he said he's not going to farm the rating because he would lose respect for himself and all this stuff, but that is within the current rules, so what would be the issue from that? I want to hear from the Hikaru fans. What would be the issue if it's within the rules?
Yeah, I mean, somebody brought up like Hitler and the Nazis, and we've got some like rules people here who are like, well, if the rules say you have to put Jews in the oven, put Jews in the oven, like you're just following rules. We've got a couple people like that here. It's just there's more to life than rules.
Yeah, I mean Hitler aside, I don't think Hitler should be in the candidates either way. But
Agreed. Agreed.
no, Chris Wainscott. I mean, you're I think a very reasonable person. I think I'm more talking to like the anonymous accounts that sometimes defend Hikaru no matter what, and others. Hans has these defenders. Magnet, everyone has their anonymous fans.
Yeah. And that's fair, beginner 2002. I appreciate that you just have your opinion regardless of whether you're a fan of Hikaru or not, right? So you're not a fan of Hikaru, you just think rules are rules. But I think the rules are rules idea, which, you're welcome to have it, but I think it's wrong. If you push it to extremes, you'll see that it's very wrong, I think. But so Parham's trying to take a second pawn, Kostya, instead of queening the F pawn as fast as he can.
Oh, he made a move.
Yeah. Well, there's been two moves.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Okay, You have 6.
There's some burden on FIDE to get the rules right, and I didn't disagree. But I think responsibilities are shared all around in general on all kinds of things, you know? And so one of the reasons that FIDE has a hard time coming up with rules that work is that all these other people are out there trying to cheat, basically. Like, they have no morals, so it puts a lot of burden on FIDE to come up with some kind of rule. Whatever rule they do,
Okay.
someone's going to try to cheat. It's really
Here
tough.
we go. Wait, here we go. Yeah. Wait, do you think Hikaru's cheating?
Yes. Morally cheating, yeah.
How is he cheating?
Because he's playing events that are not right. I know it's in the rules, right? I understand that, but it's wrong.
But I see that's the distinction we have to make, right? There's cheating and then there's being unsportsmanlike. And I don't think it's the same thing.
To me, it's still the same thing, basically. Or I mean, it's still within the category. It's also cheating.
But bad sportsmanship is not cheating. It's just bad sportsmanship.
There's different degrees of bad sportsmanship again, right?
Yeah.
And again,
But that's
there's
why
like
you
lines
can't
to
just
draw, right? Like if
can't
I'm a
just
poor
say
loser
it's all
after the
cheating.
game, that's bad sportsmanship. But if during the game I start coughing to break your concentration when you're in a winning position but low on time, right? Now it's worse.
But that's what I'm saying. That's all gradual. So it's not just all cheating, right? Like there's different degrees of cheating. But then that
Yeah,
means cheating loses its meaning a bit.
sure. I mean, like many things, it can be a more complicated term, I guess.
Like, because like coughing to distract your opponent, that is against the rules. Like that's very clear.
Okay. But but again, how many coughs are you allowed? How clear is it in the rules?
Well, it's not easy to enforce, but like if you intentionally cough to distract your opponent, like, and you admitted that, then that would be cheating.
Mm-hmm. But maybe you just had to cough once. Maybe you had a choice. You could get up and walk away from the board for a moment to cough, or you could just sit there and you just make the choice that's a little bit more convenient for you. There's
Well, I think everyone's coughed at the board.
right.
Um, so yeah, I mean it's different degrees. So I don't think it's smart to kind of lump a lot of things together because it's like, you know, uh like Ding Fallujah, they set up tournaments, right? It just feels way, way worse than jumping into Iowa Open.
Yes, I think it was a bit worse, but at the same time, it's more or less the same to me, Kostya, because they're each trying to unfairly, they're trying to get an advantage off of the board against their competition, essentially. You know, and Ashkill here saying rules can't cover everything, right? You can write rules and rules and rules. We were working on a set of rules yesterday, right, Kostya?
Yeah.
You can never cover everything in the rules, right? So so no matter what, it falls on people to be somewhat to have some kind of, understanding of the spirit of the rules, the spirit of the competition, the idea of how it's supposed to be, you know?
I totally agree with the spirit of competition. I think that is within the rules that in general an arbiter is allowed to make choices if they think a player has like, egregiously violated the spirit of the rules, even if it's not like the letter of the law. I think there's leeway for that for the arbiters, which totally makes sense. Um,
Really big move from Fallujah, Kostya.
I know,
I don't know if you want me to distract you or not,
Sorry.
but once the rook was not on h8, black now loses the race after bishop b6, a b6, f3, b7.
Right.
And there is this rook h2 check that you can throw in with the trick of trying to get to b2, but the white king can go to b3. That forces the king away from the f pawn, but it doesn't look like black wins that race.
Yeah. Now there's takes rook b7. Then maybe white just goes c4.
Okay, so you're thinking takes over here, takes, and then here to stop that pawn. So now the pawn can't directly queen, right? Oh,
Yeah.
did you know this, Kostya? Skibik says that FIDE did not rate Ali Reza's matches. Like, he played them and then they decided not to even rate them.
I I don't remember if they did or not. I remember they announced that they would have the right to not rate them, but then it became a moot point because he lost and didn't get the rating or
So,
drew the last game.
so choices here: c4, c5, or knight a5, or maybe even knight d8, as suggested in chat. I think knight d8, rook d7. That doesn't look like the best route for the knight. Because I've got b7, rook d8, and in the meantime, I've cut off the king from the f pawn. But yeah, we could go c4, c5, trying to really just keep that pawn defended and probably use our king to stop the f pawn. Or we could play knight a5, trying to queen ASAP. Knight a5. Now I'll throw in my rook check. Trying to be clever, but who knows? So I'm thinking you don't want the black rook on b2. I might be overestimating him, but I'm thinking king b3, f3, b7, rook back to h8. And now black's good. Rook b6 looks like a bullet move to show me the speed, but I think this is not bullet. You know, he spent 6 minutes on the move. He spent 12 minutes on his previous move. I think this is, this is really deep. They're working hard on these moves. Maybe I shouldn't
Okay, now
assume
Ali
king
Babso
b3.
that uh, says that Gukesh also set up a tournament to get to the candidates, but that was a very strong tournament and that had other candidates in it. Like I remember Parham was playing the event and other players that had. So that was really a chance actually for everyone to get in.
Also, did Gukesh
This
set up that
Chennai
tournament?
Masters thing.
Or was there like a real tournament organizer trying to run a super tournament and he got to play in it?
Well, no, it was definitely a tournament organizer, but I mean that's kind of we don't know how much the player has involvement in that. Like I don't think Ding organized his own events either. In fact, I feel like he might have even been like pushed to play.
Right. In which case, it's not Ding's fault if somebody made him do it, right?
Well, to what extent?
I don't know that it was
Like,
set up for Gukesh specifically for the candidates, though, right? Like, they had been wanting to set up this Chennai Super GM tournament independent of the candidates thing. They'd wanted to set it up. They ran it the next year and the next year, right? So it's like, it's a real tournament. It was just its first edition. And if it were just for Gukesh, then they wouldn't have invited other candidates to it, right? They would have said Gukesh and then handpicked opponents for him. So I think completely different.
yeah. Yeah, distinctly remember Parham being there and him having a chance to get in. So it was a good tournament for Parham too.
Yeah. So Kostya, at the moment, we're not 100% convinced that Parham can't simply capture this rook, right?
What was the answer to C4?
Let's also say that he may not have good options other than taking it, right? Because, I mean, a6 is going to drop, or knight d4, knight f3 could wreak havoc. But, okay, let's look at c4, because we didn't see that yet. We mentioned it, but we didn't see it yet. Rook h7, c4. f3,
King.
king to d2 or something.
Yeah, king stops the pawn, knight pushes the queen side.
Right. So now let's try a different move for black. Let's try rook to d7 after c4. with the idea of c5 f3.
Rook d7. Can I go? Oh, shoot. Okay. Knight d4 does not work
Ooh,
because you
knight
can
d4 is
take
cool. You're saying I
b7.
can take
Yeah, you can
b7?
take.
Oh, Kosta, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's rook c5 here.
Right.
Nice find.
And black wins.
Beautiful.
The rook d7 is nice.
Okay. I also looked at knight b8 and thought that rook b7 answered that move cleanly.
Someone says Arjun can get into the candidates via his 2024 FIDE circuit runner-up position. Explain. Oh, I'm gonna be so bummed if they don't do the St. Louis Masters again this year. Real sad.
If they don't do what?
The St. Louis Masters, they had this like really strong event last year in December,
Uh huh.
but then this year, I don't know if it's been announced yet, so I don't know if they're doing it or not.
Okay, so Samarth
It'd
was
just be sad.
asking about c4 as well, like Kostya. c4 rook d7 looked kind of dead, but
Yeah, I don't
also
see
the
anything.
f4 pawn's still protected. So if white plays something like king d3, just trying to get near the pawn, and black plays rook b7, cleanly picking up the b6 pawn,
Yeah.
I would imagine that
So
black would win. So what do we have left to look at there? Knight b4?
take, rook h7.
King e5, knight a6, rook b6, knight back to b4. Does that keep the game going a little? Maybe rook f6 there at the end. King e2, f3, king here, knight d5. I mean, you'd think that black's better after knight b4, but it's not obvious. Oh, rook takes b4, says Icy and
Take, yeah.
Chris.
Should
Yeah,
be enough.
that probably does it.
Actually, is it? I want to see now. King d5, let's say b3. Or king c3. Like, I don't. I'll try b3.
Looks like a draw. Looks like a draw. And yeah, the scenario I'm imagining is white's going to put the king on c4 and play b5, b4. And when the black king's on b6, we'll move our second pawn to b4, let's say, or to b3 or whatever.
Wait, but how are you playing? So king d5.
I'd play like maybe king c3,
But then king e4.
king e4. Okay, I see. So I already need to spend my b3 tempo. I think it's a draw. b3, king c6, king c4, king b6.
Then okay, king d4. King c3.
Part of me wants to push b5.
I feel like you can push b5 too. Because, I mean, black's not really far enough. Just white can always catch.
Yeah, my goal was to play like b5, and then if the king backs up, I sort of wait around on d4.
Yeah.
And then I wait around on c3, and anytime black goes king b6, then I play king c4.
Yeah, looks like a draw. How do we get there?
Well, we were. It's a version of the bishop takes b6, a takes b6, rook h7, and then I played for white king d3. Just a calm move, not trying to do anything special. Rook b7, knight to b4, collecting the a pawn. King e5, knight a6, rook b6, rook b4. And so here I was having some trouble proving a win for black, although it looks likely to be winning. And so chat asked if rook b4 would make it easier.
Right.
But my current thought is that the best technique is probably rook h6,
Yes.
getting space for the rook and maybe having time to capture the g pawn.
Yeah. Just go after the G pawn. It's got to be winning. Rook is better than knight.
Okay. Okay. I think that Parm's been thinking about rook b6 for, 15 minutes or so, right?
Yeah, he's trying to work it all out.
Yeah, it's a big moment. Does
But
he have alternatives to taking that are of
what
any
option does
interest?
he have? Yeah, I mean,
So f3, there's knight d4, knight f3,
yeah,
rook g4,
take
rook,
on G4.
rook a6,
Mm-hmm.
rook to g2 maybe? Rook g2, knight d4, king f7. It doesn't seem like white could be too much worse there. I mean, it does also look really risky, but I don't know.
Yeah, that one looks messy, but I don't know. I think I would take the exchange, but he's approaching 20 minutes.
Beginner thinks he has something else in mind other than taking the rook, you think, beginner?
A lot of draws again. Levon won his first game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Andy Woodward beat Ronak Sadwani.
Wow.
Dang, Andy's having a great event.
Incredible. Let me try and scan here a little bit. Most of the top boards are still going, but we did have a draw for Giri against Svane, Saleh against Nepo, Mendonca against Maxime. Mishra has queen against rook and bishop. Yep, so not easy, but looks possible. Nihal looks winning in his game. I don't know if you saw this one, but against Kuzubov, he's got a very nice looking rook ending. Rooks behind passed pawns, two of them. There's definitely some counterplay to calculate. A cool game. He's got only 7 minutes. Yikes. Then we've got the other Noterbeck against the other Abi Manu. Oh no, this is the one I was at before. That's the same one I had before. Suddenly I thought that was going to be Yakubayev against Mishra. It'd be amazing if they played in the same round. Neiman is slightly better against the other Savannah. But where is Levon won today? Mohamed Yarov won today. Where's Woodward's game?
Oh, he's a bit down. You can also search for him.
Sam's playing against Shirov, it looks like. Wow. Go Shirov. I mean, for being there. Obviously, I also root for Sam, but I think Shirov might hold that draw.
Oh, Vaishali is lone leader on 3-0 in
Jeez,
the women.
Molly.
So Vaishali taking the women's event by storm.
Sevian Sargisian still playing. Andy Woodward, Raunak Sadwani. So Andy's now got 2 points out of 3. Starts off with 2 draws and then beats Sadwani. And he's playing up 100 points every round. Because he's one of the lowest rated players here. But he's playing like he belongs with the 2600s for sure.
Oh, easily. Easily.
And this game looks like he was down in exchange in the final position and created a mating net White couldn't live with.
I was so surprised when I saw G6 was the last move. I was like, oh, I thought he was worse.
King G2, Bishop E4. So King G4, G6. And then suddenly he just wins. He was down in exchange for a long time. This was a whole thing.
And what happens on, oh, H4, Queen H5? Yeah. Yeah, it's all over.
H4, GF, right?
Queen H5.
Queen H5. Oh, to take the rook. Okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense too. Right, GF5, King H3. It's a good position, but it keeps going. Okay, I see. Queen H5, take a rook. Dang. This looks like it was probably a very powerful game, Ghosty. I mean, in general, to win a game at this tournament, any game against anyone in this tournament, you have to play a powerful game, but it looks like he played down in exchange for like 20 moves. I mean, pretty
By the
impressive.
way, Erdogmas, I think, has really good winning chances.
Does he now? Wow, I thought that
To
Kamer had
my
gotten out of it.
humble, fishy, washed international master eyes, I would say he's an exchange up.
Humble, washed, and fishy. Jeez.
Maybe a stronger player could tell me that it's just winning for
Harsh. What's the current position? Oh, queen's off the board. That looks very good for white to the eyes of another.
my.
All those negative things you said about yourself.
So, I mean, I wouldn't win it against Vincent, but I think Erdogan has good chances.
Yeah, very good chances. Good work, Teddy. Good work. I would expect you not to embarrass yourself in that. I believe in you.
Nice.
I definitely believe in you to have that capability. All right, back to our main game. Rook b6.
He's still tanking. He's
He's
got
still
15
tanking.
minutes.
Wow.
He's just at the board. Faruja nowhere to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
I've been seeing this kid Danishvar checking out this game like every 5 minutes. So
That makes sense.
he's clearly in some end game.
He's more into it than Farusha is right now.
By the way, let me tell you something, David. I think this has been kind of going under the radar a bit, but at Reykjavik Open, uh, when I played in March, Parham was there. He was the top seed,
Mm-hmm.
and he started off with some really nice score, like 6.5 out of 7. And then all of a sudden in round 8, he didn't show up for the game. He got 0 point bye.
Mm-hmm.
So he wasn't even paired. And then he played round 9.
Mm-hmm.
And presumably it was because that in round 8, he was scheduled to be paired with an Israeli player, some
Oh
grandmaster,
no.
right? But what the organizers did was they just likely talked to Parham. He said, don't pair me. And they left him off the pairings.
Uh-huh.
This happened again in my recent event in my Open. Puya Idani was also leading with like 7 out of 8 and then doesn't play the last round, gets 0 points because he was going to play against Postny, who's also Israeli and was there.
Right.
And then Postny ended up winning his last game and overtaking Puya
Mm-hmm.
because Puya got 0 points for his last game, and then Postny got a full point because he won.
Yeah. That strategy is working really great for the Iranian Chess Federation.
And yeah, it's just very sad because in the past, like, they would at least, okay, not at least, but like the players would go and forfeit the game, and then people would see it and be like, "Oh, shoot!" Like they would see the forfeit result. People pay attention, something's happening. Now it's just like the organizers like, we're just not even going to make the pairing. Talk to the player. The player loses a full point in a critical round, and then no one notices. No one notices. Just
Brutal.
you know,
So that's why you say now it's under the radar.
exactly, exactly.
That's bizarre. And does anyone know like what should be done about this situation? Like, should we all just play chess, or should we all worry about politics, or is it case by case? What's going on?
Yeah, it's a real bummer.
Uh huh. So
Uh,
everybody knows it's a bummer. That is established.
Uh, I would hope so. Maybe people think it's a bummer for different reasons or whatever, but no, it's a real bummer. I mean, it's like players can't play chess, for dumb reasons. But I mean, we've seen Faruja's solution to it,
Yeah,
right? He moved,
yeah. I mean, that was like
he got
seemed
out.
really central to why he moved when he did.
Oh, absolutely.
It was right after some tournament where some other Iranian player had been punished, right?
Well, there was another player, I think, maybe Dorsa's brother,
Mm-hmm.
who basically like refused the order to forfeit, and then that tournament, just never went home after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like basically defected.
Yeah. Whew.
Now people are asking about like Russia versus Israel. I really hate this argument.
Rook d7 comes very quickly here, Kostya.
Oh, he took
Yeah.
C4 on the board. I'm watching the video.
And
The video is a tiny bit behind.
I'm
Rook D7.
surprised Fallujah played this move c4 so quickly. We probably didn't look deeply enough because we thought Rook d7 was like pretty clean. And Parham doesn't hesitate, right? After c4 gets played, he just blitzes Rook d7.
Well, we figured that one out. By the way, this knight d4 thing that I mentioned doesn't work for the most basic reason as well, in that black could just take and then bring the rook back, and I think the king gets in time too.
So against b7, instead of Rook c4, you could go Rook d8.
Yeah,
And they need the c pawn to do anything, but your king is there.
yeah. And the rook wouldn't be stopping the pawns, but yeah, the king is just in time.
So he plays Rook d7 instantly. I don't see a move for Fallujah.
Yeah, I mean, we ended the line.
This is where we'd stopped before. We're like, well, that knight's not moving anymore, right?
We kind of stopped, yeah,
Knight's
because
not moving. The pawn's not moving.
F3.
I mean, can I try something?
Would you
Knight
mind
b4?
updating my Sensei eval for me?
Wait, let me try something before you do it. But knight b4,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
f3, right? And now I could play knight d5 or knight d3. What do you want me to try?
True, true.
They each look playable. Okay, knight d5, king e5. Then it would be, the idea would be king d3, right? Bringing the white king across. And keeping the b6 pawn alive with the knight.
True, true.
And then knight d3 also, like how is black making progress? White's going to put the pawn on c5. They're stopping f2.
Wait, can we look at that? Well, let's look at one. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think knight d3 is even better.
yeah.
Knight d5. So knight d3.
So we were giving up too early, right? This knight b4 is like really complicated.
Yeah, knight b4.
I don't know Vismanov personally. I've heard the name. I've seen some of his games when I was a kid, but I don't know him personally.
Same. It's indeed a bad comparison because Israel is much worse. Well, I would agree that the two countries and places are very different. So to treat them the same seems strange. But I think without getting into the details, I think the relevant aspects or like the answer to your question, not saying that I agree with this, I'm just saying the answer to the question is that Russia is, I think, under international sanctions, like by the Olympics Committee and all over the place. And then Israel isn't, right? Now,
Okay.
you can argue whether that's correct or not, but I mean, that's the reason why the chess world has followed in that path as well.
Interesting.
I think they're just following the IOC
The
recommendations.
IOC. So not something from like the UN or anybody like that. The IOC, a sporting body.
Well, maybe the IOC gets its cues from the UN.
Maybe,
I don't
but
really
that's
know.
where you're telling
Yeah.
me where the decision is from.
That's as far as I understand it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so you're saying knight d3 looks pretty decent, right? So there, then we need a move for black. Oh, we've had a move from Faruja. I'm sure it's knight before. Yeah, he played knight before.
Yeah, night before. Oh, and Parham looks ready. Like he
Maybe he
had
brings the
something.
king instead of the f pawn. No, f3 played already.
F3.
I
Wow.
was just thinking maybe Kostya, maybe there would be some logic to king e5 trying to get through first, but knight d3, king e4, knight c5 is not looking hot. Yeah. Okay, so he just goes for f3. And yeah,
Appears
Faruja
quite
has to show
confident.
us knight d5 or knight d3 because they both look plausible. But you have any suggestions for black after knight d3?
93. I don't know what he's gonna do.
Maybe king e6 and walk the king over to white's queenside pawns?
King E6. Yeah, C5, King D5. Hmm. B4. That still starts to kind of hang.
He's gone to d3. So we didn't refute knight d5, folks. We didn't have time. They're playing too quickly. But he went for knight d3, which did seem maybe even more robust because it takes away so many squares from black's king. So we're going to try something. We're going to try and get into this game for black here. Going to bring the king over. I don't know what I'm threatening because king c6, there'll be knight e5. Prophet says similarly on king e6, I blundered knight c5. Maybe. King d6, knight takes rook, f2, b7. Yeah, okay. Crazy. So I don't even know his next move, but he knows it and he's already played it, and it was king e7. So he's going to avoid forks and walk under the rook to deal with the b pawn. Now, an interesting piece of the puzzle here is the white king doesn't look like it can cross the d file right now. I mean, unless there's some distraction from the c pawn, right? But just the king and knight against rook situation is such that if the king ever goes to the d file, black can play f2, you play king e2, and black plays rook d3. Now, depending where white's c pawn is, that may or may not work, but that's like a piece of what's going on.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, I think black's winning this.
So black's plan is to play king d8, king c8, king b7. And then I guess white plays c5 to defend the b pawn. And once that happens, maybe black tries to go to switch to like rook f7, knight f2, king c6. Push the knight back away from the forks and then attack those queenside pawns with the king. And maybe black can break them up. It's not completely guaranteed, but I understand your instinct black might be winning. Do you want me to put an evaluation?
Yeah, I think it's uh, minus big. Let's say minus 2, 2.5.
Okay. So Kosti and I are semi guessing that Black's winning. I would say there's something like a 20% chance we'd be wrong. 20 to
So did
25.
Alireza bluff, or are we missing key idea to defend? I mean, I think his position was really difficult regardless. Like as we entered the time control, like move 40, we were all watching and it was very clear that Param was like super close to winning.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and maybe concretely was, or and maybe concretely was winning after the time control. And it's just like so difficult to play this end game where your opponent has this like kingside mass that is gonna queen on you. And so yeah, he tried something at rook b6. Maybe he missed something,
Mm-hmm. Or maybe he thought it
but
was like the toughest.
maybe that was the best chance. Yeah, Bruges, I think, incredibly good at doing that.
So he's played
Uh,
c5, and Maxutlu is thinking a bit before playing king d8. Presumably, there's not a lot of good moves his position can play other than king d8 here.
yeah,
And I guess he's probably just checking c6. White's not committed to c6. They can still just kind of hold here if they want. But he's going to want to double check c6. And I imagine rook d8 would be the move. And now b7, king c7 looks okay. Checking for a fork. Oh, there's also rook takes c6 check, right? So I mainly thought c7, king c8. And what I thought was here that the b pawn would drop.
right.
So I actually thought that c6, rook d6 would just precipitate white's defeat, but I imagine he's double checking something like that.
Yeah. Well, he's got 11 minutes, so if he's right about king d8, then it's basically over. Oh, and the sharks are circling. We got Sargissian watching, Arjun, Dreyev has just walked out. Everyone, all the sharks want to see Firouzja lose. We're all like, what's going on? One thing I've noticed a lot of players do is when they look at a board
Mm-hmm.
in person, they tend to then look at the players. Like they look at the players' eyes a lot of the time. And I think they're trying to like read the emotions of the players. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, does this guy think he's winning or does he think he's in trouble? Like they're trying to glean what they can from the players' faces as much as they look at the board, I feel.
Mm-hmm. Murphy asks if there are any players or federations that refuse to play against Russians. The Ukrainians refused to play against them at first, right?
There was a time, yeah, but now I think
I don't know if there was anyone else who refused to play against Russian players. FIDE kind of took away their flags, but let them keep playing without their flags, right?
yeah, yeah, I mean it seems actually a bit of a cop out, like because the Russians still get to play. Not that they should or shouldn't, but they still get to play. And then if they do well, they're still called Russians in all the chess media and stuff. So it's really just like a symbolic gesture, I think,
Hmm.
from FIDE. Um, like for instance, there's plenty of like Peter Heine put out a tweet how I think round one it was like Volokitin against Nepo. Volokitin is a Ukrainian player, Nepo is a Russian player.
Mm-hmm.
And Nepo, I think, is against the war, but he personally is like used for Russian propaganda, and so
Mm-hmm.
it is a little murky for Volokitin. Like it's hard to not think about that kind of stuff during the
But
game.
he did play, right?
He did play,
Well,
yeah,
he
yeah.
did play, yeah.
And I mean, I don't see what he gains by not playing, you know?
Taking away the flags is also, I mean, it might just be symbolic. I'm just thinking out loud here, but it might also be a little bit of sort of saying, like, trying to divorce the chess from the flags and the politics, right? Like a way of saying, like, I'm not playing against a Russian player, I'm playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi or something, you know?
Yeah.
Could be something in that direction.
Yeah, I truly don't know about this because I think the Russian chess players should have a chance to play chess. I don't think they've done anything wrong at all. So
Yeah.
it's it's very tough situation.
Hmm. Yeah.
What could they do? Actually, there's many things FIDE could do. I mean, they could move FIDE out of Russia, for example. That would be a step.
Uh-huh. But Rainbow Teddy asks like a pretty interesting question or point here. Ideology tests seems tough, right? Because we all feel much more comfortable playing a Russian player who signed a letter against the war, right? Than
Hmm.
playing like Sergei Karyakin, or maybe even somebody who's been silent on the matter,
Hmm.
right? But that's not really a way to organize sports, that people have to like make public statements about their ideology for other people to decide whether or not to play them in a competition, right? Seems really, really gray area y, like hard to make any rules about it.
Yeah. Yeah, signing the affidavit feels a bit weird.
I think Vichugov plays for England right now, but yeah,
Hmm.
a lot of people, not only a lot of the Russian players actually like emigrated right after that war, like a huge percentage, like a
Yeah.
shocking number. I mean, when the U.S. invaded Iraq, did any American players leave the country? I think zero, right?
Hmm.
Zero. So it's like it to me. It's pretty shocking slash impressive. Like I have not seen like a group of people leave a place
Well,
ever
I
the way
mean, the U.S.
The Russian chess
wasn't
players did.
shunned like Russia was, right? It's not like
What's that?
well, when the U.S. wasn't shunned, so there wasn't talk about like banning U.S. players and all this stuff. I mean, I think that's the
Right.
main reason a lot of people moved is just because they wouldn't be able to play otherwise.
But they were never banned, right? They were just told to play without their flags, or were they banned at some point?
Um, there's definitely like talk of them being banned, and they were excluded. I think like weren't they excluded from
An
an
Olympiad.
Olympiad,
Yeah.
right? So I mean
I think you're right.
that's
They
pretty
couldn't play one
serious.
Olympiad. But a lot of the players who left were not players on the Olympiad team, right? I mean, that would only affect like five people. Like,
Yes, but I mean, like you can imagine people like Fedoseev, like Sarana, like they're hopeful,
mm-hmm.
right? So
Okay. Kostaka, can you tell me more about that? I think you're trying to explain to me why so many people left. And I'm just noticing, like, Kostia, it's like, it's a very, I don't know any other examples of a group of sports people leaving a country at once like that. There's been a
yeah,
trickle from Iran, like you mentioned, right?
yes, yes,
Um,
Iran for sure.
but that's, I would say that's different, right? It's a trickle. It's not everybody. It's not at once.
Well, by the way, Parham did it in a different way that I also thought was interesting. He went Rook D8,
Rook
but
D8.
I was confused by this because he doesn't have King D7, right? Because of knight E5. So what's his next move?
What's the next move? Yeah, that's weird. He thought a while about this one, by the way, more than half the time he had, folks. I mean, he put into this Rook D8 instead of the expected King D8. Was there? We didn't see anything wrong with King D8 either.
No, I did not.
Hey, Sanyal. Hope you're doing well. Openly opposing. Yes, I think that uh, a Russian player has to be braver to say bad things about Putin or the war in Ukraine than an American player would have had to be to say bad things about Bush and the invasion of Iraq.
Yeah. I
I've
mean, no comparison there.
almost my entire life I've felt safe, personally, like physically safe, to call out American war crimes while living in America. Right now I'm like teetering on the border of is that changing? But I will say like almost my entire life I felt like I could say anything I wanted about American foreign policy and no one was going to show up to hurt me. They're bad things and accurate things, no, Kostaka? But again, like I'm not supposed to be able to judge for sure if what I'm saying is accurate or not, right? Like when I say something, I think what I'm saying is accurate, but That's because we never know when we're wrong, right? So, um, the point is, I never was worried about saying anything. So I think for the Russian players, I imagine they don't feel as safe as I have.
Of course.
Rook d8.
Mm.
But should we try and figure out this finesse? Now, as I'm saying, Cartier, it's starting to teeter on that border where I am actually worried for the first time, because Trump now has sort of like a almost like a private army, or it's not private, but he's got like a publicly funded army that's like basically it's a domestic army, sort of like 100% loyal to him, no oversight, no rules. So I would say ICE. I'd say there's definitely a danger in the U.S. The that it's a thing of the past, what I've experienced for the first 40 some years of my life. But
Did anyone draft Parham to their team? No, he was too old. But I'm very excited for our junior draft next month,
yeah,
year three.
yeah.
Um,
I really enjoy watching my guys, rack up points now and then. Kostya, do you enjoy like keeping track on your team?
oh, absolutely. You had such a great draft year two. It's insane.
Yeah, Rainbow Teddy. I think it looks a lot like mid 1930s. Um, but I'm not sure.
It's not true that saying bad things about Israel gets you ended in the US. I think this is oversimplification. In fact, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, on my online, people are constantly saying bad things about
Oh
Israel.
yeah, right now you can definitely live in the U.S. and say bad things about Israeli policy, and I don't think there's any fear of physical repercussions in the U.S.
No, I mean,
for
in
doing
some
so.
circles, if you don't hate Israel, you're a big problem.
I would say if you're a politician and you say things against Israel, you can expect your opponents in the next election to have a lot of money. So you could fear losing a congressional seat, I think, if you say the word genocide. But you're not going to fear for your physical safety, which is different than what we were talking about, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Um, thanks, MR2. Unlike people like Naroditsky who constantly bring up Russian culture in a positive, I'm not sure I understand this comment. There are many positive things about Russian culture. Uh, this is nothing to do with Putin and his government and their war.
Yeah, I would think that most countries have good things about their culture. No, because I'm
Most,
I'm afraid of stepping in it with this like very naive idea. But but wouldn't most cultures have positive elements to them
yes,
and negative things too, right?
yes, absolutely. Hmm. Yeah. Um, I don't think Danya's doing that. 'Cause I haven't seen that.
And I would also tend to agree with Clutch. I don't know if that's too much for me to say as well, but I think most countries have a lot of good people and good culture, and most countries, if not all, have a bad government.
Yeah. Yeah, Emmer Fu. Yeah, I don't I feel like your perception does not match reality.
The Prague game remains very interesting, and Gelfon's ahead on time, so he's keeping up. The older player at least is not unable to keep up with the speed of calculation and play. Prague's bishop on e8, I mean, is still half a piece at most, right? So, I don't know.
Yeah, it still looks pleasant for white, but Prague has been defending like a lion
Yeah.
and could win.
Yeah.
Um,
But it's kind of three result, right? Because
yeah.
like both kings are kind of in weird places and there's still queens on the board and each side has some trumps, right? Like Prague's rook on a7 is kind of nice, right? It can attack a2, it could attack e3. If he could ever get at e3, the underbelly of white's position could really
Yeah.
collapse because even though white's got pawns gripping the dark squares, black has the unopposed dark squared bishop, and that if that thing gets loose, crazy stuff can happen. So I don't even know who's better in that game
Stronger
myself.
they are, yeah, harder they fall. They, so this E pawn falls, then yeah. It's plus 20. So, no, I think it could go either way. That's what makes me worried for Gelfand here, because if things get out of control, he might lose it.
Mm-hmm. And
Ah,
Prague is tanking when rook takes h3 looks like the only move. So that's confusing.
well, he's looking for the next move, I'm sure.
Maybe yes, maybe just that. The search for the next move. The search for the next chess tournament. It's true. It's true, Kostya.
It's just a funny, like,
But it's a
someone
nice
just
way to like answer a quote, right? Don't bother about. Don't bother about. And look how complicated the position is. I think the rook on a7 looks like pretty nice, and Pear thinks it looks useless, right? So, I mean, this is a hard position to understand. Very hard.
That's the other thing about like Russian chess players. They've always had a hard time. Like in the past when they're part of the Soviet Union and they travel to these tournaments in like Sweden or Iceland and they have to play against players and if they don't perform well, they get punished and then they're thinking like maybe this is the tournament where I should finally defect. Maybe this is where I can like they're
Mm-hmm.
traveling with a KGB agent. It's just like
Right, but which people following me will catch me the moment it looks like I might be thinking about trying to defect?
yeah, imagine and then you're still like just dominating chess while all that is going on.
Well, that's what's going on in your head, really.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and then you got to go play like, Frederick Olofsson. It's like he's the least of your concerns.
I guess rook takes h3 was a big deal because Gelfand thought a while about the recapture. Unexpected move.
I'm gonna start saying like, don't bother about Philidor. He was a psychopath.
He was a psychopath. That's what you're going to say at the next. Pawns are the soul of chess. Philidor. Kostya's response. Don't bother about Philidor. He was a psychopath. but the pawns are still the soul of... Shut up, David. Yeah, Kirill Shevchenko had his GM title officially revoked. Right
Yes.
on.
Another way FIDE is punishing the Russians.
Oh, I'm glad to know that your friend knows, Teddy. That's great. Finally, some chess culture spreading. All right, so knight on h3 is attacked. It could spring to life on g5, or white could try rook g7 check followed by bishop f1, or immediately bishop f1, giving black the option of bishop f6, depending on how happy the rook would really be on g7, right? Do you really want to go?
Yes, Queen H. No, wait, video?
Confusing.
Yes.
You're a normie, Teddy. That's fine. That's reasonable. Gary on number one is like a very solid thing to say. Nobody's going to call you a fool for saying it, right? Like you might be slightly wrong for, but nobody's going to say it. Rook g7, bishop a6 they're calling for. Hello. Let's have a look at that, Kostya.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at that from Pear. Holy moly, that's a move. Now, Pear, let's calculation check you. Pawn takes a6. You've got no checks, so I think you're going to be reduced to doing something lame like capturing a rook. Now, I, on the other hand, get to say check. Queen g3 check. King f1. Queen h3 check. King e2. Queen g2. Woo! Black's alive. Black is alive.
Yeah, no, definitely. More than life.
I don't know if I could ever win this endgame with the light squared bishop, but I can force a queen trade, and I definitely can't lose.
Yeah.
So, there's that.
Oh,
Yeah.
folks, we've been forgetting.
What are we
We have a
forgetting?
code. Samarkand. Get
Don't give them the
20% off
code, Kostya. That'll be 20% less money for you.
your first month. That's okay. I don't it's on me, guys. It's on me. Your first 20% is on me of the Chess Dojo training program.
Ooh. I'm going to clip that and show that to Jesse and DM. The 20% is coming out of Kostya's cut, boys, not ours.
My special discount for you all. If you'd like to join the best dojo training program, best chess training program out there. Period.
Hey, look, Kostya, everybody's going to talk like this now. Don't bother about Stalin, too. But the quote is something. Okay, so don't bother about him, but his quotes we can use. Samarkand is in Uzbekistan.
Yes.
Major chess country of the 2020s. Huge.
Yeah, the next India.
Huge.
India 2.0.
The question is, who's their Vichy? Like where did they come from? The Uzbeks.
True.
Like, why did they decide to get so good at chess?
I
We
mean, I
don't know
think
that.
it all comes down to they had this huge investment like 12 years ago
Mm-hmm.
when Norbek was a young buck, and they just started pouring like thousands and thousands of dollars into growing Uzbek chess.
But who and why? Like, who was like the first guy who had the idea? Like, let's do this.
No idea. I it might have been federation person or
Uh-huh.
government person.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was Rustam Kazimjanov. Actually, that's a good point.
They counted Rustam.
Rustam was their guy.
Okay.
It's funny. I don't know. I don't know if Rustam had a if there was a Rustam boom. Maybe there was.
Okay. So knight g5. Nothing fancy with rook g7. I I couldn't tell if it was good to get the rook to g7 or not, because like even if you throw in rook g7, king c8, bishop f1, then black goes bishop f6, and I still couldn't tell. Am I just retreating or what am I doing? Am I just retreating?
That's true. Rustam has been living in Germany for many years. Um, Freedom Group, I think that's a Kazakh company, but maybe they had some involvement too.
Queen h4, knight g5. All right, I'm going to turn back to the main game, even though we
Oh,
couldn't
yes.
understand it before.
Feruzha. Where's Feruzha? Okay, Feruzha's still thinking.
Wow, so he's been thinking for like 15, 20 minutes
Down
here?
to 12
No, 20
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah,
So
Kazakhstan,
nice.
that's going to be the next Uzbekistan
That'd be Uzbekistan 2.0.
for sure. Yeah.
I was
Oh,
looking at
Feruzha not
Kazakhstan.
looking happy.
I was looking at Kazakhstan on a map, Kosti, and thinking that's a lot of land. I would love to walk all that land and see what it looks like.
Surprisingly big. Yeah, I think it's one of the largest by like land
It's got to be
mass.
one of the biggest countries in the world, actually, right? I mean,
Yeah.
huge. Cartier wants to know how our Dogmas has done in this endgame with Kamer. Down to one pawn. I think he might
Oh,
have to
yes, we
settle for a
thought.
draw in the end. That doesn't look
Oh, he's only one
winnable.
pawn up. Now, yeah, now it looks drawish. Now it looks very drawish.
We don't know, but let's put it this way: he took the fight to a top 10 player today, so good
Oh,
on
yeah.
him. I don't know why he didn't manage to win it, but if we want to look on the positives, he brought the fight.
I mean, his save yesterday against Gukesh was incredible. He really defended extremely well.
Yeah, this game with Kamer. So h5, he played queen d2. Not that exciting. Bishop a2. And then we get some simplification. Maybe bishop e7 lets black unwind. Black was so uncomfortable here, Kostya, at this point in the game. I really thought that it was over +1
It
for
looks really nice.
for
Yeah.
Dogmas, in this middle game phase. But he did think forever on this move, this key move, queen d2. He thought 20 minutes on it. And this was the point where I thought either d5 or e5 might be
Hmm.
crunching. But finally played queen d2. The knight just retreated. He moved the bishop to look at f7. And I think with the trade, he's probably released some of his advantage. It's my instinct.
Yeah.
He still looks just better. But, it might be one of those things where you've gone from +2 to +1, right? And then it's a real tough fight. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if he was simply winning in the middle game with the right move between e5 or d5 there.
Yeah.
I felt like his moment. Now Vincent has the draw. Beginner 2002 confirms it.
Vincent, easy draw. Cool.
Man, Farouja decides to play blitz with Parham for a second time today.
So Parham really doing his former countrymen a disservice.
Don't bother about Vincent. Love it. Love it.
So good.
Yeah. That was easy work for Cartier. He's a comic genius. Some folks newer to the dojo might not know, but
What else?
you see, I changed the title of our show for today, Kostya, because yesterday a bunch of people were like, well, by the way, so and so missed the key move, or now he's winning, now he's drawing. So I think it wasn't clear enough, so I added no engine to the title of our show.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
And then
Yeah,
today,
people
nobody's.
just want to help.
I know, but I think they just didn't know. Actually, I thought it was kind of clear enough the way we presented, but today I added this to the title. 0 incidents. Not a single person has said, "Oops, didn't find it."
Right. Yeah.
Where is the Baus? The Baus has his kids at home, and he did a very good job of just shunting them off for a few hours. But we're running a relay race here, the three of us.
They're up. Yeah, need tending.
We got to see Little Boss on stream, as somebody called the kiddo. Little Boss is pretty cute. In one scene, he stole Jesse's hat and put it on, and Jesse was having none of that. Stole it back, and then next time the kid came in, he had his own hat that matched Jesse's hat.
Oh.
I don't know what we would say in English. He was débrouillé himself. He did a good job. All right, c6. Wow, the pawns come. Holy
C6.
moly. Yeah. Arnold Arnold Palmer? Arnold who?
Arnold
I don't.
Palmer.
Isn't that like a drink? I don't know. I guess. I guess I could do an impression of a drink.
Do an impression of half iced tea, half lemonade.
Okay. All right. How was it, Kostya?
Good, good.
I could really feel like my two parts swishing together, mixing back and forth. Two pawns on the sixth rank are worth a rook. That's a famous chess saying. Good goodness, what are we doing here? What are we doing? I'm thinking King D6 is my only move. He plays King D6. I don't know what's coming next.
Yeah, what else?
Baron could feel that it was mixing. Right on. I nailed it.
What's up, Baron?
Yeah. You know, I have very, very bad visual, as it's been discussed, right? Like, but everybody has like good stuff and bad stuff, right? So my sense of visual stuff is very bad, right? It's called like hypophantasia, I guess. But what I have that's strong is proprioception. People probably don't yet know that about me. I have very good proprioception. So I can really like feel the inside very clearly. And so I had everything just mixing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So can you like feel your heartbeat without putting your hand on your chest?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I can feel it right now.
What else can you feel?
I can feel when a bleed starts in one of my joints. And I can feel the rate at which it's bleeding.
Anything fun or
Anything fun? I mean, there'd have to be something good going on in your body for it to be fun.
Sure, yeah.
But you know, I can feel myself digesting and other things like that. You know.
Yeah, that one I can feel too.
Yeah. You know when they tell you like as a kid that there's what 5 senses or something, but really there's like 20 or whatever. You know.
That's one of them.
Proprioception is one of those other senses. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what allows you to do something like closing your eyes and putting your hands together, right? So you see, like my fingers came pretty close to perfectly overlapping when I put my hands together. So depending on how like perfectly you can do that with your eyes closed, that's like a sense of your proprioception, right? You could like.
Wait, let me see, because I feel like I've never noticed my proprioception, but I feel like I could do this hand thing.
Yeah.
Okay, my eyes are closed.
Yeah. Yeah. Quite good.
Straight
Quite
in.
good. Yeah. And some people, you know, and you can also do it with just like a finger, and that's going to be more challenging than your whole hand, right? Because then if you miss by a little bit, you'll kind of like really feel that.
That is tough. Yeah.
Right? You see, you're not 100% confident.
Oh no, I missed it.
You see?
I missed it.
Yeah. And so, like, I can do that and my fingers will usually touch, but sometimes it's not dead on, you know? Sometimes it's like a glancing blow. And other people will, like totally, you know, like... So, anyway, it's all degrees of different things. And yeah.
C7, Rook E8 on the board.
Rook E8. Wow. Cutting him off from a new angle. Looking to maybe play King C6 without allowing knight E5. There would still be knight E5. Huh. Is he going to go King D7, King C8? This is going to be like the slowest king walk in history, Kostya. This is like a shuffle.
Yeah. Or his next move might be to like throw in Rook E2 check even and then walk the king over.
Yeah, I missed a little bit coming this way. One finger's a little bit too high. Interesting. So it's harder this way, Ron just says, than this way. Rook E8. Dang. What does he even want to do next? Or is there weird suit song? Let's say King D2 might be a normal move, or King D1, just getting a little closer to the scary pawn. Right, so this is another thing of proprioception, right? It's much easier to stand on one leg with your eyes open than with your eyes closed. another example, proprioception. But I think that one also, Cartier, may also depend on your inner ear, right? Because that's another of those extra senses. The inner ear is telling you how balanced you are, how up or down you are. And my inner ear is actually bad. That's one of my senses that's fairly poor. I get easily dizzy, right? Or like, just a little bit off about what's up or what's down.
Mm.
Motion sickness and things like that I can get pretty easily. So King C3. And quickly King C6. So he's allowing knight E5, King C7, knight F3, King C7, knight G5? What? Oh no, he's got rook E3. So it'd be knight E5. He'll play King B7, Kostya.
Oh,
Not King B6.
95 King B7.
See that, Yar? That's crazy, right? Not take on B6.
It's dark.
If
I
knight
think he might
here,
resign.
rook here would be the end. What other moves would white have after king here? Black's now threatening rook takes knight, and we can't take here. And king d4 f2 is the pawn that slipped away. King c6. There's
Parham's holding his pen like he's waiting for Firouzja to resign,
Oh yeah.
basically.
I mean, if there's no knight e5, he'll just play king b6, king c7, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, this could be the very end of the game. We need to find something for Firouzja in a hurry.
Firouzja just looks completely dead.
But unless I'm wrong, I'm just putting -3 tentatively, which means, whatever. Take whatever you want.
Yeah.
And eventually with everything.
It's all up. Crispy critters.
Maybe c8. Good question, pair. All right. I like it. c8. Rook takes c8. Knight e5. And now king d5 check. Whew.
I mean, even if you could take the F pawn, if black holds on to the G pawn, white doesn't hold that.
Yeah.
So,
Although then we'd still be working, I guess, for a bit.
yeah, but that I think would be winning.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hi, Elise. Welcome to what's probably close to the end of round 3 here, the Grand Swiss. In Samarkand, if Parham wins this game, he'll go to 3-0, and he'll be the only person on 3-0, unless Demchenko's had a miracle here against Aragaisi, where he's been worse. Well, he's still in the game, I guess. The miracle's not out of the question, but the knight on f8, which I maligned before, has done little to prove me wrong. At this point, that knight is looking grim. It's basically
That's it. It's over.
Yeah.
He resigned.
He resigned. Cold. King c6. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get all the intricacies of why he played rook d8 instead of king d8.
Man, imagine he had multiple ways there, but yeah, Parham. So he's gonna be clear leader for 3 rounds.
Yeah. Wow. Bravo to him. I'm going to update my standings. I've got standings now. Oh, how prescient. I put him at the top of the list before the round.
Ooh, we should go to Prague's game because that one feels like
Okay.
it's gonna heat up. It's heated up.
Okay, Skibix. Last I looked, Yagiza's game looked like it would be a draw. Like Kamer could hold it. So let's check out Gelfon's game.
Yaga's did drop because I'm pretty sure I saw them on the feed. So their game is over.
Oh man, Prague got rid of that light squared bishop, Kostya, like one move after we were on this game last. Bishop h5. There's no rook h2 because of queen g3. And then, the base of the pawn chain.
Interesting. So Gelfand avoided repetition here just 2 moves ago. So he clearly believes in his position.
Oh yeah, he did. He believes in
Interesting.
his what? His pawn down position? What? The nice thing for him is that f4 is not an option. Queen h7 is mate in two. It's just that simple.
That's very important. Yeah. I
Very
think on
important.
Queen G5, I mean,
So black can't seize the
got
initiative.
Rook H7 and
He could take a pawn.
E5 from Holy moly.
What?
Prague's like, this is my chance.
This is my chance. That gives the king an important hiding square to avoid, let's say, perpetuals, right?
Yeah.
Like if queen g5, I mean, I don't know who's trying to avoid a draw or who's trying to give a draw, right? But in theory, being down a pawn is no danger for white here because they give the perpetual check. But with e5 played, he could play d e5, queen g5, rook h7, check, king e6, and say that's a good spot for his king. And then even after rook b7, if he were a total psycho, he could play, don't bother about this psycho, but he could play something like rook a3 or rook a4 or something.
To me, it looks super double-edged and like white could easily plunder this.
Yeah, maybe rook a5 to go for the c pawn. I don't know what's going to happen, as Mecky Pfeiffer said.
Yes, E5 is if I saw E5 on the board, I'd be like, why didn't I make the draw?
Okay, so your instincts are a little bit of worry for white here.
Because it's just like the psychology of the situation, because he was in control, he's repeating, he avoids repetition,
Right.
he gets hit with E5. No one could have anticipated this, and now he has like 4 minutes to figure out a very sharp, heavy
Yeah.
piece endgame.
And it's a
So
kind of surprising move, but black suddenly shatters the dark squares, and we've just got heavy piece endings are just madness, right? It's just you're just a race to mate. Can he go rook h7 anyway? Like taking on e5 seems like a wasted move, right? I
maybe
don't know
rook
why I would do that
H7
first.
and rook takes B7.
Yeah, that seems like that's more like a real move, right?
But then
Rook h7.
after rook takes B7, white doesn't have like a next check.
I also don't
Black
have to take
goes,
on b7. I don't know where you go with the king, but I could
yeah.
play rook h6 check and bring my rook to f6 potentially.
Okay, he goes rook G2
Ooh, I don't think that's it, boss.
and allows queen H4.
Exactly, there's a check, so you're not even gaining tempo.
I think what
And
he wants to do is just kind of put his rook behind the G pawn so that black has to stay on it
yeah,
and
but
kind
this
of
is
hold
this is
hold the
about
balance.
mate, right? It's not about queening that pawn. That pawn's going to be too slow. Black's going to have time to play, ed4, rook a3 kind of moves and get at his
Exactly.
king.
That's what's scary here.
This feels terrifying. Maybe he goes to g1 versus
Mhm.
wandering through the center here. Rook g1, king g1, right? That's
King
not so
G1.
obvious for black what to do there.
Right, F5 is hanging.
King g1, f5's hanging.
And if you push E4, then white's going G6. You're
If you
running out of
push
time.
e4, then maybe the g pawn does do something, right?
And then white's better.
Huh. I made fun of that pawn, and now white's winning. What? What? I don't know what's happening. So
I mean, he did write the book Decision Making in Heavy Piece Endgames.
in heavy piece endgames.
There's a yeah, that was book 4, like Heavy Piece
Oh
Endgame
my
decision
god.
making.
Okay,
So
well then we gotta say he's like somehow crushing Prague here.
the book that came out after technical decision making in chess. So he already had a book to talk about technical positions. It
Right.
wasn't enough. He needed a whole book
Not enough.
to fill with his knowledge of heavy piece endgames. So yeah, and he just stood up like he's what made the time control?
They're about to make
58.
the
Book
second time
58 for
control.
us.
King
Move
g1.
50.
We got that one right at least.
Yeah.
And yeah, the queen covers the first rank for a while. The pawn wants to go. I predict queen h3 next. It's my
Mhm.
next prediction.
Queen
Seems
H3.
Seems more
Yes.
dynamic than e4, and this seems like a very fast position. Like the tempi are gonna count.
Oh yeah. No, I think you gotta go queen h3. Need a threat. Then if you take on e3, I think you're always safe there as black. No chance you don't have perpetual.
I love this comment too. I'm very uncomfortable when my opponent has a queen. I like that. I can feel that now that I've become more of an old player, Kostya. I'm like trading into a lot of end games. Like basically, you start the game, I'm uncomfortable. You know, they've got a queen on the board. It's just too scary.
Absolutely.
Oh God, what color would I choose if I were playing this game? I don't even know. I don't know anything. I guess I would pick white. I've put the evaluation at +1. I've repurposed Farouja's evaluation bar.
Ooh, I would say it's equal,
All right,
but
put
I
it
would
over here.
probably take black. I don't know. Queen
Yeah.
h3?
It's hard to imagine any of these positions would be anywhere between +0.5 and +1.5 because basically it's like winning or drawing. It's hard to have like a small advantage in a position like this. The Turkish kid drew the German veteran. Nice. Queen h3. The youth is just getting youthier and youthier, right? I mean, it's just like crazy.
Yeah.
Because like yesterday I think some members of my family watched our stream, and they were like, "You're talking about the kid," and I thought, I thought you called Gukesh the kid, but Gukesh was playing somebody younger than him, so the kid was their Dogmas,
Yeah.
and Kamer's getting the same effect today. Except that Kamer is like blessing his stars that he got a draw, and I think that Gukesh was doing whatever the calm Zen Gukesh version of cursing your fate is,
Mhm.
which is probably like, well, I have something to work on for next time, which is okay. Every chess player does. That's like Gukesh in a rage, by the way, folks. That's my Gukesh in a rage.
Okay, 2 minutes for Boris. He's got to make two moves.
Yeah, they've got another time control at move 60. I think it's a pretty mild infusion of time. They get another 15 minutes.
Right.
And this position, obviously, 15 minutes won't be quite as much as they like, but still a delight to see some real 7+ hour chess games. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something about having the games come to the logical result. Um, Le Monteronian made a really interesting suggestion that I didn't think about because they were talking about playing esports chess with increment versus no increment, like flagging versus non-flagging. And he was saying there should be an increment in Blitz after move 80. There should be a 1 second increment, which I thought was a very interesting idea because it's all about
Interesting.
allowing the end games to be played out logically.
Right. Just like the most basic stuff you can sort of just deliver.
Yeah. Yeah, because move 80, you're going to be deep, deep into the end game by that point.
Yeah. What an interesting idea. See, that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean when I say sometimes we should give some credit to like the really great players, right? Like sometimes they've thought about some stuff that the rest of us haven't thought of.
Mm-hmm.
So here, Kosti, I'm thinking that Queen E1, Rook A3 doesn't look very good. So I'm expecting something more like Queen B3 or something like that.
Uh-oh, Queen E1 played.
Queen E1 played. Okay, so
That's some
here I
problem.
think Rook A3 looked pretty strong.
Okay, 3.
Just strong. Because we're releasing that rook, right? So finally there's no Queen B7. Prague's final
Maybe he
piece.
wants Queen G3?
Oh, he would want an endgame, wouldn't he?
Rook
He
endgame
would.
feels safe for white, yeah.
Yeah. Although it's not 100% safe, right? Because black can go rook e3, rook h3, rook h8, and play on. If you hard push the g pawn, maybe black encircles it. If you don't, you're just playing down a pawn.
But someone wanted to change all classical events to rapid. Yeah, in a heartbeat.
Somebody who's now appreciating the logical results. Hey, folks, we're all allowed to have, different thoughts and preferences on different days, you know.
That worked, by the way. When I suggested that, everyone immediately started defending classical chess,
Hmm.
and now look at where we are. We're back.
Okay. So you were like messing with your kids, like reverse psychologying them into something or other.
Truly, I just want a 960, but it didn't work out.
Rook a3. All right. I'm switching my evaluation from +1 to -1, Kostya. I'm allowed to do it. Um,
What does black want on rook G3?
I have no idea. Why did you ask me? Queen h5, I guess.
H5.
And then g6, I'll play rook a2.
But on queen H5, I can go queen B4,
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to go queen h4 instead of h5. I'd
queen
already changed my
H4.
mind. How did
Yeah,
Magnus do in his last classical tournament? It was so long ago. It's hard to remember. Cartier. No, he won his tournament. The
you
last
won.
classical tournament he played. And while having like one of the most off form, meltdown, terrible weeks of his life. Like
Yeah.
he like mid tournament, he decided he didn't want to be there, and he still won the tournament. Which I would tell you, most people are not playing their best if they don't want to be at the tournament. Like there's not so much you can do when you don't feel like being there and you don't feel like playing. And Magnus's version of there's not much he can do is like he's the best player in the world still. It's bizarre.
But I generally don't feel like Norway chess counts as a classical tournament because they have this like Armageddon system and then they have this like 3-point scoring system. To me, it's not a classical event.
Mm-hmm. The older chess gentleman, by the way, Kostya, just managed a move with 1 second left.
I saw that.
Not with a mouse, but when you see 31, folks, he got 30 seconds added to his clock after he moved. So,
Wild.
yeah, Norway chess. So
I
I
like your
think
queen H4.
against queen h4, I think the idea is maybe queen f2,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then I don't know if I play rook a2 anyway, or if I play king e6, trying to
Or
hold things at
F4.
bay, but then the g pawn's queening on me, or
There's
f4.
F4 too.
Oh, Kostya finds a cruncher. Sorry, we gotta go queen h4, queen f2, and then Kostya's move. Oh God, I feel ill.
Yeah, I think Prague's taking it.
Rook g2,
Queen H4 found.
rook g2, queen's hanging. We really want to keep queens on the board, but it's not so easy. Mr. Bambies. Maybe we have to trade the queen there. And then
Oh,
against
F4
rook f2, play fe. I'm just imagining some scenarios here. They just got their 15 minutes, by the way. Thank goodness. I didn't want to see Gelfand on 1 second for the next 5 moves. Because this is still pretty darn interesting.
Maybe white doesn't, or maybe black doesn't have to trade queens.
The game you played queen h4. Okay, so yeah, you see, even after Bone Cruncher f4, I still found some way to keep the game alive a little bit with rook g2.
Oh, Gelfand does not look happy.
Yeah. So yeah, somebody said queen h3, queen h5 also could be considered. White at that point is going to be forced to take on f4, I think. And,
Oh yeah, he looks disgusted. Oh, man, how could this happen? Boris, just make the draw. What are you doing?
wow, look at this creepy crawling move. Rook d3. Queen f1.
Very instructive though. I mean, we both felt like it's White's king that feel, especially after E5. We both were like, ugh,
Hmm.
it's not looking good.
Um, Blowhot says there's a blunder from Demchenko. I felt like Demchenko was losing with or without a blunder last time I saw the game. Let's have a look here for a second. Somehow the knight got off of f8. White's threatening knight d6. So the rook pushes the king away. The problem is, even with the king far away, I don't know if that's the right square, but if the knight moves away in general, oh, even that's not so clear. I guess knight a7 check with this square. Okay. Try something else. King here, knight b7. King b4. That knight has been miserable for so long, Kostya. Sometimes
Mhm.
knights get stuck like that, right? And you just can't fix them.
Oh yeah. Knight d6, knight a7.
Yeah, so white's primary threat here is knight a7. And against rook a6, rook e8 will do it.
DH Germany, thanks for subscribing.
Showering us with those sweet, sweet Bezos bucks. We get about 200 a month for these streams from Twitch. I don't know if we earn anything from YouTube, but on Twitch we get about $200 a month for doing our
Yeah, I think we get like
streams.
300 on YouTube a month.
But is that from our streams or just from the recorded videos?
Oh, that's from ads, yeah, from the
Yeah,
videos.
ads on recorded videos. I don't
No,
put
from
ads
the
on my
streams we
videos,
don't get
folks.
anything on YouTube.
I keep my videos unadded, unmonetized as they call it. But you can always support the this mediocre free content via our Patreon.
Yes, folks, there's many ways to support Patreon. There's following, there's sharing the content. Actually, honestly, the best way you guys can support is to just take a piece of content that you like from us and put it on Reddit.
On Reddit, is that the key?
That's the key.
Rook c6, king a5 played by Arjun, so the king didn't want to go to a7 and get in the way of the knight. Right? It's important your pieces have to not get in each other's way. We stream about 100 hours a month, Hearts of Fire. So, something in that range. Looks very bad for Demchenko. I'm going to turn back to Gelfand.
Yeah, Queen f2 played.
Very interesting. Queen f2 played, so he's all lined up for that explosive f4 move, Kostya.
Now, did you know, David, that Gelfand worked a lot with Dubov for several years?
With Dubov?
Yes.
No, I didn't know that.
And in fact, Dubov credits his like opening wherewithal to his work with Gelfand. Basically says that Gelfand like taught him how to work on openings.
Oh, that's cool.
It's interesting, right? Because a lot of people think
Yeah.
Gelfand's like super dry, technical player, Dubov super exciting.
Right.
Um, but it actually makes sense because they had the similar repertoire for many years. Like they both played the Sveshnikov and Accelerated Dragon with Black quite a bit.
Yeah, so Prague is not already in candidates, but he's a prohibitive favorite at this point to get into the candidates. Because the 2025 circuit, he's got 100 points. And then there's a group of players like Giri and Abdusatorov and, of course, Matthias Bluebaum,
Of course.
who are on about 45 to 50 points. Prague has like 104. So he's got double the chasing group 3/4 of the way through the year. Now it works off of your best results, so it's possible for someone to catch up or gain ground more quickly at the end. Like if you just have a great result that replaces a previous result, somebody else finishes second, but they already had seconds that they can't replace, that they don't improve. You could gain ground, but his number is pretty high.
It's gonna be, I think it's impossible because also, in order to catch Prague, you would need to win the kind of event like a Grand Swiss or a
Yeah,
World Cup,
or World
which means
Cup.
you would qualify via that tournament anyway.
Yeah, the main remaining events on the calendar that are worth that kind of points, two of them are this, and I don't know that there's many others. So I don't know about the Grand Chess Tour final, if that could give someone a massive number of points. It's only 4 players. I don't know the format, but it's a high average rating.
But who's in the final there? It's like, Fabi who's qualified. I think it's
Yeah,
MVL, Wesley So. I don't
yeah.
think they're super
They're
close.
not close in the circuit, yeah. And Aronian maybe is the last one.
Ronin. Now Levon maybe has a chance because he had a decent year.
Yeah.
This World Cup's gonna be interesting, man. You got Arjun, you got Hans. You got to do like MVL who might just sneak through.
You're thinking of the World Cup, the knockout event, who might win it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's 3 spots there, so someone's gonna get in. That's surprising.
Yeah. And who are like the best players who don't yet have their spots? Assuming like Naka gets the rating spot and Prague gets the circuit spot. Like who are the top players who don't yet have a spot?
Who's
Well, there's like
Arjun? Noterbeck?
there's Arjun, Noterbeck, and Faruja,
Right.
right? 3 players like in the top 10, young, talented, hungry, who you'd expect to really chase it. I mean, Wesley, by rating, is one of the top players who's not in, but he's not playing this tournament, so I don't think he's chasing it too hard. That's a really strict standard, Hearts of Fire. You want nobody sub 2750, but there's only 10 players in the world rated 2750, and you want 8 of them to be in the candidates when we know Magnus won't play and Gukesh won't play in the candidates either, probably.
There's an interesting point about the candidates having like an outsider because Gukesh, I don't think he beat Nepo, Fabi, or Hikaru in
Nope.
that candidates, right?
Yeah, he didn't.
So he only defeated the so-called lower rated
He
players.
beat none of the 3 players 0 times.
Not his fault, obviously. It's not his fault, but
Right. I mean, he didn't lose to them either, right? So it's not like they could claim that they were ahead of him. But
but yeah, it does change the event. It's like who's the best at beating the
he
outsiders.
did largely win the event off of beating Nijat Abbasov 2-0, which nobody else managed. You could say that's what the decider was. Kostya, your F4 move, beautiful. Comes crunching in for Prague.
Yeah, it's not a good sign for Gelfand when we're winning this.
I'm not sure I'd yet be willing to take over and win it, but do you think the eval should be worse than -1 right now? Should be
Oh yeah,
should
yeah,
be
I think it's cooked.
cooked. Okay.
I mean, I'm also a little bit going off of the body language because when Gelfand returned to the board, you could
Mm-hmm.
just see that he understood that it's completely lost.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just don't see how White gets in. Rook G2, Queen H3.
Yeah, Ski Bigs, I think we've got it on record like 10 or 20 times that Kosti and I think the World Cup should have 1 or maybe 2 spots, but not 3.
Yeah, I think 1 spot is perfect
One
for that.
spot would be fine. I think I recall Kostya making fun of the argument. They were like, well, if there's 2 spots, then people won't care about the finals match or something like that. I forget what it
Yeah,
was.
that was the reason is that no one cares about the third place match.
No
There's
one
no
cares about the 3rd place match, so they gave like a spot in the candidates to it just to make people watch the match. Yeah.
that seems to be No, I'm sure Emil would say that it's a democratic process and everyone has a chance to get into the World Cup and then well there is actually some logic to that. I don't mean to make fun of it. Like
Hmm.
anyone can qualify to the World Cup because it's open. There's like multiple spots from the different zones.
Hmm.
And so a lot of players get in from places where they otherwise wouldn't have a chance. And then if they do well in that World Cup, then they have a chance to the candidate. So it is nice that an amateur player does have a path to qualify if they just had this like incredible run.
Hmm. All right, Kostya, your instinct here. Do we have enough to win the rook endgame with queen f2 and then taking on e3? Quite likely. Or do we need to play queen h3, and keep the violence coming?
Okay, let's think. Queen f2. Take.
If I were looking at this the way I would do it, my thought process, chat, Kostya might have a different order, but I would look at the rook ending. And if I convince myself I can win the rook ending, then I would go for it without even calculating the middle game. Or not the middle game, but the queen and rook position.
Mhm.
And if I don't think that queen f2 is stone cold winning, then I would play queen h3 also basically without calculating it and just roll the dice and take my chance in the middle game. Because I feel like I'm not going to lose. I feel like I should win. And I feel like the middle game is too hard for me to calculate. But I feel like the rook ending I can. So that would be my approach, with like 10 to 12 minutes on the clock like Prague had.
Definitely very difficult to calculate. So I agree with you. If I could see the rook endgame was winning, then I would probably just do that, especially with 10 minutes on the clock. Um, so the tricky question is like if you feel like both should be winning
Mm-hmm.
or like good chances. Oh, he takes.
Yeah, he's done it.
Yeah, because Queen H3, I wasn't finding a great response to G6, actually. That one was quite complicated.
Really, g6. Oh, because if f there's still queen f7,
Yeah.
and rook e3 doesn't really threaten anything, right? So I think the key to that position, Kostya, but again, I'm guessing, right? Because as I said, this is beyond my normal range. But my guess is that the way you crack these positions is with like rook c3 or rook d3.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to look at. But like rook C3, white pushes G7 and
What? You allow the rook for queen.
yeah, how does black
g7. I
win
play
there?
rook c1. This is
Hmm.
winning for black. Queen f1, queen g3 check. I had queen e3 check, sorry.
Oh, you have Queen E3.
Yeah.
Oh, it's bad.
Rook f2.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's winning. That's winning. That's over. Oh, Hans won.
Oh, and
Oh,
look at
good
this
for
beautiful
Hans.
win at the end, Kostya. But look at this. After rook f2, maybe the best move for black, f3.
It's nice. It's nice.
Taking away rook g2. And, so they have to go ahead and queen. Otherwise, I'm, playing queen g3 or queen g5. And then if they
Mhm.
queen, I've got rook f1, king f1, queen c3. Okay, but he goes for the rook ending.
Maybe it was yeah winning either. Anyway, but yeah, interesting.
Queen f2. He's deciding which way to capture. It's not even clear which way white should recapture best. I'm going to put my evaluation down to minus 1.5, but I haven't fully done the calculation. My general thought is like king f2, maybe I go fe, king e2, ed, g6, rook a8, king d3.
What a position. Oh, he does take with the king. Interesting. What would be the point of letting an amateur player qualify? Well, um, the the idea would be that if someone were to get in via the World Cup, I mean, they would have to be a very strong player. So, of course, they would then earn the right to challenge for the candidates. But the idea is that there should be There should be a way for a non-established player to prove that they're the best chess player in the world if they're legitimate.
Okay, thank you,
And
Elise. That's an important correction. In the line I gave, black had an easy win with rook a2, rook g2. So the white king maybe has to go to f3 at first.
oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Then maybe ed4, g6, rook a8. But now the white king's not getting to our d pawn very easily. That feels comfortably winning. And you still can't even go back king e2 because there's still rook a2. Ooh la la. Has he captured yet? He took with king. Prague's thinking.
Yeah.
Fe looks major.
Oh, that's a nice line. Fe, king f3,
Yeah.
e2 check. King takes e2, rook a2 check, king f1, rook takes g2, king takes g2, e4. Resigns probably. Or ed.
That
ed.
sounds like when someone says a quote. So and so, probably.
I don't know why I played e4.
Or
ed.
it's just stylish. You just knew what you needed. You didn't need the violence. You just like, we know.
Yeah.
There's a finesse to your personality, Kostya. So I think that's where it was coming from.
Yeah, ed's too chaotic, too messy.
Yeah. Okay, so that
Fe on the board.
if needed, that e2 works. I think it was pretty unnecessary, but I guess it works.
But I mean, it's academic, right?
Yeah, it's over. I'm going from minus 1.5 to minus 3. We don't need to go to minus infinity or anything, folks. Like, you get the idea. When the sensei bar is all blue, it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Complete win for Prague. That's right, Hearts of Fire. Big game for him. Intense game. They played forever, these two. Gelfand fought hard. He avoided a repetition. Hopefully, he's at a point in his life where he can just enjoy that, that he had a good game.
Yeah, king g1, maybe only try, but
But then e takes d4, g6, rook a8. I mean, it's easy enough. There's just 3 passed pawns for black in the middle here. King's not near there.
yeah.
King f3 was played, so he could play the e2 move. Mildly fancy. I mean, we didn't go over king f2 in that position.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's just, rook a2 and
Rook
should be
a2.
enough.
And then I guess king e1 and then rook a1. You just force him there. Eventually,
Yeah.
he can't avoid the e-pawn forever.
Exactly.
And otherwise, we're going to play e1 queen. Yeah.
I'm predicting e2 and then an instant resignation.
Okay. You going to watch the video to let us know?
Oh yeah, that's mainly what I'm doing because the video's so good because they put up a 2D board along with the
Yeah.
video, so you can just see everything.
Yeah, I wish I could. My computer would just explode if I tried to like watch streams while streaming like this. This thing is stretched to its max.
Yeah, so I'm just keeping an eye on it for everyone else. I'll check on Mishra, and Mishra's okay. He's doing everything he can to try to break through. People were asking about the fortress. I've been thinking it's Fortress C, but he's doing literally everything he can to break. So he's working hard.
Mm-hmm.
Mishra's such a fighter.
I'm updating Erigaisi's score here. 2.5 out of 3. He won against Demchenko, kind of as we were seeing before. I don't have all the scores updated here, folks, but at some point we will. I think when the Prague game finishes, we'll have time to see, the fortresses and to go around a little bit, see who else has won in this third round here.
So what this means is that next round, Parham is likely playing Who's high rated? Gukesh or Arjun?
Um, Prague is highest rated,
Oh, Prague. Yes,
but
Prague
it
is
does
there.
depend on colors. Prague is due white, and Parham is due white.
So Arjun do black. So
So
probably
Arjun
Parham
do
versus
black.
Arjun.
I think that's why he got the up pairing
Mm-hmm.
today as well.
Right. So Arjun, he's he's taking out a run.
He's the designated assassin from below.
Yeah, exactly. Um, Prague also, yeah, because Prague played Ivan in round two, who Ivan who won his game. Yeah.
Okay, we got E2.
Okay, let's see. E2 on the board. Gelfin's back. No resignation yet.
Okay. What
Oh,
I
he went
want
King F2.
what I want to know is if Gelfond. Oh, King F2, nice. What I want to know is if Gelfond looks satisfied or agonied at the end.
To me, he looks like he's letting Prague just finish out this endgame.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't look as disturbed as he was before.
Mm-hmm. Good.
But I'm oh, there it is. Oh no, he's upset. Prague is taking too long to convert. Like, come on, Prague, did I teach you nothing?
Oh, this has been an amazing round, Kostya. That
Yeah.
Faruja Magsudlu game was so intense.
Big fights.
So intense. And this game here was great too. Gelfond Prague. If we'd tried to follow this one the whole way, like a confusing locked board, I wouldn't have known the evaluation at any point. Never. Till it opened up.
Ooh, rook E3 played. King E1
So he's
and
calculating King
resigns.
E1, ED4, G6, D3, G7, D2.
That's it. Oh, very respectful resignation from Gelfin. He said nice game and very respectful.
That's good.
Now they're discussing. I think someone mentioned Gelfin used to train Prague or used to train like the Indian kids, so they probably have a relationship. I think he and Kramnik, would visit India and stuff and train the kids.
Nice. I mean, you would say I would say it's like very good that Gelfond is, teaching the kids respect, showing them how to be polite and gracious and all, but Prague's not like the kind of kid who needs that, right? He's also impeccable in his
Oh yeah, yeah,
in his,
absolutely.
board manners and
All the Indian
everything.
kids, like I was so impressed with them at
Yeah.
the Olympiad because they're just constantly getting swarmed and they don't show any annoyance whatsoever.
Uh-huh.
They're just like happily taking photos and signing everything and like um I mean I watched I think it was like maybe Vidit or Gukesh or someone travel 20 meters in like 25 minutes because he was like taking two steps and then someone would stop him and they would take one step and someone would stop him and they would take another.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just so no, they've been incredibly well taught.
Yeah. Yeah, some credit to the parents. So shout out to the parents of Prague and Gukesh and Aragaisi and co. Good parenting, wonderful.
Yes.
If only I could do as well.
Yes, absolutely. And so, some people they like to complain about certain other juniors not getting invites and things like that. But it counts for something how you behave yourself in events and in public. And if you're a good sportsman, you'll get more invites.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Hearts of Fire. That's a beautiful idea you have there. King F2. See if I've got the option right. Yeah, I know how to under promote to a rook and then to a knight. I don't know how you thought of this. You must have the heart and soul of a problemist. But that was spectacular, I have to say. Unnecessary, but equally spectacular. So Aragaisi wins. Guket wins. Prague wins. So the trio, they all won today. They all get a chance to show what polite winners they are today.
And
Um,
Vaishali won too, I think. So she's also
right, she's 3-0. She gets to show us every day. So let's update Gukesh's score with 2.5 out of 3. Really late on updating his score since he was like the first person to win today. Prague will give him his 2.5. I think Ferrugia will be back. I think he's in good form. He just Maksudlu was ready for it today.
Oh, absolutely. Guys, don't bother about Hans. Come on.
It's gonna be the new dojo speak. All right, Andy Woodward's game was scintillating. I mean, that's the thing about this tournament is like every day you're getting between 10 and 30 works of art. I mean, for somebody who sees chess very much as like an artistic thing like me, it's just you're like embarrassed with riches, right? It's so great here. Um,
Oh yeah. No, just some fantastic matchups and games.
so we've got Mishra still playing against Yu Yang Yi. Man, they said he won his queen. They were like, he's up a queen like 5 hours ago, right? He's
He's
up a
up a
queen.
queen.
He must be having a great tournament at beating Yu Yang Yi. Yu Yang Yi, like 4 hours later, still playing down a queen. Right on. So, at the top, we had decisive results on the top 4 boards, Kostya. That was a
Wow.
fight of a day.
Yeah, no, today is a bloody day.
And Noterbeck triumphed over Puranik.
And I mean, it's just gonna get. I think it's gonna get more tense because as players get tired, I think we're just gonna see more decisive results. Actually, like
Yeah.
huge games.
Well, it will get more tense, but you don't know for sure if it'll always be more decisive results, right? Sometimes the players like run out of energy to convert the winning positions. And like everybody defends like a dog now, you know? I don't know. We'll see. Geary drew today, so I'll put him at 2 out of 3.
Oh, interesting. Parham sent an interview. He knew for sure Ali Reza would play Rook B6. Yeah, these guys know each other.
That's true. Like it's one thing to read your opponent, it's another thing to read your opponent when you know each other that well. So I'm looking for Vidit's result. Does anybody see Vidit's board here? He played Alexander Predki, now
Nice.
of Serbia. And that was a draw. So Vidit neither advances his chances nor drops any of them today. 2 out of 3. Perfectly good score and striking distance.
Oh, Chucky won today. He beat Lu Shanglei.
I got
How about
4
that?
white wins in a row here. Hovhannisyan beat Fedoseev. That's a tough start for the tournament for Fedoseev. He's lost 2 games already. It doesn't feel like he will be winning the Grand Swiss. Levon won, so he's on 2 out of 3. First win of the tournament for him. Wonder Liang drew. Cheparinov beat Sindarov. For my junior team.
Wow. Okay.
Matthias Bluebaum, still in the race for the candidates, beats Hammer, and he now has 2 out of 3, which is a good score.
Yeah, Chucky playing well. He won a nice game today.
Vichuga
I don't want
won.
him in the candidates. I know I love him. I don't want him in the candidates. I don't. Yeah, I think his time is gone.
The next French kid, Marc-Andrea Marizzi. He got
Ooh.
his first win today against
Him, I want in the candidates.
Artemiev.
That's one of my guys.
That's one of your guys, right? He's got 2 draws against really strong players to start it off. Deach and Tabatabai, both 2,700 a year ago, now in the 2670s, and then he beat Artemiev, who is also a former 2,700. Basically, he's played all super GMs who've just suffered a little rating deflation. I mean, they're not even old or anything. Just
Yeah.
And you know who's on like one of the greatest tears in the world right now, Kostya, is this Indian teenager, but he's 19. So he's covered a
Pranav?
little bit less. Aditya Mittal.
Oh, Aditya Mittal, yes.
So he drew Mamadov and Kolars, which is nothing special. You know, they're kind of at a similar level as him. And today he beat Niels.
Wow.
So, but
And
you're right.
yeah, I don't
Pranav
know
also
if you saw him, but somehow I saw his result at the recent Fujairah Masters, the super strong tournaments.
Yeah.
And in that tournament, he had a 2700 performance without losing a game.
Yep. Yeah. He's tearing it up right now.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah.
Levon have any chance at Canada? Yeah, Levon is my dark horse pick. I could see him winning this whole event just because he is capable, and I don't know, he just has this winner's mentality. Like he's not an underdog to anyone. I feel.
Wow. So Ivanchuk, should we have a quick look at his game? He beat Liu Shanglei today. He's lost 0 games so far.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Oh man, this knight takes e4 line. I'm scared to study this thing. Okay, Ivanchuk gets the pawn back quickly. I don't know what a4 is about because I don't understand this line. Wow, and then they lock it up. That's surprising. I was expecting an open game. I like rook a2. Nice flexible use of the rooks. Queen g2. Very interesting. Just tucking her so that there isn't bishop g4. That's part of the plan with rook a2. And it allows him to just keep the bishop on c1 the whole time and get this rook out. Interesting. Bishop comes along diagonal. Taking space with h4. I don't yet see White's plan. You know, White has like a small advantage probably from space, but it's not yet easy to see where White's planning to develop the game further from here. Black opens that diagonal and he says, well, you let the pawn loose. And then he gets a breakthrough.
You know, David, something that I've been working on in my Blitz quest that I really, really haven't given much thought or appreciation to is the art of doing nothing.
Oh, it's huge, man. It's huge.
This is really something I just like. Okay, in classical chess, sometimes you have nothing to do, and then that's important. It's to not ruin your position. But sometimes you have a nice position, there is stuff to do, and even there, it's very unpleasant to just not do anything for the opponent. So that's something I really want to start paying attention to, especially in the games of strong players, because they often have to squeeze water out of a stone, and a lot of times that means inducing a mistake from the opponent, which can only be induced with just some very subtle, quiet moves.
Yeah. All right. They're telling me to go to the Mishra game, which I think is sound advice. I'm going to just very briefly point out something about this beautiful move from Ivanchuk. Like, Black traded off his knight's bishop on b2, but he has this great breakthrough. He couldn't do it last move, right? But he goes rook d2, setting up the pawn to push. And d6 here, if rook d6, is not even that obvious. It took me 15 seconds to figure out what he was even planning here. It's queen h3, that funny fianchettoed queen. She pops out, and then a5, and the queen on c8 took away all the squares from the queen on b6. No, there's still queen c6, though.
Black can also take on a5, no?
Well, then we take the rook. Oh, queen a5 to e1.
I think his idea was to trade rooks and then take on a6. I think that endgame just looks massive, yeah.
Trade here, queen a6. So just simple technical decisions.
I mean, that looks like a beautiful endgame, right? Like,
yeah,
knight on e3, everything is perfectly blockaded.
Yeah. Okay, wow. So beautiful d6. Then he doubles on that thing. The queen swings back around from h3. Wow, weakens his king side to then take on a6. That's confusing as well. But there's nothing confusing about how strong the d7 pawn is here.
Oh yeah.
Like we can definitely see that. And there's still counterplay for Shanglai. I mean, White's king is a rag. He's got to be very careful. H5. This game is amazing. We could look at this a lot longer.
I think it's a really nice game, yeah. And
Oh,
also, I mean, like his
man.
opponent is also very strong, so
Yeah.
he didn't play this at Iowa Open. Let's just say that much.
You heard it from yourself there, not from me. Boom! Checkmate. Well, that was beautiful. All right, we're going to follow the requests and go find Mishra's game. That was just beautiful, though.
Mishra's game is now very exciting because they're both in time trouble, and he's basically made the maximum progress he could. And White's last one was Queen H1. I was thinking he might go Rook H8 check and try his
Yeah.
chances there.
I was wondering the same question. I was like, I'd at least like to know what we think the evaluation is if we switch to this position. And presumably, I don't know, King H8 maybe?
Gotta take.
Presumably, we can like, clean up at least the A5 pawn,
It's a lot of pawns.
right? Put the king on back on B5, move the A pawn up the board. That looks really tough for black to defend. Really tough. I would think that's winning for white, which is, I guess, naive.
I don't get it. Now, Black just played. I mean, maybe he's saying Black, like, he's also winning like this because Black just went Rook F1, so he can do it again.
Mm-hmm. Sure. But I think it's important for us to understand if that is winning or not, right? Because the option's coming up. Like, Kostya, I have another question for you. If I go like King A5 and Queen C5, allowing Rook F5, and then just trade my queen for the rook and play king and 4 passed pawns against the black king on H8, I would guess that white's winning the rook ending. I don't know it offhand, but I would guess it's winning.
Yeah, it should be winning. Like with 3 pawns, it's like on the verge of a draw,
Uh-huh.
and you're never losing.
Yeah.
And it's like tempo by tempo, but with
Right.
4, you would think
4
it's
with the king as far away as possible, it seems like winning.
Yeah.
So that like really tells me like, man, I'm very close to winning. Like, because they could even like I could take on A5, and even if there's a rook on F5, I could bring my king back to B5 and just take on C5 if I wanted to. To be able to trade a queen for a rook and win, that like tells me we're really close. So my guess is that's winning. He doesn't go for it, but he thinks he's just breaking through with rook B6. I guess he doesn't think he needs.
And it seems to be what he's playing at.
Yeah, he probably just thinks he's winning. I'm gonna redo our sensei bar, and I'm gonna give Mishra 3 points here.
Yeah, let's make it winning. Someone's mentioning Mishra's on a almost 60 game unbeaten streak,
Yeah.
which is true. I saw this list recently.
Yeah.
David, do you have any guesses who is the current #1 streak unbeaten player?
I don't know if you would call it a guess, but I would say Vadim Zvyagintsev.
Great guess.
Yeah. I don't know if that counts as having a guess, but
Yeah, no, very impressive.
Mishra beat Serrana yesterday, drew with Yakubayev the previous day, who is giving vibes that he'll soon be 2,700.
Yeah, it could be breakout event for Mishra.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so I'm saying Yakubayev, I think, is giving 2,700 vibes because he just
Oh.
had his breakout event when he won this round robin in Poland 2 weeks ago. Went from 2,660 to 2,680. I think there's a good chance he's going to hit 2,700. And here's Mishra dealing with him and Serrana and Yu Yangyi. Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Mishra, very impressive.
That's incredible. Black just has to keep attacking white's queen to avoid rook b6, right? I mean, you just have to keep attacking her.
Yeah, like rook f4. Very impressive player, also very mature, very polite, respectful.
how do we ever escape getting attacked forever by these rooks? Do we hide on A8 eventually, like a coward?
Or an A3.
I'm I'm not afraid of the rooks. I just think my best percent chance is on A8. Would Kostya want Mishra in the candidates? Mishra's on Jesse's junior team, right? So I don't know. Kostya might.
uh, would I want mission candidates? No, I think he's not ready yet.
Too soon. Too soon. We do want to see him in a super tournament, though. This is good.
Yeah. Basically, the people I want in the candidates are the oldest players that still deserve it,
Plus
because the
the youngest
youngest will
players
have a
who already
chance.
deserve it. Well, you
Hmm?
but there's always like one or two young players that you're also like excited to see if they've got it
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah. But well, actually, now I don't know. Actually, now I'm kind of torn. The old guys had their chance.
They did. They did. How many chances do you need, Levon?
Yeah, exactly.
You're
It's
just
like,
gonna
is
choke
this,
again.
I would love to see Lavon play again, but yeah, I guess if you won, it would be more like an amazing story, but it wouldn't be like we're getting a world championship match. That's the issue.
Sure, it would be. Whoever wins the candidates, that's a world championship match.
But it would just, yeah, it would just feel different.
Hmm. I mean, I have a bias for like the young and the old. Like, I want to see like the oldest people who could still belong there and the youngest people who belong there. And like the people mid career, it's like, well, enjoy your career.
Who
Yeah.
who really deserves it?
I think of the older players you want to see like Fabi, Levon, and Anish maybe. Of the youngest players, you want it. And again, for me, like I'm also very biased for whoever I feel like they really want it. Like if they're more into it, then I'm more into seeing them go for it.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
so like
Absolutely.
so like Clutch mentions Wesley So, and basically he didn't show up to this tournament, so like why should he be in the candidates, right? Um, so I want players like Levon, Anish, Fabi, yes, players who like really want it. You see Fabi going for it last year, and honestly, even though he's qualified for the candidates, every time he plays recently, I feel like he's really going for it. Like he's just trying to get everything out of all his games.
Yeah. No, I mean, Fabi, I can't imagine anyone thinking he doesn't deserve or belong.
Yeah. So I want them, but then on the other side, I want like Prague, Eric Geisy, Noterbeck, maybe like Faruja could be good too, right? Like
I was thinking Vincent. Vincent seems very motivated.
yeah.
Um, I mean, I guess for me, it's like, um, you want to see people that, like, yeah, like really like fighting for it. Um, and it's also just cool I mean, the idea is like if someone qualifies in a legitimate way, you
Mm-hmm.
feel like they've earned it, and now you want to see what they can do. Even if That's why these questions are always a bit strange, because it's like if Mishra somehow wins this event,
Mm-hmm.
then I do want to see him in
Then
the
in
tournament.
retrospect, you do, yes.
It's like oh, holy mo, let's see what he can do.
But it's not like Kostya wants him to accidentally fall into it. Like his opponents repeatedly no show and he just gets a bunch of points and then
Of
oops, he
course.
gets in and then was he really ready?
Yeah.
But to some
There's an
extent,
off
whoever,
chance, yeah, he
yeah,
he or someone else like gets lucky. Like we could say like Senko got pretty lucky because he was like he was like a runner up basically, and
mm-hmm.
he just kind of got in almost randomly, essentially.
Yeah,
And that didn't feel like a great candidate.
Yeah, Skibix, you're right that Fruja did already have a couple chances, and he did sort of ruin that or mar one of the candidates tournaments by playing, a disrespectful bullet binge in the middle of the night and then handing a point to an opponent, messing up the tournament for the other players. And that's a huge knock against him. It's true. But I feel like he's young enough that we can give him a second chance, but that was pretty bad, and I understand that you might just want to see other people after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Fruja, it's very much a case of like, if he wants to be there, then I want it for him.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand what Mishra's doing now. It's like we thought he was going to hide his queen on a8, then we thought he was going to hide it on a6. Okay, I see. He can go queen h3 now, tempoing the bishop, or even something like queen g4, and then you can't play rook f4 anymore because he's got g6 and e6 hanging.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of ways. I
This
think he
seems
can even
inevitable
play
to
like
win at this point.
I was thinking queen d7 here, followed by queen d5.
Mm-hmm. Right, it's like queen d7. So any rook comes to f7, he doesn't even care which. He goes to d5, and now you're kind of tied up.
Oh, queen d7 played. Okay, rook 8 f7.
Mm-hmm. You can also just play queen d8 check here. That is playable too, but I think queen d5 is best because that'll definitely drop b6.
Yeah, and rook f5, queen e4, and yeah. Oh, he gives check.
Gives the check. Okay, so we're going to see bishop f8 then, huh? Oh, no. In this move order, you can't play bishop f8 because of rook f7, queen e6. Or rook f7, king b6. So here, it's got to be rook f8, and it is. And then what? Queen e4 looks
Queen
fine.
e4. Yeah, just not seeing a move for black here. Anish, I still root for him. But Anish is another one of those players where if he gets into the candidates, it's because like I want him to have had like an amazing World Cup, or he somehow catches on fire in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
If Anish gets in because Prague wins Grand Swiss and then he ends up winning like Grand Swiss, it's like, oh, okay. less less cool.
Yeah. Let's see, do I have all my standings up to date? 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, yeah. Okay, there's some other top scores that aren't listed in my standings because it's a really big tournament right now, folks. So it doesn't list everybody who's at like 2.5. We've got people with like 1.5 because they were on my standings and then they lost today. We could replace Puranik with Mishra if Mishra wins this game, or when Mishra wins this game.
I think Gukesh should play in the candidates too. And then the top two should play a match.
Yeah, I agree. I want him to win this, win the candidates, and then play a match against number 2. I mean, it would be hard to tell yourself you were going to win the World Championship match against somebody who'd finished ahead of you at the Grand Swiss and then the candidates tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, yeah. All right, we get bishop g7. So, still, Yu Yangyi's never going to resign. But I
Is
see
this it?
nothing
Oh, he took.
protecting the pawn.
He took. Takes on b6.
So, pawn drops. Oh, he's got to be ready for rook b8 check, right? I'm not being as careful as I'm sure he is.
Yeah, I think he. No, I think he's just willingly entering the chaos now.
Mm-hmm.
But if you trade off a pair of rooks, your king is extremely safe in the open board.
Right.
So
he's going to be able to take on a5, and after rook b3, take on g6, I think. Just get rid of that pawn because it opens up some more tactical angles to the black king. I think it's worth doing.
Yeah. I was just thinking about which pawn to take.
Oh, I'm thinking rook b8, king a5
Yeah. So
to
that's
make
my
the
question.
further pass pawn. And
Right.
then after rook b3, I'll take g6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because this a pawn is harder for black's bishop to deal with, right? There's that c5 pawn. It's like it comes up in all those
Yeah. The C pawn's in the way
end
even.
games, right? Whereas if you try to make a c pawn and black puts like bishop f8, rook c5, then you're like, oh shoot, I'm in like yet another slog.
Yeah. Exactly. So he's double checking he doesn't blunder into some mates. Oh, he did take on C5.
Takes the other
Interesting.
one.
I mean, I think you're winning the A pawn anyway if you want it, but
Mm-hmm.
it's probably all winning, I guess.
Right? He could go queen a8 to a5 here, or you just mean the a pawn's terminally weak no matter what.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah.
I was wondering, Rook B6 was the first capture in 43 moves. I thought they might be close.
Wow.
Can you imagine you don't win because
Yeah.
forget 50 moves?
King h7. He values that g pawn very highly.
Wow. It's practical defense.
But if white wants that pawn, white has queen h4.
Queen H4, King G8,
Queen g3.
G3. Nice. He just goes Queen C2.
Yeah, that seems
Simple.
logical. That's a lot of
Hmm.
pawns. That's what I was assuming, but wow, I'm really surprised you Yang Yi didn't take on b3.
Well, I mean, he's probably just losing, right? After Queen takes G6.
I think so, yeah. But this seems much easier for white. Like they could play b4 next move, or king c6, c5. He's just gonna roll with so many pawns.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he was pushing the pawns like A3, A4. So he was very careful about not allowing the 50 moves.
Yeah. Wow. So Ivanchuk won a great game today. The number of games worthy of study. It's tremendous.
Yeah.
Andy Woodward's game is great. I mean, almost every decisive game is great. Sometimes when I don't have time to look at every game, I look at the decisive games, and it's not because there aren't good draws. It's because every decisive game is almost always good, right? Like there's very few of them that don't have content. And probably half the draws are great too, and half of them I wouldn't find as much going on in them. There's a bunch of little kids in this Swiss AEG, even though it's basically a tournament for the top 100 players in the world. An extraordinary number of them are teenagers.
By the way, David, we got to take some breaks. I mean, when I stood up just now, I realized I sat down with you guys at 8 a.m. and then didn't move until noon. And you've been sitting for like
Well, I've been sitting for 7 hours,
7 hours.
boss. I
Just
forgot. I forgot to
7 hours.
stretch. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you got to take care of your back.
Let's see how my back is doing. Feels okay, but let's just take it for a test run.
Yeah, I can still. I mean, I was watching Gelfand. He was standing up, every move, getting the blood going.
Oh, yeah. Somehow I'm feeling fine, Kostya. I don't want to
Great.
give people the wrong impression that anyone out there should sit in place for 7 hours. Very bad idea. I'm feeling pretty good.
Nice.
I got my swim in yesterday, and actually I feel perfectly good.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go outside after this a little bit. Nice
Yeah.
and sunny.
So Mishra takes a5. C3 pawn is like a poor consolation for black here. This is just 3 passed pawns.
Yeah. Now G5, he's saying go ahead and take it with Queen H5 check. I don't care anymore. Just
Yeah.
end it.
I tried to care, but it's just so painful. I'd say B4 looks pretty good.
B4, yes, exactly.
Advancing the pounds. The only reason I wanted the G pawn gone was not so that it was like in my collection or in my prison or whatever. It was just because I wanted to have this kind of juice. That just makes it easier for me to do my operations on the queen side. That's the only reason I wanted the G pawn gone. So
Yeah.
yeah, now I'd go B4.
Instead of B4, I also liked King B5, but he goes King B4, also makes sense. Yeah, I think it's gonna be resignation very soon.
Yeah, I mean it's nice to move all three pawns up the board together with B4, but the A pawn on its own is winning currently. In my
Yeah. And
in my
Rook G3,
estimation.
that rook is not going anywhere.
Mm-mm.
Just push.
Give it a Snickers bar.
It has to be resigns.
Yeah. He could go Queen H1, Queen D5, and then A5. Central is Yatsk. No, he moves the A pawn. That's enough. How do you even pick your moves at this point when you're so winning? I guess you just sit there and enjoy it all.
Rook G3, I don't get. It's just like, what hope do you even have with Rook G3?
Yeah, it's amazing. But I mean, that's like the toughness of these guys, right? Like sometimes to us, it's going to look like, why haven't they resigned? But then other times we're like, wow, the defense that they put up.
Yeah. No, I was very impressed with Douglas yesterday to save that against Gukesh.
Mm-hmm.
That was not easy. So yeah, I don't know why Gukesh should get the privilege to just already be in. I do think Magnus gets that privilege because he was such a dominant player. I don't know why Gukesh should get it though, you know?
Should get what privilege?
Just the fact that he gets to play the match no matter what, you know?
Wait, so whether or not the world champion plays in the world championship match depends on whether or not Kostya thinks that their tournament record is impressive?
I just think with Magnus it made sense, and with someone like Kasparov,
Uh-huh.
and then with other world champions like Gukesh and Ding, it doesn't really make sense.
Wow. That's fairly random opinion for you. I mean, I believe that all the world champions should have to play in the qualification. So I'm not against Ding playing the I'm not against Gukesh playing in the qualification, and I
Mhm.
would say pretty obviously he's not against it. But this distinction you see between the world champions who should or shouldn't uh, have to qualify for their own match is interesting. It feels very.
Yeah,
There's the
totally.
resignation. It feels very like arbitrary or like feeling.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Feelings.
understand it myself.
Yeah. No, I mean it's good. Sometimes we have to talk through our own feelings, and then they'll reveal something to us.
But I do feel this way that it's kind of like, well, I guess the reason I feel this is like when you have a clear number one, like Magnus,
Mm-hmm.
then it's like, okay, everyone else has to fight for the chance to play him.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's logical.
Okay.
Like he's the gladiator, he's the one that has to be dethroned.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone else has to battle it out to come up with the best challenger to face Magnus.
Mm-hmm.
But when the world champion is someone that's like just one of several top players,
Mm-hmm.
that just feels like they have this huge advantage. It's like, but they haven't necessarily proved like because how did Gukesh get there? Right, not by beating Magnus, but just like he won the tournament of the rest. Basically, he became the candidate in a way.
But if in theory, Kostya, you had the top two players from the candidates playing the world championship match, and people had to had to go through it,
Mhm.
you think Magnus wouldn't even be in the top two, and then somehow two other people would play the world championship match, and it would feel like they didn't get past Magnus?
Yeah, that's why I think it would be a little strange for
I,
him to play.
I mean, if Magnus played in the candidates and finished third or fourth, then I would say they climbed Magnus just earlier than you expected them to.
So to me, that's just like two players they finish the tournament ahead of Magnus, like which can happen.
Mm.
So a lot of it is based on their like career, as you said.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like, why does Magnus get this privilege in my mind? Because he's so dominant
Mm-hmm.
that if he doesn't win one tournament, to me that doesn't change anything.
Yeah, but he'd have to get like third or fourth place. And at what point in his career did he earn the rematch? Like the first time he beat Anand, or the second time, or when he drew his match with Karyakin, or
I would say actually it's pretty simple. I would say if you're like the number one player in the world and world champion, you get this privilege.
okay. I mean, at least then you've got a rubric. Because if it's just
I
like
think that's how I'm thinking about
so
it.
and so feels like you're like the kind of champion who gets a match, and so feels like you're not, that would be hard to implement.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm thinking it's more just like if they're also number one or not.
Clutch says Gukesh was not deserving, just lucky. He isn't even the best player in his country or of his city, adds Ernst. Jeez. Harsh.
So right.
Harsh.
I mean, definitely not lucky. Let's just throw that out the window.
He was totally deserving. Like,
Yeah, no, he
Magnus
was.
wasn't there. That's not his fault. And whoever was world champion was going to not have beaten Magnus. Fair enough. They also didn't beat Fischer or Kasparov, right? Or Karpov. But, I mean, he finished ahead of everybody who was around. And, you know, he was the player of the year for 2024. He was the best player in the world in 2024.
No, he was.
I think he had the best
Like
year.
Undoubtedly.
And you
By
could say that
opens.
this year Prague's had the best year of anyone in the world, and I think that would be true. I mean, I don't want to be wrong about this, but I think that would be true. You could say that about Prague this year. Um, but
I think the key question that is like always relevant. It's like, do people want a kind of classic world championship where it's not about who the best player is, it's
mhm,
just a competition and whoever wins is the world champion? Or do
yeah,
people want some kind of like actual tradition where the world champion is generally the best player in the world and we come up with a system that as close as we can, will nail it?
mhm,
Because to me, it's two very different things. It's like if we're happy with just like the NBA style, where it's like in the NFL style, it's just new world champion every year,
yeah,
then like World Cup, it's a great tournament. Just like do a knockout, one player will win, and like that can be our world champion. But if people want like a proper world champion that's based on like a proper world champion, like a player that we determine is the best in the world,
mhm,
then yeah, you have to have like that's where all these things come in. So it's not as easy as just like, oh well, Gukesh won the tournament, therefore he's just world champion, just like all the other world champions, and that's it. Everyone's equal.
mhm. I think partly Gukesh's victory at his age and with how meteoric his rise was from age 16 to 18, I think people just can't process it. And that's why there's this stuff about is he deserving or legitimate or this or that, right? Because look what Matt says on YouTube. He says, if Caruana had happened, right, to qualify from the last candidates and then beat Ding, in, let's say, an exactly equally close match as Gukesh did, nobody would be saying stuff like that about like Fabi didn't deserve it, right? They'd be like, oh, it makes sense. He's been number two for a decade, and Magnus is gone now, and then he takes the throne, which makes sense. And it wasn't easy for him, but he did it, and it makes sense, right? So Gukesh does it, and like all this talk, I think it's because it's just so hard to process
Maybe
what
I
Gukesh
think
did.
there is some point to it. Like Fabi was a very clear number two for some time,
Mm-hmm.
and he drew a world championship match with Magnus. Um, so if Fabi had won, then uh, I mean, in my mind, I would still treat him closer to like Ding than to Kasparov
Mm-hmm.
because while Magnus is playing, he's not, the dominant number one.
Mm-hmm. Do I think
Um,
Gukesh is the best player in his country? I mean, I would say this year Prague has outperformed him, right? But the last time there was a world championship in 2024, he was the best player. I feel like he proved it that year. And, next year in 2026, we'll see whether he or Prague or somebody else proves to be the best player in the world that year. You know, And I think overall it's very close, like between Gukesh and Prague and Erigaisi. If like one of them is proving themselves the best, it's by like a small enough difference that honestly it's hard for those of us down here below 2,700 to really judge it. I think some of the players over 2,700 might have a sense of like, oh, I can see this player's playing better or worse. But for us, it's pretty hard. Like I can look at the performance ratings, but I can't. If you gave me 20 Gukesh games and 20 Prague games and 20 Erigaisi games, like I'm not good enough to say, who's better at what phase of the game and stuff. They're just too far above us, right?
Well, I think the answer to that question is that they're all like very close in rating and very close in age. So they're all like
Yeah.
very close to each other in terms
Right.
of
That's part of what makes
strength.
it hard to judge, Like
Yeah.
I can tell you whether Magnus or Kamer is better, even though they're both way above me, because the difference is big enough I can see it, right? But
So, um, on the question of whether Gukesh is deserving, I mean, who would we say is more deserving than Gukesh, right? Like there's literally no
yeah, who should have been the world champion in 2024?
one. Yeah, because if you say, Fabi deserved it, well, he needed to finish, against Nepo.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
if you say Hikaru deserved it, well, Hikaru didn't win the candidates against Nepo, Fabi, Gukesh, and others.
Right. In fact, if Gukesh had been in a must-win situation in the last round of the candidates, he could have potentially beaten Hikaru with black, but Hikaru did not threaten to beat him with white at all in a must-win situation for Hikaru.
Yeah. So it's hard to say Hikaru deserves it given that he didn't beat Gukesh in the last game.
Yeah. Nor did he beat Ding in a match.
Uh, yeah.
So. But it's close, and it's an adjustment for all of us also to adjust to a period of approximate parity from a period of dominance under Magnus, right? We had the Kasparov era, which was dominant, followed by a short period of parity between Anand, Topalov, and Kramnik, in my opinion. Anyone can argue, whatever. That was an adjustment, but it was a pretty short period, and then quickly Carlsen steps in, resolves it. We're like, yes, we know who the best player is. Everything's simple and easy to understand. So we'll have to take a moment to wrap our minds around this next era here with,
Well, I
Gukesh,
think
Prague.
that's kind of it for me. It's like when there's this kind of parity between the top players, then it feels very unfair for one of them because it's like everyone says it's harder to get to the world championship match than it is to win the match itself, which to me feels wrong. Like that shouldn't be the case. Um, so it's like, yeah, when there's no clear number one, that's when it feels like, okay, well then everyone should compete. Or maybe, Gukesh can be like if they do a final four, the top four players, and maybe he gets a spot in the final four, something like that. I don't know. Um, but yeah, um, take Abasov and Fruja out of the tournament, then Hikaru would have. Well, but who are we replacing Abasov and Fruja with, right?
And taking Abasov out, yes, but he only scored 1-1 against Perugia. That had no bearing on him winning the tournament.
Yeah, no, I mean that kind of
Yeah.
hypothetical is completely like, there's no argument there. It's just anything could have happened if something else happened.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but the way things played out, I think Gukesh absolutely deserves the title that he has.
Yeah.
The
All
only
right.
question for me, it's like, is he equal? Like this was the controversy with Kasparov recently. It's like Kasparov was saying Gukesh isn't equal to like Carlsen or him or Karpov. And like, I don't know, I think he has a point there. It's like Gukesh isn't the number one player in the world. So
It's a different situation.
it's not exactly the same, yeah. Doesn't mean he's not the world champion or just undeserving of the title. I think he very much is from the sporting perspective.
Yeah. All right. So I have to wrap it up
Yeah.
and go spend some time with the family. It's the weekend here. So I'll see you guys again tomorrow for round 4. Super tournament so far. I mean, this has been worth getting up for.
Oh, it's only gonna get better. We got Parham against Arjun coming up.
Yeah.
Prague and Gukesh both doing well. Noterbeck doing well.
Yeah. You have any other plans for today, Kostya? You're gonna keep going? I saw you at like 2740 or something.
Yes, new peak,
Astronomical.
2748.
2048.
The Blitz quest. So every day we're making progress. I'll probably play a little bit later today. I think right now I'll go outside, which I advise everyone that's been following us this morning to do. Um, unless you've been watching from outside, in which case go inside.
Sounds
Balance is
good,
important.
Clutch. We'll see you tomorrow. You can tell us what you've learned.
But yeah, I think I'll check out some of the sunlight people are always talking about.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Everybody, we wish you the best. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. And there will be more tomorrow. It's just great.